In a different world, far from Earth. The scene unfolds on the continent of Toronto. When the king's heart burned away, a new being would descend. It would transcend the fate of this world. A legend was passed down in Terranor. It spoke of summoning a transcendent being from another world. The emperor planned a great sacrifice. 5 sons, 7 daughters, and 19 royals would die. He would summon the saint from another world, just as the prophecy foretold. However, the summoning brought a young man from Earth. The emperor was furious with the result. On his way to this new world, he was sent to an entirely new land. That man was the savior, Sung Si-han. He fought fiercely to save this world. He returned to the other world once more. He would end the king's cruel reign. It seemed everything would end. The tyrant was finally defeated. In that moment, the gates of happiness seemed ready to open. Si-han would be reunited with the woman he loved, Levian. She approached him with a gentle smile. They shared a warm embrace after long days of hardship. Si-han swore he would stay. He would start a new life for his loved ones. But the faces of his comrades suddenly changed. At that moment, a chilling smile spread across Levian's face. A strange aura froze his body. The moment Si-han turned, he saw a portal open. Si-han was stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. He turned to the woman he loved, but all he received was a wicked look. It was evil to the bone. They once shared a warm kiss. Now, she looked at him with disgust. Si-han was forcefully thrown into the portal. He could only watch their familiar faces. They were now complete strangers. The story told to the people would be different. The world was saved by the savior and 6 heroes. The crushing taxes were abolished. The people were freed from forced labor. 6 kingdoms were formed to rule the continent. It was an era of peace and prosperity. The scene shifts to a quiet village in the forest. A pair of feet stepped outside, greeting the sunlight. The girl's humble nails reflected the sun. She whispered softly, "The sky is so clear today. There isn't a single cloud." Lita raised her hand to shield her eyes. A beautiful day for farming. She began her work. Her spade slammed into the dirt. Lita hummed a gentle tune as she worked. Suddenly, she froze. She heard a strange sound. When Lita looked up, she noticed a fish beside her. Her eyes filled with confusion. "What is that?" "A flounder. A fresh, live flounder. It looks delicious," she thought to herself. "Wait, how can I eat it without knowing where it came from? A flounder just appeared deep in the forest?" Lita sighed. "This is too suspicious. I should just keep gardening." Suddenly, an object fell from the sky behind her. It made her jump. Lita quickly turned her head, tense. What was that? She witnessed a large pig falling from the sky. Lita looked up at the sky. First a flounder, now a pig. What's going on up there? Her pupils dilated with complete doubt. Then she saw his silhouette falling from high above. A man fell from the sky, completely naked. Lita's expression became grim. Her lips pressed tightly together. Si-han's impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Lita was helpless. After the pig, now a man. She cautiously approached him. Is he dead? The moment Lita got close, Si-han lifted his head, startling her. He looked around at the strange new scenery. In that small field in the forest, a new future began. A small house was built from stone and wood. Lita spoke with a hint of disbelief. "Hello?" Suddenly, Si-han flashed a mischievous grin. He grew excited. "Here I am. I made it." "How many years has it been?" Si-han boldly declared. "I'm back, you fools." But then his body reached its limit and he staggered. Then Si-han fell unconscious on the ground as she watched. Lita was thrown from one surprise to another. What is happening? As night fell upon the small, lonely house. After a long sleep, Si-han finally woke up. He looked around in confusion. Light shone on Si-han's face. He exclaimed, "This is..." At that moment, Lita approached and asked, "You're awake? I made some thick porridge. Are you feeling all right?" I was so surprised to see someone fall from the sky. Overly excited, Si-han shot up in pain. "You're the one who saved me. The side effects are worse than I thought. Did I miscalculate?" Finally, she fell into deep thought. It's a different language. It's not a common language in Toronto. He's actually speaking Vietnamese. It's a foreign tongue instead of the common language. Maybe he's from a primitive tribe, but he looks too clean to be a primitive. Seeing her expression, he realized. "I forgot this isn't Earth." Si-han asked, "You're the one who saved me, right?" She put the food down and replied, "Yes." Lita was lost in her own thoughts. So he's not from a primitive tribe. Si-han wondered. "Okay, so where am I, roughly?" She explained. "We're north of Mount Liffen." He was confused. "Mount Liffen? Gosen Village? Where is that?" Lita continued. "Then I'll explain the territories first. We are in the Kingdom of Lexan. It's the nation founded by King Lexan, one of the 7 heroes of the revolution." Si-han's voice suddenly became tense. "The Lexan Kingdom." He spoke each word with hatred. "So Lexan became a king? That fool?" Suddenly, the atmosphere between them grew silent and awkward. Si-han asked, "Before we continue, can I borrow some clothes?" I've been naked for a while now, Lita agreed. Okay. Later, he started eating like he'd been starved for ages. Sihan stopped. It has a fishy smell. Oh well, it can't be helped. Spices must be a luxury in this village. I finally feel like I'm starting to come back. I'm not ungrateful. Thanks a lot for the meal. Hearing those words, her face showed a hint of confusion. A strong body with no excess fat, a bright face, and a disrespectful attitude. Lita quickly concluded. He must be a royal. But why was he naked? Later, Sihan said with a smile, I realize I haven't asked for my savior's name. Who are you? She thought to herself. Now you're really going to ask about that? She began to introduce herself. My name is Lita. I'm just a simple country girl. He replied. Is that so? These days, swordmasters are considered country girls? And your skills are not ordinary either. Lita's lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. Finally, she asked curiously, How did you know? Sihan replied, Just a hunch, I guess. She smiled and introduced herself. Yes, I'm a warrior who uses weapons. A swordmaster. Although I'm not a knight, people call me a warrior. We are freelancers. For example, I don't have a king to serve. Basically, you're unemployed when you don't have any quests, right? In my case, I work in the garden and fields. When there's nothing else to do, Sihan understood. I see. Then I have one more question, he emphasized. What is your relationship with King Lasan? In that instant, the table was suddenly knocked over. Sihan reflexively fell backward. Lita became angry and stomped hard on the ground. Then she took out a small dagger, her face cold. Lita's foot quickly stepped onto the high table, but suddenly her expression froze at the scene before her. Lita looked at the broken pieces in front of her, confused. He's not here? At that moment, Sihan approached from behind and spoke. Hey, I'm not asking for a fight. She swung defensively behind her. When did you get here? When Lita rushed to attack, he had already moved in front of her. She panicked. He dodged it. He's a swordmaster too? Then Lita continued to attack Sihan with her weapon. He dodged while speaking. Hey, I don't intend to fight, okay? Can we talk? Lita assessed him silently. This guy is strong. He dodged all my attacks with minimal movement. She decided, then I'll just get faster. Sihan chuckled lightly. You're not as calm as you look. He turned around and concluded. But you have a kind heart. You're aiming for my shoulder. That means you don't intend to kill me, right? Lita gasped in astonishment. A spoon. A wooden spoon. Then she instinctively fell backward with a loud thud. He calmly held a wooden spoon towards her. Lita conceded in a small voice. I lose. Who are you, really? He smiled and introduced himself. My name is Sung Sihan. I came from Earth. Her eyes widened in shock. Sung Sihan? Earth? Could you be the savior from another world? Sung Sihan? He smiled. It seems I haven't been forgotten yet. I understand why you attacked me. I asked about your relationship with that tyrant king. I felt hurt too. But I was really just curious, so you don't have to answer. She whispered. My full name is Lita Bell Lalasani Lasan. Lita affirmed. I am the daughter of King Lasan. The people used to chant, the Mad Emperor's era is over. Kill everyone who shares his blood. We can't let a second Mad Emperor appear. At that time, Lita's figure was struggling because of her father. The queen of that era said, I'm sorry, Kian. You're the only one I trust. He responded with respect. Your Majesty, of course. Promise me, you'll protect this child. Back then, she could only cry as he swore on his honor and his life. Lita recounted. Kian, a royal guard, took care of me. He sacrificed everything to raise me in a remote place. He taught me how to fight. Even so, Kian was just doing the work of a free mercenary. Because my identity was accidentally revealed to him, he had to take me out of the kingdom. Since then, we've lived in seclusion here. We only go to the nearby town for quests when we run out of money. After hearing her story, Sihan asked, So that's why you're living in hiding? I never thought you'd be the Mad Emperor's daughter. Wait, does that make me your father's enemy? She reminded him. I don't care about the Mad Emperor anymore. Even though the Mad Emperor is dead, people still fear the emergence of another one. Those related to him can open portals to other worlds. That's why they are being hunted down. I thought you were one of them. Sihan took a sip of water and explained. You thought I was just chasing those with the Emperor's blood? But you were too lazy to even try. I know I wouldn't do that. So you chose to lie to me? The more I learn about what happened, the more annoying it gets. Anyway, I understand you're in a tough spot, but cheer up. There are people who were accidentally transported to this world like me. Compared to them, we're doing pretty well. Lita's eyebrows furrowed. Are you sure you're the savior of another world, Sung Sihan? I heard that after Sung Sihan defeated the Mad Emperor, he returned to Earth. How did you get back to Toronto? Also, why did you come back here naked? Sihan stood up and shouted. The naked thing is out of my control. Only living things can pass through dimensions. It's not like I have some weird hobby. The last time I came to this world, I was naked. And when I returned to Earth 10 years ago, It was in the middle of a busy intersection. He got mad. Just thinking about it is annoying. She understood. So 10 years ago, you went back to Earth. But you were summoned back here by someone. I can't believe someone summoned a person from another world. I wonder who could perform such a spell. Sihan crossed his arms and replied, if I had to blame someone, I guess it would be myself. I came back on my own. Lita was startled. You summoned yourself? Is that even possible? Sihan assured her. Of course, but it wasn't easy. It took me 10 years. How do I explain it? Rather than saying I summoned myself, but suddenly his eyes noticed something. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but wonder. What is it? Suddenly, Sihan called out, getting her attention. Lita, you said you were being hunted. The reason is because you carry the blood of the Lasan royal family. The family with the power to summon otherworldly beings, right? Lita replied, that's right. He became tense. I messed up. I made a mistake. To get to Toronto from Earth safely, you first need spatial magic coordinates. So, I used people with Lasan blood as coordinates, those who possess the power to summon otherworldly beings. Lita is the one with the purest Lasan blood. I used her. She thought, ah, so that's why he asked me about my relationship with the Mad Emperor. Sihan continued. In other words, I used you to enter this world. His face showed a bit of awkwardness, which means, to other mages, it would look like you summoned me with a summoning spell, right? Lita was shocked. A summoning spell? No way. She couldn't hold back and suddenly shot to her feet. Then Lita stood up and looked at her reflection in the mirror. The whole space echoed with her scream. How did this happen? When? At that moment, a group of soldiers was surrounding the house. They held their weapons and slowly approached the house where Lita lived. A scout reported. There are traces of summoning magic around here. I'm sure the reaction is coming from that small house. It looks like we've got them surrounded. He emphasized, report to General Xenon. Xenon frowned and replied, thank you for your efforts, Mage Can. All units, prepare for battle. Await my command, while surrounding that small house. Inside the house, Sihan calmly crossed his arms, observing everything. Lita had quickly changed into her combat gear and grabbed her sword. He assessed her. She's used to dealing with crises. She's rehearsed this kind of situation in her head. I feel kind of bad for her. I came here on a whim. Now, even after she managed to hide for so long, she's been found. Even if she doesn't show it on the outside, she's probably furious. Sihan spoke up. Lita, if you have something to say to me, just say it. At that moment, she was moved by his words. Lita bowed her head. Thank you for letting me know about their attack in advance. That answer left him speechless with his mouth wide open. Outside, they shouted, show yourself, criminal, or we'll blow this house to pieces. Xenon ordered, Mage Khan, cast a warning attack. He agreed. Understood. Immediately after, Ken raised his hand to summon a flame. The fireball quickly grew and headed towards her house. Its terrifying power made even Xenon wary. Xenon shouted, isn't that a bit much? We were ordered to capture her alive. The mage explained, it looks terrible, but it won't kill her. Ken continued, if she's unlucky, she'll probably get burned. But just then, Lita's body moved like the wind, startling everyone. Xenon ordered, she escaped, catch her. 10 gold coins for whoever captures her alive. Meanwhile, she fought valiantly in the midst of the crowd. The guards were bewildered. Impossible. She's a swordmaster? Lita fought, feeling the pressure. There are too many of them. How do I escape? At that moment, she noticed the scene in front of her. A powerful force rushed forward, knocking Lita's body away. Xenon approached. Cursed blood of Lasan. As a swordmaster, killing a mere soldier. Have you no shame? He declared. From now on, I, Xenon, Knight of Lexan, will deal with you. Lita realized his armor also had an aura. He's a level above me. Then Xenon lunged forward, striking directly at her face. The struggle between the two was incredibly intense. Seeing an opportunity, Xenon swung his sword. Now's my chance. A powerful burst of light erupted where they clashed. He commented, the aura from your sword is pretty strong. Even so, my defense is stronger, Xenon shouted. Those little tricks won't work on me. Lita was forced into a defensive position. She cried out in pain. Lita's body was thrown back, dragging a long line on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes changed. The ferocity was gone. Xenon raised his hand to wipe his face with disdain. Filthy. If you're a swordmaster, you know you can't win if you drop your weapon. But you cannot win. But then she spoke up. I surrender. He praised her. A wise decision. You grasped the situation quickly. Now, follow me. Suddenly, Sihan's voice echoed from behind, stopping him. Let her go. You were fighting so fiercely just now. You calmed down just because you felt sorry for her? Doesn't your mood change a little too quickly? Hearing those words, Xenon's face immediately darkened. He was confused. Who is this guy? How did he get this close? I can barely sense his presence. Xenon gritted his teeth and wondered, who is this guy? I can't feel any presence from him as he approaches like this. He panicked and shouted loudly. You! Who are you? Sihan stood before Zenon's sword but remained calm. Sorry, I personally have nothing against you. I have to take some responsibility, so. Xenon's pupils immediately widened. He closed his eyes and sent him flying back with a punch. By inertia, Xenon's entire body slammed straight into the ground. His upper body was completely buried in a deep hole. The soldiers saw this and were stunned. He got buried in the ground. Lita watched Sihan's back and wondered, why is he fighting these soldiers? This guy is Sung Sihan, so aren't these the men of his former comrades? Kan raised his hand and ordered. He's a remnant of the evil empire. Take him down, quickly. He put his hands on his hips and watched them charge. You still won't back down even after your leader was taken out? It seems I have no other choice. I don't want to do this. But I guess. I'm sorry, don't blame me, okay? And don't hold any grudges. Excuse me, sorry, truly sorry. The entire group trembled at this sight. If you're going to beat us up, don't apologize for it. Not long after, Xenon raised his head. Who dares? His eyes suddenly widened, sweat dripping down. Xenon was utterly shocked to see his comrades miserably defeated before him. He slammed both hands on the ground and thought, my God, this can't be real. An unarmed commoner took out all the soldiers by himself? So that's what happened to me earlier. I'm lucky to be alive. Xenon jumped up and shouted, wait, these movements, I've seen them before. The back of a person appeared in his mind. It matched him. The other half of that face was smiling mockingly at him. Now, Sihan spoke up. Oopsie, look who's awake. You're pretty tough. Sorry, but you'll have to be unconscious for a little while longer. Xenon observed his movements and yelled, wait, are you? Before he could finish, a scream echoed along with a loud thud. Sihan turned away, letting Xenon's head hit the ground as he mumbled, I've said this over and over again, but I have no hard feelings towards you guys, okay? So we have no reason to keep fighting. If you still want to go head-to-head with me, I'll gladly oblige. Kan clicked his tongue. He looked at the men on the ground, calculating. The elite warriors and mages are no match for him. Where did that monstrous swordmaster come from? Sihan turned to Lita and said, I guess they won't attack anymore. What's wrong? Are you going to stay like that? She held her arm, hesitatingly replying. Oh, right. Then the two of them silently walked away in front of the soldiers. Kan cursed under his breath. He raised his hand and ordered, this mission is a failure. We must retreat. Since Commander Zenon has fallen, the survivors handle the bodies of our fallen allies. One person stammered. About that, not a single one of them is actually dead. They're just buried in the ground. And not even a single bone is broken. Kan's eyes widened upon hearing this. What? Impossible. We were beaten this badly, and yet no one is injured or dead? What the hell just happened? By now, the full moon had reached its peak, illuminating the entire forest. Sihan walked behind Lita and said, from here, they won't be able to follow us. He glanced to the side, sighing in relief. Thank goodness. It would be a pain if they followed us. The side effects of dimensional travel are greater than I thought. Compared to when I was hailed as a savior, my aura level is at 1/10, and my mana level is just a fraction. Sihan looked at the spiritual energy on his hand and wondered, when will I recover my full strength? Suddenly, Lita cried out in pain. He asked worriedly, are you okay? I thought your right arm was broken. Lita looked down at her trembling arm. Thank God, I was lucky. It could have been worse than just a broken bone. Sihan was confused by her smile. Is that something to be grateful for? What a strange girl. He finished bandaging Lita's arm and announced, there, it's done. Hope it helps. She bowed her head in thanks. Mr. Sihan, he said, no need to be formal. Relax. It's no big deal. Lita happily excused herself. Well then, I'll be on my way. Sihan watched her walk past, his face blank. His jaw dropped as he shouted, where are you going? Aren't we traveling together? Wait, how are you going to get out of the forest with an injured arm? Like that? Lita calmly turned back and said, if I'm just more careful than usual. Sihan cut her off. Just being more careful won't solve the problem. I'll help you. I'm partly responsible for you being hunted, and I can't leave an injured person behind. She looked at him blankly, not understanding. Lita looked up at the sky, thinking for a moment. Then she smiled brightly. Okay, I'm counting on you, Mr. Sihan. He thought doubtfully. Did she really have to think about it for that long? Sihan scratched his head and dropped the formal stuff. Just call me Sihan, Lita complied. Okay, Sihan, he asked curiously. So what are you going to do now? You can't stay here anymore since your identity has been exposed, she pondered. The nearest settlement is Gosen Village, but there might be search parties sent there. Let's cross this mountain and head towards the city of trade, Kanth City. The scene shifts to the palace of the Lexan Kingdom. A person was engrossed in a book in a corner of the room. Suddenly, a voice called out, Your Highness, making him turn his head. Speak. The person bowed his head and reported. The search team at Mount Nifon has sent a report. The scene changes to a long hallway full of packed bookshelves. In the middle was a small, lit walkway. Then someone slowly descended the stairs inside. He raised his hand, emitting a red spiritual energy that opened a secret mechanism. Soon after, the large doors were pushed open. This person was Lexin. His face was grim, deep in thought amidst the swirling energy. In front of him was a messy and filthy laboratory. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lexin!" grabbing his attention. The young man in the cell struggled to continue. Can you still call yourself a hero after doing something like this?" Lexin smirked. "You must be well done after half a month, descendant of Lasan. Do you know why the color of the red magic circle beneath your feet changed? The green magic circle means your mana conversion process is complete." The man roared with hatred. "I pity the people who worship you, Lexin." He feigned amusement. "Who's the pitiful one here? Isn't it the one whose heart is about to be ripped out of his body?" Hearing this, the Lasan descendant's eyes widened completely. "What?" A second later, Lexin sent the man to meet his maker. He coldly looked at the person before him, whose body was trembling uncontrollably. Soon, Lexin harvested new mana, but he still wasn't satisfied. Not enough. Lexin stood up and wondered, is the method of draining and condensing the mana of those with inferior bloodlines no longer effective? This isn't enough to break the spatial wall. He closed his eyes and mumbled, "As I thought, I need more pure Lasan blood." Suddenly, Lexin's pupils widened as if something bad was about to happen. He recalled his soldiers' report. They reported that the mission failed. They were defeated by an unknown individual and lost track of the target. He has black hair, black eyes, and an appearance similar to the Gan race. There were traces of otherworldly summoning magic, plus the black hair and black eyes. Could it be? What am I thinking? How could that guy travel through space-time again? Even if he did, I would have noticed. There's no way he could have done that. The scene shifts to a city. A voice rings out. "This is Kanth City?" Sihan walked beside Lita, chattering endlessly. Kanth City used to be called South Kalim when it was part of the old empire. I didn't recognize it because the name was changed. How nostalgic. In the past, this place was our main base, she asked in surprise. "This place?" He confirmed. "Yeah, this is a major trade hub, right? So it's very convenient to hide here because many different races pass through. There's a race called the Gan. They look very similar to Northeast Asians." Hearing this, Lita's head spun. "What now?" she exclaimed in confusion. "People who look like you? Could they be the race from the rumors? The Queen of Thieves transformation art? The transformation art. A technique where the user uses their aura to control the air around their face to make it look different. Even a small change is enough to make you look like someone else. It's known as the unique combat technique of the Queen of Thieves, Lever, along with her stealth skills." Sihan immediately retorted, "This is a combat technique I created. I'm the one who taught it to Lever. What do you think? Want me to teach you? If you learn it, hiding will be very easy." Lita quickly refused. No, I have no reason to accept your help." Sihan sighed in frustration. "It seems we're not getting any closer." "Not at all. Whatever. Anyway, we need to find a place to stay first." She watched from behind as he turned to leave, thinking, "I'm interested in learning that technique, but..." Suddenly, Sihan glanced back and asked, "Can we just find any place to stay?" Abruptly, he looked up, staring intently at the building in front of them. Lita was confused. "Sihan, do you know that inn?" His next answer left her stunned. "No, there wasn't an inn here before. This used to be the gallows." Sihan recalled the time he faced that hanging rope. He chuckled softly. "This place has changed a lot. By some miracle, we've arrived at this place. I guess we have to go in." Lita was bewildered and shouted, "What? It's not haunted, is it?" Under the clear blue sky, Sihan's voice echoed. "If it is, then I'll get to meet the people I've longed to see." No sooner said than done, they went inside the inn. The grumpy innkeeper tossed out a key. "Here, your room key. I'm fed up with the service industry." Sihan wondered why he was so angry. Lita hesitated. "It's because..." Sihan broke out in a cold sweat, pointing at his own face and yelling, "What? I've been speaking informally this whole time?" She sat down and confirmed. "Yeah. Even if you're a legendary hero, speaking informally to someone you've just met is a bit much. I'm fine with it. But that old man looks pretty old." Sihan held his head in self-reproach. "You're right. Last time, I was speaking the common tongue. There were very few people I needed to speak formally to. I unconsciously spoke informally. So have I been rude to a girl I've never met before?" Lita's reply was like a bucket of cold water to his face. "It's too late. Just keep speaking informally." Sihan's face darkened. "I'm sorry," she interrupted. "More importantly, Sihan, we've safely arrived in Kanth City. Where were you originally headed? What are you going to do now?" Sihan quickly laid out his plan. "Me? I need time to adjust to this place, so I was thinking of traveling with you for a while. So, is that okay?" Lita raised her hand to refuse. "No." he cried out in disbelief. So blunt. Sihan was speechless at her argument. I'm not the only native here, right? And I'm being hunted. So obviously, traveling with me would do more harm than good if you insist on coming with me for no reason. Let's be clear. To do that, I'll have to think about the reason why you're with me the whole time. I don't really need to do that with a bad mood, right? His face stiffened as he silently admitted. Right, that's true. But, Sihan let out a long sigh, his tone dejected. I didn't plan on saying this, but it seems I have no other choice. Lita, without me, you would definitely be caught immediately. If you use a summoning spell to call someone from another dimension, it causes a spatial tremor in this world. But in this case, I wasn't summoned. I came here on my own, so it caused almost no disturbance. I don't think anyone realized I traveled through. Also, those who try to summon otherworldly beings leave traces. Because of that, every time we move, there's a small spatial vibration. As soon as we leave a trace, the pursuit team will immediately follow us. Lita panicked and cut him off. We're still leaving traces? So no matter how far we run, it's all useless? Sihan waved his hand reassuringly. Calm down. I fainted yesterday, so I couldn't do anything. But now I've stopped the vibrations as well as the magic. While this magic is active, no one can track us. But the problem is, this magic has to be reactivated every 2 to 3 days. Now, do you understand? Lita leaned back. I definitely need you to come with me. If that's the case, she stared at Sihan, a huge question mark forming in her mind. Why do you need me? The scene shifts to the capital of the Lasan Kingdom. Xenon roared with fiery anger. Please give me another chance to restore my honor. I swear on my name I will erase this stain. Commander, I will definitely capture the cursed Lasan heir I missed last time. The commander paused in thought for a moment. He sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Look at me. Do you really think you need to do that? Even the king himself, he doesn't hold you responsible for failing such missions. And you're saying you'd rather return to the battlefield with others, with untrained soldiers rather than being under house arrest for a month? Xenon insisted. How can someone who disobeyed orders be forgiven? I believe that regaining my lost honor is the duty of a knight. The commander's jaw dropped at this declaration. He slammed his hand on the table in praise. The true definition of a knight. Very impressive. All right then, go and reclaim the honor of a knight, Commander Zenon. After that, Xenon carefully closed the door. Xenon walked down the hall thinking, they'll need money to survive. They're both swordmasters. If so, they'll likely take freelance work. Considering the direction they went, their destination is likely Kanth City. And there's only one place to register for quests. If not, then I'll search. If I use this information and pretend to look for them while investigating the quests they've taken. Alright, I should start pursuing them. But can I really? I need to focus. The one with Lasan blood, the one I need to check is the man with her. No matter how I look at it, he looks too much like him. There's no way that could be. But is he really that person? I need to confirm it. I have to see it for myself. The scene shifts to a brightly lit house in the night. A man bowed respectfully. Welcome back, Lord Tech. Tech greeted cheerfully. Oh, thank you. Leo, are these the people you mentioned? He looked at Lita and Sihan and confirmed. Yes, these are the mercenaries that Gagan introduced to us. These are the freelance swordmasters, Lita and San. Lita glanced over and whispered, You went with the name San? Sihan leaned in close to her ear. I just picked a name that sounded like mine. Even if you accidentally call me by my real name, we can just brush it off. At that moment, Leo introduced them. Both of them are swordmasters. Warriors who can use aura are called swordmasters. These individuals are divided into 6 different ranks. Seed level, those who can use aura to enhance their physical strength. Warrior level, these are those who can fuse their mastered metal weapons with aura to create an aura blade. Most swordmasters are at this level. Those who reach the knight level can channel their aura into the armor they wear. Once they reach the master level, they can fuse aura with non-metallic weapons. Those above that level can fuse aura with air to manifest a sword, known as the transcendent level. In history, there have only been a few who could conquer those milestones to become a master of aura usage, a god-level swordmaster. Sihan is indeed a god-level swordmaster, but due to the effects of his spatial travel, he has used up all his aura and sword energy, and his mana. Sihan closed his eyes and lamented internally. I only have enough aura to reach the warrior level. How humiliating. But Tech was excited. You're a warrior level? That's impressive for someone so young. It's good to have you two here. Tomorrow, the combat team will depart. You two get some rest and wait until morning. Not long after, he lay stretched out on the bed, groaning. Earning money is exhausting. This mercenary work. If it were back then, I could just pick a noble and rob them blind. Lita was dusting off her sleeves. Seeing him, she turned and asked, A legendary hero also steals from others? Sihan revealed tiredly. The girl I once loved was a thief. She imagined a thrilling romance between 2 worlds, a dangerous, reincarnated love story, as told by him. And it wasn't just simple theft, there was some justice in our actions. All the nobles in the empire were villains. It seems I can't do things like that anymore. I guess I have no other choice. It's best that I do my best and earn money legally by taking others' lives and letting their blood splatter. Lita was shocked. She blurted out. Anyone who heard that would see things differently. Si-Han changed the subject. The quest is to suppress monsters, right? She nodded. Yes. It seems a pack of firewolves has appeared near the Basin territory. Although they assembled a combat team to eliminate them, they failed due to a lack of forces. Now they've decided to hire freelance masters to help them destroy the wolf pack. He nonchalantly recalled. Fire-breathing wolves, right? It's been a long time. 13 years ago. The first monster I ever faced was a fire wolf. My friends and I were trying to eliminate them in the forest and, suddenly, Si-Han remembered the words of his old comrades. You're too strong, Si-Han. Too many people love you. We will be the ones to shape the future of this world. It made him freeze for a few seconds, his eyes filled with hatred. Si-Han sat up abruptly, changing the subject. Well, this mission will be a good warm-up. Since I've lost a lot of aura, these wolves will be a suitable opponent. Lita was worried. But Si-Han, are you sure you really lost your power? You defeated me with just a spoon and easily handled the pursuit squad. Si-Han held up a finger and asserted. That's what I mean. I needed a spoon to take you down. Do you know how weak I've become? He thought to himself. Even though she's right, it's still frustrating. He spread his hands and explained. Anyway, it's fine that my aura is weaker because I have experience to make up for it. Just because they're at a lower level doesn't mean the winner of the multinational tournament will lose to anyone, she asked, confused. Lower what? And what multinational tournament? Si-Han quickly brushed it off. Never mind. Let's go to sleep. Go back to your room. The scene changes to the next morning. The sun was at its peak. Tech spoke up. The sun has risen. Those monsters, they dare to set foot on our territory? I will ensure they all pay the price. Follow me if you are willing. I, Tech of Basin, knighted by King Gatsiza himself, will personally take care of you. Si-Han stood in the crowd, looking bored as the soldiers cheered. They were in a commotion. He's wearing full gear. Although it doesn't help much against monsters, it looks heavy too, Si-Han whispered to Lita. It seems the knights in these parts are still the same. Oh, speaking of which, how's your arm? Lita quickly replied. It's better, thanks to you healing it with your aura. He instructed her. Good, get into a fighting stance first. She was startled for a moment. Why? The people in front were looking around. Si-Han revealed, I smell sulfur near us. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow darted through the bushes, startling someone into a loud shout. Tech panicked and ordered. Everyone, halt! Everyone, prepare for battle! The crowd was terrified as the beasts charged. The firewolves are here. Tech drew his sword. Come on, you filthy beasts of the night. Your dark flames can't even touch my sword. Before he could finish his sentence, Tech was sent flying by a wolf. Si-Han stood to the side and criticized. That's why you should take off the armor. You got hit by an attack you could have dodged. Lying on the ground, Tech retorted. How can a knight fight without proper armor? Meanwhile, the others fought the firewolves while shouting encouragement. Be careful, hold the formation, we can still win. This time we have a swordmaster with us. As soon as he said that, Si-Han sent a wolf to its death. He glanced over and thought, they're easier to kill than I thought. If I were serious, I could handle all of them myself. But I won't do that, because it would attract too much attention. Forget that. Do they really need mercenaries just to deal with these monsters? Suddenly, a few people turned around and screamed. They looked in fear at a ferocious firewolf charging towards them. What is that? With its huge body, a scar over one eye, and swirling spiritual energy, the crowd immediately recognized it. It's the alpha firewolf. Si-Han bared his teeth and smiled. I see. So there's a leader. Si-Han gripped his sword tightly, facing the ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the other knights scrambled to escape, shouting, A demon beast! Run! Tech shouted encouragement. Don't panic. This is an opportunity. If we take down the alpha, they'll lose their will to fight. I'm leaving it to you two. San, Lita. I'll protect the soldiers. This made him furious. Si-Han complained. So we have to do all the dangerous work? Being a mercenary is tough. Lita, you handle the alpha. I'll block the other beasts from getting close. Hearing this, she let out a startled cry. Then, as he faced the charging beast, he asked, I really don't like running. We can handle these weak wolves, right? Si-Han knocked it aside and reminded her. Now is the time. Lita quickly charged forward, shouting, Okay. The alpha firewolf let out a thunderous roar as she leaped towards it. Immediately, the firewolf spewed a brilliant blue flame. Lita quickly dodged to the side. A second later, she lunged forward, slashing a line across its body. The firewolf grew even more enraged, growling a few times. Lita refused to give up, her eyes filled with determination. She struck a decisive blow right between its eyes. Seeing this, Sihan exclaimed as expected. "You're strong. I don't have to worry about." Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly widened to their limit. The firewolf suddenly unleashed a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. It even stunned Lita. The firewolf instantly erupted with blue lightning. It blasted her straight back. It seized the opportunity and ran off with Lita's body. Sihan panicked and shouted her name. "Lita!" Back to the previous night, she had asked. "Sihan, why do you need me?" Sihan thought for a moment, then spoke. "I think I should be honest to avoid complications later. The first time I was summoned to this world, it was by sacrificing the heart of a Lasan royal. That's why I could stay here regardless of the Emperor's will. However, the way I came to this world this time is more like a summoning ritual than a heart sacrifice pact. My existence in this world is maintained by the link between me and the summoner." Back to the present, Sihan gritted his teeth and ran, thinking. In other words, if she dies, I'll be forcibly sent back to Earth. By now, she had fainted, her face filled with pain. He blamed himself, clenching his jaw. "I can't run any faster because I'm out of mana. I'm running while trying to slowly reduce the mana drain." His heart ached. "I waited 10 years to come back to this place. I was even prepared to fall naked from the sky just to get back. You think I'll allow myself to be sent back in such a humiliating way?" Sihan's sword was now brimming with spiritual energy. He pointed his weapon forward, summoning his ultimate technique, Dragon Sword Key. This movement made the firewolf's pupils light up. Then, a brilliant light shot straight towards it with an echoing roar. Sihan charged forward, making a sharp cut across the firewolf's neck. He let out a sharp breath as blood sprayed from behind him. Sihan collapsed next to Lita, his voice trembling. "We're alive. I almost went back home when I tried to relax." Time passed, and the forest at night was unusually quiet. He sat before the fire and asked, "How's your body? You were bitten by a demon beast. Does it hurt?" Lita turned and replied, "Yes, my whole body aches, but I don't think it intended to kill me. Come to think of it, wolves have a habit of offering living prey to their alpha, a swordmaster like me being treated as food." Hearing this, Sihan chuckled. She wondered, "It's the first time I've seen a wolf use lightning like that. Is it a mutated beast?" He answered nonchalantly, "Whatever. We killed it, so it'll be fine." Lita suddenly glanced over as if something was bothering her. Sihan was slightly surprised when she called him. "Hey, Sihan, I didn't think I needed to know before, but now I want to know, since we're comrades. Why are you hiding your identity? The current kingdoms were all founded by your allies. No matter where you go, you'd be treated as an honored guest of the royal family." His face went blank. "Honored royal guest? I'm lucky I didn't get a death sentence. Right after I killed the Emperor, my comrades stabbed me in the back. I was forcibly sent back to Earth by a return spell. It all happened in a few minutes, but I still remember it vividly even after 10 years. I can't understand why they betrayed me. Not a single one of them hesitated. It definitely wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. What was I thinking back then? How did I not realize their true intentions after all those years together?" As he finished, the air grew quiet before the crackling fire. Sihan watched Lita and wondered, is she shocked? Probably. She just got dragged into a conflict with all the kingdoms of Toronto. She clapped her hands in realization. "So you came back for revenge? That's why you're hiding your identity." He was a bit bewildered. "Do you understand what I just said?" Lita nodded. "Yeah." "Why?" Sihan threw his hands up and shouted, "Why are you so calm?" "I just said I'm going to fight against all 6 kingdoms of Toronto," Lita explained. "The 6 kingdoms are my enemies anyway. I've been fighting them for 10 years. I never had a choice from the beginning, so I'll do my best." He was speechless. So optimistic in the face of despair, she said cheerfully. "I get it from my father," Sihan grimaced. "From the Emperor?" Lita quickly denied it. "Not that madman. My real father, Kian." Suddenly, his whole body stiffened as if he had discovered something. Sihan turned to the side and warned her. "Wait a minute, something is heading this way." They both stood up together as a voice echoed. "Someone's coming?" Lita asked nervously. "Do you think that's an enemy?" Sihan looked over. "I'm not sure. They couldn't have followed us all the way here. Maybe they're just soldiers from Barcelona who were left behind? It's better to be cautious," she whispered in agreement. "Right." Just then, a figure appeared. The person slowly emerged from behind a bush. They both froze at his words. "Excuse me, could I ask for directions?" Lita and Sihan's jaws dropped. They were completely speechless. Looking at his face, they immediately recognized him. It was Xenon, the captain of Lesson's investigation team. Xenon pointed to his own face. A voice rang out. "I can't believe it." Lita quickly drew her sword. She coldly swung her blade in front of him, startling him. He dodged and tried to explain. "Wait a minute, I don't want to fight." Just then, Sihan appeared right behind Xenon. He summoned mana into his hand. "Maybe," he said. "But just in case, I'm going to have to knock you out." Sihan immediately launched the man into the air. Xenon gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This skill. I knew my suspicion was correct." Then, he clenched his fist. Spiritual energy flared around his body. Sihan was also surprised by Xenon's skill. He landed swiftly on the ground. Sihan was curious. "How did you break that skill?" "It was an early technique I used when I was young. Most of my old comrades didn't even know about it." He stared intently at Xenon. "Who are you?" Xenon's breathing grew heavy. He mumbled, "I'm sure of it." Sihan was startled when Xenon reached for a pouch at his side. He shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you opening that pouch?" A second later, Sihan's expression froze solid. He pulled out an object that emitted a blinding light. Xenon held up a piece of fabric with both hands. He shouted with reverence, "Are these boxer shorts yours?" The brilliant golden light stunned Lita and Sihan. Sihan watched Xenon's triumphant face. He thought, "Boxer shorts?" Sihan's face darkened. He ordered, "Lita, take him down." Xenon quickly stopped them. "Wait, it's a misunderstanding." "I was nervous, so I misspoke." Sihan erupted in anger. "It's not what you said that's wrong, it's those damn boxer shorts. Die." Xenon kept waving the shorts, shouting, "I surrender, I surrender." Sihan was furious. "Why are you waving boxers instead of a white flag?" "Lita, get him, I'll assist you." Just then, the name Sung Sihan on the underwear caught his eye. Sihan stammered, That's Korean. And that's my handwriting. They're really my boxer shorts." Xenon blushed, then confirmed, "That's right. You're Sung Sihan, the savior from another world, right?" "I knew I wasn't wrong." Sihan covered his face and sighed. "Oh, I forgot my shapeshifting is useless." Xenon asked excitedly, "Do you still remember me? I'm Xenon. You saved me in Vion Village 12 years ago." Sihan was stunned. "Vion Village? 12 years ago?" He remembered standing before him in that fierce battle. "Yes. You used that skill to defeat all the invading Royal Army soldiers and saved my life. I later found out that my savior was the hero known as the Savior from Another World. After learning Ki and becoming a sword master, I finally understood how Sihan circulated Ki throughout his body and created a world. It was a skill with deep meaning for Sihan, a man who didn't want to kill even his enemies." Sihan smirked and thought, "I remember now. I was just testing a new skill back then." What a grandiose interpretation. Well, if he's the kid from 12 years ago, Sihan was confused. "So, you're younger than me?" Xenon smiled. "I'm 22 this year," Sihan scoffed. "You look older than your age." Xenon brushed it off. "Appearance is just a shell. Isn't it what's inside that counts?" Sihan was flabbergasted. "Where did you hear such crazy talk?" Xenon retorted, "You were the one who said it." Sihan remembered that day. He was just a middle schooler. He'd spouted some nonsense about appearances being a shell. He cringed. "Did I really say that?" He quickly changed the subject. "All right, fine. I get that you admire me, but still. Carrying around underwear is a bit much. Can you please put it away?" Xenon's face lit up. "It's not just this. From mini statues, to every book ever written about Sihan, the memorable hero, the biography of Sung Sihan, imagination across two worlds, a dangerous otherworldly romance, a new philosophy on the savior from another world. There were even portraits of Sihan. I collect everything related to you, Sihan." After hearing this, Sihan's nose twitched and his face darkened. Xenon continued his introduction. "Among them, these boxer shorts are very special. You wore them when you defeated the mad tyrant. I saved up 6 months' salary to buy them." Sihan broke out in a cold sweat. He bit his lip and pleaded internally, "I get it, so please just put them away." Xenon suddenly knelt down. He offered up his sword. "I swore an oath to Emperor Lesson only because he was your comrade. Please allow Xenon's eyes to become your sword." Sihan was quite surprised. "What would you do if I became Lesson's enemy?" Xenon replied seriously. "Then he would become my enemy as well." Xenon's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Sihan saw this and thought, "Those eyes." He seemed serious. He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. "Well, since you know my identity, I can't just let you go." Sihan reached out and took the hilt of the sword. He pointed the blade to the ground. He stood before Xenon and declared, "I will accept your sword, Xenon Zhe." He smiled with satisfaction after hearing his name. Xenon clenched his fists and shouted, "I'll do my best, Sir Sihan. I won't disappoint you. Let me take care of the other hellhound for you." Sihan pointed. "That's already been taken care of." "Don't you see the alpha's corpse over there?" Xenon stammered. "Who? But hellhounds always travel in pairs. Weren't you using the male's corpse to lure out the female?" Sihan's pupils widened for a moment. Both he and Lita froze on the spot. Just then, the female hellhound appeared. Sihan groaned. What timing? The female hellhound's eyes glowed with killing intent. Sihan was angry and blamed himself. "I should have let her go. There were 2 alphas. Why didn't I think of that?" Lita teased him. How could a veteran like Sihan forget something so basic? He shot back. It's been 10 years. Ask a lawyer to solve a math equation. You think they can? She wondered. Math? Sihan scratched his head. Anyway, Xenon stepped in. Sihan, please let me handle it alone. I will show you my skills. Sihan narrowed his eyes and agreed. All right, go ahead. He immediately charged toward the Hellhound with his giant sword. Xenon held it in front of him. His aura flared as he thought, I've finally met the hero I've admired my whole life, and I've been given the chance to offer him my sword. But what kind of image did I present to him? He gloomily remembered his past mistakes. Getting stuck in the ground. Twice. Xenon suddenly let out a loud shout. He summoned a golden mana and vowed to himself, I will show Sir Sihan my true power and win back his favor. Lita couldn't help but be impressed. What amazing ki. Sihan sighed again. Why is he so dramatic? At that moment, the Hellhound lunged forward. It let out a fierce growl. Xenon quickly slashed at its body. His pupils glowed brightly. He roared. Then he unleashed a flurry of sharp slashes on the Hellhound. She frowned in admiration. Incredible. He isn't being pushed back by that huge beast. He's actually forcing it back. I see. He was holding back against me. Sihan stroked his chin. Lita, you're very strong for your age. But this kid is pretty good too. He's quite talented. Lita questioned him. You call that quite talented? Then what's a genius? Sihan closed his eyes and replied. Well, the people I met before were all geniuses. I'm not a genius. I'm just special because I'm from Earth. The real genius is Leve. She pursed her lips and looked at him without saying a word. Now, a blazing red spiritual power poured from the Hellhound's mouth. It shot a blast of fire straight ahead. Xenon stood within the energy, roaring. Flames like these can't touch me. He jumped onto the Hellhound's head and shouted. It's over. Lita's jaw dropped. Sihan was stunned. That stance looks familiar. Despite his bravado, a second later, Xenon was struck by a bolt of lightning. He fell to the ground amid a cloud of smoke and dust. Sihan crossed his arms and thought, déjà vu. Lita put her hand to her chin, horrified. Are you saying I was defeated just as pathetically? Xenon stood up in shock and yelled. What was that? Why can a Hellhound use lightning attacks? Lita drew her weapon. This time, let me. Sihan stopped her. No, that's enough. If the opponent is using magic, let me finish it. A realization dawned on her. I understand. It's because Sihan is from another world. The reason the Mad Tyrant's monster army was so terrifying might have been their strength, but the main reason was that magic is useless against beings from another world. No matter how powerful a mage is, they're nothing before someone from another world. The same goes for Sung Sihan, a human from another world. The Hellhound continued to spew terrifying flames, but he walked right through the flames, completely unharmed. Sorry, but it's useless. I survived when I first came here thanks to absolute magic nullification. I was trying to avoid it because there were so many people around. But now, I have nothing to worry about. Just as he said that, Sihan was struck by a lightning bolt and cried out in pain. Xenon's jaw dropped at the sight. Lita was speechless. She thought, déjà vu. He immediately shouted, Don't copy me. What's happening? Why did magic work on me? This has never happened before. Sihan gritted his teeth, his cheeks flushed red. He unleashed a beautiful slash, sending blood flying everywhere. He roared, You embarrassed me. A few seconds later, the Hellhound's body collapsed to the ground. Sihan bit his lip and wondered, I was definitely fine against its flames. So why did the lightning injure me? Lita and Xenon rushed over. Xenon asked worriedly, Are you okay? Sir Sihan. Sihan snapped. Drop the sir. Just call me Sihan. We didn't meet online or something. Xenon stammered in confusion. Huh? I wouldn't dare. Suddenly, a light emanated from the Hellhound's body, attracting their attention. Its body gradually turned into small fragments that flew away in the air. The three of them just stared as the Hellhound's body slowly vanished. Sihan was stunned. What the hell? I don't understand. The scene changes to the next day. The sky is clear. The quest giver greeted them cheerfully. Oh, you're still alive. Thank God. And thanks to you, all the monsters have disappeared from the territory. Here is your mission reward, 600 silver coins. Afterward, Sihan held the money and turned to Lita. Considering our future efforts, this isn't much. But getting this much for just one mission is still great, isn't it? Should we take on 5 or 6 missions and complete them all at once? She shot down the idea. It's not like there are always missions available. We were just lucky to get an extra one this time. Hearing that, his mood soured. I guess so. Xenon saw them and approached. Sir Sihan. No, Sihan. Have you finished your mission? You said you needed money, right? Here's 100 gold coins. Lita and Sihan's eyes widened at the sight of the money bag. Sihan asked suspiciously, 100 gold coins? Where did you get that much money? Xenon pursed his lips and hesitated. It's from the holy relic left by the savior from another world. The boxer shorts. I sold them. Sihan's face darkened as he blamed himself. Why did I even ask? Xenon continued tearfully. As long as it helps you, Sihan. Lita stared at him and added, it seems Sihan's underwear is very expensive. He blushed and yelled, don't look at me. It's not that my underwear is expensive. Those were a limited edition, Xenon suddenly asked. So what are you going to do now? This should be enough. I don't think you need to be a mercenary here anymore. Sihan opened the money bag and reached inside, pondering. From here, we can go to 3 kingdoms. I haven't decided where to go first, but I'll go to the weakest one. As he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. Lita and Xenon looked at the coin. Sihan's words echoed in their ears. I never thought I'd see that face again like this. All right, I've decided. Our destination is the north. He observed the familiar face engraved on it. He emphasized, to the kingdom of Gasinga. The scene shifts to a laboratory in the kingdom of Lesson. An image of the man appeared in the magic mirror. Emperor Lesson. Bannon is here, he asked. It's been a while, Archmage Bannon. Today isn't a regular report day. Why did you contact me? The old man hesitated. Ah, it's about the disposal of test subjects 11 and 12. I think we no longer need to hire anyone. It seems the Kingdom of Basin handled it themselves. Lesson sighed. Is that so? That's understandable. 11 and 12 weren't very strong monsters. Bannon struggled to speak. Also, we've lost test subject 1 as well. This news made him furious. He yelled, what? Bannon, what kind of work are you people doing? How dare you call yourself the head of the Blue Tower? The 4 magic towers of London have existed for thousands of years. They consist of the red, white, blue, and black towers. The first emperor of the Lesson Kingdom, also the strongest mage in history, gathered all the magical knowledge scattered across Brunner and established 4 towers to pass it down to future generations. All magical knowledge was classified and distributed to different floors. They could learn magic according to their skill level. If they met the requirements, they could ascend to a higher floor to learn more advanced magic. This meant the floor of the ivory tower a person reached represented their skill as a mage. The 9th floor, master of the red ivory tower, Lev. He sneered. Do you remember the only reason you were allowed to become the head of the blue ivory tower, despite being unqualified? Because all the qualified people were executed. Do you want to be kicked out of that position? Another archmage just like you is on the 8th floor. Bannon, I'll give you one last chance. Make sure to dispose of test subject 1 quickly and erase all traces. The old man obeyed in fear. Yes, I won't mess up this time. After he spoke, Lesson's image vanished. Bannon stood there stunned, then sighed. He then turned and walked away, muttering, at least I have one more chance. The scene shifts to Dayton, Georgia, the capital of the Jazinga Kingdom. A person walked quickly down the hallway. The man bowed and opened the door. Your Majesty, the man cheered happily. What is it, Kure? Want to come have a drink? Gasinda Lotanba, the first emperor of the Gasinga Kingdom. The old man bowed and asked, Your Majesty, are you throwing another party? The man laughed. For a man, what could be more fun? The days of being chased by the Empire feel like a distant dream, Kure advised with concern. I'm worried you're partying too much and neglecting state affairs. Your Majesty, I fear your subjects will begin to look down on you. Gasinda raised his wine glass to reassure him. Don't worry, I'm not a bad emperor. I'm using my own money, so it's not a big deal. The old man was speechless. The problem is that all that money comes from your subjects. The man crossed his arms smugly. I don't impose a 60% tax on the people like the previous emperor. Kure thought to himself, you impose a 50% tax. Gasinda spread his arms wide, self-righteously. I didn't burn down hundreds of villages, forcing tens of thousands of people to become slaves, did I? The old man thought. You punished hundreds of villages and forced tens of thousands into the army. The man rambled on. Finally, I deserve a big reward after overthrowing that emperor, right? What else can you say? Remember how cruel the last emperor was? How dare you compare him to me? After all, beggars can't be choosers. Beggars can't be choosers. The old man spoke loudly, but the man cut him off. Kure. His face darkened, his tone filled with killing intent. I think you should go now. These words made the old man's face turn pale with fear. Kure could only bow his head and retreat. Yes, Your Majesty. The old man stood behind the door, weeping. His Majesty is going too far. The Emperor was certainly a force on the battlefield in wartime, but he doesn't have the qualities of a ruler. If only there was a subordinate who could convince the Emperor to be a better ruler. Inside, Gasinda looked outside and muttered, I was having a good time, but now my mood is ruined. Should I give that old man an early retirement? Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and called out loudly. Your Majesty! Kellen cheerfully praised him. Savior of the world, hero among heroes. It's an honor to meet you, Emperor Gasinga. The man lit up with excitement. Oh, Duke Kellen. He strode over and patted his shoulder. Sorry to disturb you, but there's a matter that needs your attention. Please forgive me. Cassandra laughed heartily. Of course. I've always liked you, Kellen. What is it? He presented a stack of documents. Oh, nothing much. Just some paperwork that needs your attention. The man frowned and picked up a sheet to look at it. Then Cassandra tossed the paper aside. He turned and said, You can handle it. The Emperor's duty is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I don't have time for these trivial matters. The scene shifts to the western outskirts of Letizio, the capital of the Lexinga kingdom. Before them stood an old-looking house. Lita spoke up. So you really bought a house in Layton, Sihan? He put his hands on his hips and replied, Yeah, if we stay at an inn for too long, we'll attract a lot of attention, right? Just think of this as a temporary base of operations. Xenon agreed. That's right, Sihan. But, Sihan wondered, is there a problem? He clenched his fist, looking pitiful. To think the great Sihan has to stay in such a shabby place. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have sold my house to help pay for a better place. Meanwhile, Sihan and she had already started walking. Shall we go inside? Inside the messy house, he muttered. Not as bad as I thought, Lita agreed. Yeah, I think a little cleaning will make it livable. Suddenly, they both felt a menacing presence behind them. Xenon yelled in frustration. This place is cursed. We can't stay in a place like this. You two, don't disturb my cleaning. Soon after, the house was filled with loud noises and blinding flashes of light. Sihan and she widened their eyes. They watched from outside, wondering, is that the normal sound of someone cleaning? In a flash, the place was spotless. He announced, It's done. Sihan, Lita, it's still shabby, but at least it's good enough for us to stay in. Sihan's jaw dropped in amazement. Wow, that's amazing. Xenon scratched his nose smugly. We just need to buy some furniture and we'll be set. There was one spot left unclean. Sihan sighed. Xenon, why are you so obsessed with cleaning? She thought to herself, if I ever have to fight Xenon, I'll spit on the ground. Sihan grinned with satisfaction. Anyway, good job. This is a great start. Cassandra's face immediately popped into Sihan's head. He exclaimed excitedly, Now that we have a base, let's get ready to deal with Cassandra. Xenon looked at his palms and explained. Currently, the continent of Brunner is ruled by a council of kingdoms, divided into 2 strong, 2 medium, and 2 weak nations. The 2 strongest are the Kingdom of Lesson and the Theocracy of Natra. The 2 medium-powered nations are the Kingdom of Safin and Payon. The Kingdom of Lysenda and Urbante are the 2 weakest nations. These 2 have stated they are content with their current policies and haven't developed in the last 10 years. This is also why there have been many major conflicts between the kingdoms. The most serious recent incident was the Kahan War. It was a conflict between the Kingdom of Lesson and the Theocracy of Ignatius over the rule of Kahan City. Fearing this would lead to a full-scale war, the remaining kingdoms intervened, rather violently. At that time, Cassandra declared loudly, No matter who it is, if it's about control of Kahan City, I will fight against them. He continued, although they are the 2 strongest kingdoms, their power isn't that much greater than the others. So Cassandra's intervention was enough to stop them. In the end, the 2 kingdoms came to an agreement with the Kingdom of Cassandra to share control of Kahan City among the 3 of them. Sihan rested his chin on his hand and remarked, So you mean they're just bickering with each other? Not bad. I didn't expect them to have a good relationship anyway. When it comes to power, there's always a distinction between gains and losses. Besides, the people who drove me out in the first place couldn't have been good people. Xenon clenched his fist and shouted, That's right, they are wicked people who used schemes to get rid of the true hero. I can't believe I swore an oath to people like that. How naive I was. Sihan cut him off. Hey, I'm not dead yet. They didn't get rid of me. Sihan leaned to one side and hesitated. Anyway, he turned to her and asked, How's your training going, Lita? She looked over, her voice weak. Oh, Sihan. Lita gritted her teeth and transformed into an ugly person with the shape-shifting technique, making him spit out his drink. She turned away and sighed. Failed again. This is pretty hard. My original appearance returns immediately. Why? Sihan clutched his stomach, his whole body shaking. It's nothing. Don't be in such a hurry. Just calm down and think of it as an invisible hand covering your face. Make it feel like your aura is hiding your face. Instead of thinking the aura will change your face, think of it as wearing a disguise of invisible energy. Then use your aura to fix it in place. Lita narrowed her eyes and called out softly, Sihan, this is the 3rd time you've said that. Can't you explain it differently? I don't understand what you're saying at all. Sihan scratched his head. To be honest, I'm not sure either. I'm just telling you exactly how Leva explained it. She looked confused. So you're not explaining it the way you learned it? Sihan admitted he couldn't, which made Xenon and her very curious. He pointed a thumb at himself. I'm from Earth. People from Earth and Londoners have the same body shape. However, there's a clear difference between them, and that's how they perceive aura and magic. Since they aren't born with an aura, Londoners have to train hard to feel and control it. To compare, it's like finding something in a closet they can't see into. But for Sihan, an earthling, it's like having a light shining inside the closet. He held up his hands, emitting a blinding aura. I've been able to use aura from the very beginning. The same goes for magic. Because of that, I was able to perfect my aura and magic skills to their peak in just 3 years. Lita was jealous. What the heck? That's cheating. The fact that you're from Earth is so unfair. Sihan gave a forced smile. That's why I said I'm not a genius. But according to Lesson's research, he said it's because I'm from another world. Not because I'm from Earth. Something about my body and senses being reset because I traveled through dimensions. She scoffed. I can't believe you could achieve such skill just by traveling through space. Just as I thought, it's a scam. He waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, that's why I can teach you but can't explain it clearly. So you'll have to try and learn it on your own. Lita stammered. What if? Sihan's eyes widened. She posed a big question. If a Londoner went to Earth and came back, would they gain the same abilities? He was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Then Sihan replied, I don't know. Just then, the ground shook violently. The three of them stumbled in confusion, looking at the tremors. Lita cried out in alarm. What's happening? Xenon guessed. An earthquake? Sihan denied it, alarmed. No, don't tell me. This energy. The scene changes. The ground is cracked, smoke everywhere. An injured person lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, a giant monster appeared from behind. People ran for their lives, screaming, Help me! It opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The monster raised its head and let out a chilling roar. The crowd panicked. It's a Leokan. Run! Suddenly, a girl tripped and fell hard. The monster immediately raised its hand, revealing its sharp claws. In the nick of time, Sihan rushed forward and blocked the attack with his sword. To others, Sihan looked a bit strange like this. He glanced back and asked, Are you okay? Xenon held the hilt of his sword behind his back. My god, it looks like there are at least 30 of them. Sihan looked in that direction and continued, I can't believe monsters would charge into the city like this. How bad is the government system here? He pursed his lips and thought, how can monsters appear in the middle of the city? And they're the kind that usually live deep in the mountains? This is suspicious. Sihan faced them and ordered, I don't like attracting attention to myself, but let's save everyone first. Lita and Xenon shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Xenon gritted his teeth and charged at a nearby monster. She and he, on either side, unleashed sharp slashes at them. Suddenly, a foot stomped down hard behind the three of them. The leader of the soldiers shouted, Stop! Lita recognized them immediately. They're Gazinda's knights. Sihan guessed, Looks like they've finally arrived. Good, it seems there won't be any more casualties. All they need to do is handle the remaining monsters. Before he could finish his sentence, they were surrounded by the soldiers. The leader shouted, Didn't we tell you to stop? From now on, the Black Lion Knights will take charge of this area. Civilians, fall back, she retorted angrily. What did you say? Are those the words you should say when you see people dying here? Instead of stopping us, you should be killing the monsters. The group pointed their swords at the three. He yelled, Quiet. Didn't we tell you to fall back? This is the king's order. Are you trying to defy the king's command? Zenon saw this and turned to ask, What should we do? Suddenly, Sihan's eyes shot wide open. He quickly turned his head back. From a distance, someone approached with a brilliant aura. Sihan gritted his teeth and thought, This familiar presence. I'm sure of it. Each firm step was accompanied by a rising spiritual energy in the air. He felt that presence and confirmed to himself, It's that bastard's aura. Gacinda's voice rang out, How dare these monsters touch my people? There's nothing to worry about, my people. I will now protect you. Gacinda, full of confidence, commanded. Black Lion Knights, protect the citizens. I'll take care of them. The soldiers stood before the people and chanted, Yes, your majesty. Sihan, in the crowd, pursed his lips and muttered, Gacinda. The man grinned, baring his teeth. I've been feeling a bit stiff lately. I'll kill every single one of you, you monsters. The people watching were in awe. Unbelievable. He's holding 2 giant axes in his hands. Gacinda rushed forward, delivering 2 powerful strikes to 2 monsters. He laughed loudly as their blood sprayed. You're all ridiculous. Pathetic monsters. Seeing this, they hesitated for a moment. The monsters immediately turned and fled. Gacinda narrowed his eyes and cursed. Trying to run? He lifted 1 foot. Don't even think about it. Then Gacinda stomped hard on the ground, summoning a magic circle and pushing his spiritual power in all directions. Xenon's jaw dropped. Could that be a battle seal? This is the first time I've seen it in person. Lita repeated the words, Battle seal? He confirmed, yes. Only a sword master above the transcendent level can use it. It's a form of magic seal that uses combat energy. Now, the man pulled back his fist to build momentum. Take this. Then, Gacinda's punch became gigantic, sending the monsters flying with his ultimate move, Giant's Fist. The citizens immediately cheered excitedly. His Majesty has defeated all the monsters. Lita put her hand to her mouth and whispered, He's truly a monster. Zenon stroked his chin. This is the power of a transcendent swordmaster. Meanwhile, Sihan frowned and concluded, Now I understand the situation. Gacinda, this guy, staged this whole thing to win the people's trust. The monster invasion was just an elaborate show to stage him protecting the people. That's why they stopped us. Because we weren't allowed to defeat the monsters before the king arrived. Despite the truth, this method is still effective on the public. But I didn't think Gacinda would resort to this. Though aggressive and simple-minded, he has beliefs that are not easily swayed. But who would have thought he'd stoop so low just to be famous? Sihan pursed his lips, his face darkening. He groaned inwardly. Such a genuine expression. Is he that good of an actor? Meanwhile, the people praised him endlessly. Your Majesty is truly the strongest. Gacinda, you saved hundreds of lives today. Hooray for the revolutionary hero. Sihan was a little curious. Could it be that he looked at the man's excited face and wondered, doesn't he know this was staged? Perhaps this was orchestrated by his subordinates. They're toying with state affairs and pulling stunts like this just to please the king. Good lord, I'd rather he be corrupt. I knew he was an idiot before. Suddenly, Gacinda glanced back with a serious expression. Seeing this, Sihan was startled and let out a small gasp. The man stared at Sihan and Zenon, thinking, that young man. This is the first time I've seen him, but he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Gacinda pursed his lips, deep in thought. A soldier spoke up. Your Majesty, we should return to the castle. The man nodded. Ah, right. Gacinda placed his axe on his shoulder and smirked to himself. I'm sure it's nothing. Then the people cheered again. Hooray for our king! Sihan thought to himself, I know he's a fool, but his physique is still like a mobile fortress. Just like 10 years ago. Even if the world changes, Gacinda's skills haven't faded at all. It's not yet time for me to reveal myself. For now, I must act cautiously and prepare everything perfectly. 10 days have passed since Sung Sihan and his companions settled in the capital of Letizio. Lita has enrolled in a basic shape-shifting class and has reached a level where she can partially change her appearance. Zenon has learned more about the mountain-shattering technique from Sihan, the creator of this fighting style. And he, who has focused on leveling up his combat energy and magic, has been able to release more than 3 times the amount since their return to Brunner. While they were independently training to hone their skills and quietly waiting for the right moment, soldiers quickly posted a large notice on the information board. The content was, currently, in the Basin region, cruel heretics are controlling a group of monsters to cause chaos for the populace and shaking the whole world. The wise king has ordered their punishment. The kingdom is now summoning heroes from far and wide. If you wish to contribute to this honorable battle, step forward and join the expedition team to build your reputation. Sihan squinted. Heretics? I can't see it very well. Zenon put his hand on his head and added, It's the space sect. During the reign of the Mad Emperor, in many parts of Brunner, there was a ruling group of heretics who worshipped Held, the true god of the outer world. I heard they were conquered by the Lesson Empire, but they must have regrouped recently. It says here they've been conquered. They're using a new doctrine to lure people, he chuckled. No matter the era, it seems people's belief in religion never changes. Sihan made a face when Zenon revealed. They're now called Sihan Reborn. He turned to him. Huh? What are they called? Zenon explained. The savior from another world. Sung Sihan is actually the son of the outer world god Held, and he was sent to Brunner to punish the deceitful world. The deceitful 6 revolutionary heroes destroyed the Lesson Empire. Sung Sihan wanted to bring the residents of Brunner to the heavenly place called Earth, but was stopped by the evil 6 revolutionary heroes, and he returned alone to be with Held. That's the story. Sihan broke out in a sweat, feeling that there are some true elements in it, which makes it even more uncomfortable. He sighed and said, Anyway, this is an opportunity. To conquer the heretics who are pushing innocent people into chaos is a suitable mission for the king. Based on Gacinda's personality, he will definitely lead the expedition. We'll also join this expedition. When we leave the kingdom, the number of his guards will decrease, and we'll use that opportunity to approach Gacinda. The scene changes to the city gate. A man shouted, Everyone, line up! I have been commanded by the great revolutionary hero King Gacinda to lead this team. I am Duke Helen. You will all be rewarded handsomely for your achievements. So, follow me loyally. Lita was surprised. Who will be leading directly? Sihan was completely confused. It seems we'll have a hard time even without Gacinda. I thought for sure that Bastard would show up himself. Well, if we perform exceptionally, we'll definitely have more opportunities to get close to Gacinda. So it's not a complete waste of effort. What happened to that aggressive guy? Now, Kellen bit his lip, remembering the man's words. How dare those heretics bully my innocent people? He quickly reassured him. Your Majesty, please let me handle this, he sighed. Convincing the king not to go was such a hassle. Thank goodness I get to lead the expedition. How did I get dragged into this mess? He recalled a conversation with Bannon. Duke Kellen, I beg you. The secret of the Blue Tower depends on this. This must never reach King Gacinda's ears, and obviously, the state army must not be involved. He now replied firmly, Understood. Anyway, this isn't too difficult, and it's also a request from our longtime sponsor, Lamb London. The old man frowned and instructed, The Blue Ivory Tower will send 10 mages from the 6th floor, and I will also bring 5 Black Lion Knights, so you will certainly have enough troops. All you have to do is recruit a few more capable soldiers with your money, Duke Kellen. Back in the present, Kellen rode his horse while pondering. Yes, it's a bit cumbersome, but this is just to conquer a small group of heretics. If I can settle my debt with the Blue Tower, this won't be a problem. He raised his voice and commanded, Everyone, follow my lead. We're moving out. In the darkness, a person stood before a small fire and called out, O children of Held, the infidels have finally raised their swords of sin. They are trying to destroy the faithful with their army. After hearing this, the crowd shouted, Foolish infidels who know nothing. Death is liberation and the path to freedom. You have nothing to fear. These words made him smile with satisfaction. A follower agreed. That's right. According to the teachings of Harold, death is the only way to be liberated from this false world. But Harold doesn't want us to die in selfish ways, like sacrificing ourselves to gain freedom for ourselves. The death we achieve by liberating others is the joy we can offer to our God. Those who have been chosen to experience suffering, please step forward. Then 3 people quickly stepped forward. He stated clearly, It is not suffering. You are blessed with the love of house. The girl lifted her face, sweating slightly but still affirming. Yes, Leon. I am not afraid. He closed his eyes and smiled softly. A moment later, he took out a dagger and summoned. Dragon of Held, please accept the sacrifice of these loyal believers. The other 2 stood frozen at the loud noise. A giant creature immediately appeared. It bared its sharp teeth and let out a few growls. The 3 people were both scared and amazed. Oh, the Dragon of Held. The girl with empty pupils pleaded, Please accept our sacrifice. As soon as the words left her mouth, it sent her to the next world. The people there cheered excitedly together. Wow. They followed the creature's shadow into the cave and shouted, The Lord's messenger has accepted our offering. Please grant the infidels the flame of truth. Meanwhile, Leon thought to himself, It worked again this time. It seems to be consuming faster than I thought. As long as I still have the ashes of the Lesson royal family's heart, and as long as I continue to make sacrifices, the Earth Dragon will follow my will. But how much longer can I control the dragon? Without the Earth Dragon, these fools won't be convinced. I guess I'll just deny everything when that time comes. I should enjoy this while I can. The scene shifts to a path in a vast forest. Kellen ordered loudly, We'll make camp here for the night. Everyone, prepare to set up camp. The soldiers stopped and started chatting loudly. Xenon was somewhat disdainful. There's no organization at all. It's just chaos. If you compare this to a formal army, there's no order here at all. If they can't control things like this, how can they fight properly? Lita put her hand up and smiled faintly. There's no organization in an expedition team made up entirely of mercenaries. How would a self-important knight know how a lowly mercenary works? He mocked. Self-important knight? It's funny that you can say something like that, Lita. Aren't you also a royal? Sihan saw the 2 glaring at each other, sparks flying, and immediately intervened. Watch your words, Zenon. Seriously, if someone hears you, I'm the one who'll get in trouble. He was startled. Sorry, Sihan sighed wearily. Let's eat. I'm hungry. Xenon's eyes lit up like stars. Yes, Sihan. I'll prepare it immediately. Sihan muttered under his breath. What an idiot. Then he went to cook. Sihan was curious. Tonight's menu? Stew again? Zenon replied. Lita raised a finger and argued. It's important to get enough nutrients while traveling, so we can only choose stew. It's quick to prepare, and it doesn't waste ingredients. Sihan was tired of it. Who are you explaining this to? It's basically just leftovers. Lita reprimanded. I know, but it doesn't taste good outside. We eat to survive. Why are you so demanding about the taste? Suddenly, Xenon spoke up. It's ready, attracting their attention. He scooped up a ladle of soup, and the whole pot radiated a bright aura. Let's eat. After one bite, Sihan exclaimed, This is amazing, so delicious. Are you sure you used the same ingredients to make this stew? He smiled. It's just vegetable stew. I also enjoy exploring food, because cooking is my hobby. Sihan silently disagreed. It's definitely not a hobby. Lita also had to praise it. So good. If you told me you were a royal chef, I'd believe you. Xenon boasted smugly. Sometimes, because of this recipe, I get stressed out by the head chef of Lesson Palace bothering me. Sihan teased. If you're a chef, your recipe is more valuable than your life. They should be ashamed of themselves. She joined in. Are you a chef, not a knight? Can I have another bowl, please? He cheerfully agreed. Eat up. Sihan witnessed this scene and sighed softly. Suddenly, a few raindrops fell on his head. Sihan looked up at the sky in surprise. Oh, it's raining. Everyone quickly dispersed to find shelter. Kellen, inside his tent, complained. It's raining and we're homeless. This is the worst. Sihan, while hammering a steak, muttered. When it rains, it becomes harder to sense things. Xenon raised a finger in agreement. It's very difficult to distinguish things when your surroundings are filled with moisture. Lita placed a hand on her chest, worried. They say the main strength of the Sihan Reborn sect comes from monsters, so we don't have to worry about being ambushed in the rain, right? Even if they're monsters, they're still animals, and don't usually wander in the rain. Even so, no one is on watch right now. Instead, they're all rushing to get out of the rain. They should be more cautious. If their army consists of monsters, it means someone is controlling them. So couldn't they force the monsters out into the rain? Sihan disagreed. No, that's completely impossible. No matter how good they are at mind control, they can't override animal instincts. I can confirm it. In a downpour like this, the monsters can't move. Xenon clapped his hands together. I see. Just then, a voice announced, Enemy intrusion, cutting him off. Monsters quickly rushed out from the deep forest. The group fled in a hurry as the monsters pursued them. Monsters have appeared. Sihan turned his head and hesitated. Has everything in Brunner changed in the last 10 years? The people in the camp saw the soldiers fighting the monsters and were terrified. Monsters are appearing in such heavy rain? How can they be controlled like this? A person quickly drew his sword, opened the tent flap, and announced, That doesn't matter now. Everyone, form an attack formation. Form a circle and prepare to attack. A soldier pointed his sharp sword at the beasts, scornfully. Even if you're a monster, you're just a fighting animal. We are mercenaries who have been through battle. The two of them teamed up to stab the monster. He gritted his teeth, smiled, and shouted, All right. One down, but he was immediately struck by another, coughing up blood. They panicked at their persistence. What is this? Why are they so stubborn? They've taken so much damage, they should be running away by now. Suddenly, a footstep approached, and a familiar voice rang out. They're being controlled. They won't stay down until they're dead. We have to kill them one by one. Try not to focus on all of them. Just concentrate on the one in front of you. With that, the group charged into battle. The man glanced over and called out, Hey, Xenon, that mercenary. Zogdani agreed. Yes, he's quite useful. Who would have thought he'd command them in the midst of this chaos? Kellon, from behind, sneered. You guys should be protecting your leader. He smiled as he observed Sihan. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in his ear. At that level, he might be quite useful. At that moment, Sihan pointed his sword forward and charged. He delivered a powerful slash to the monster. Then Sihan leaped forward to finish it off. The mercenaries panted. Was that the last one? It's finally over. They celebrated together. We won. Damn monsters. Sihan looked at the laughing and talking people, thinking, a total of 44 monsters appeared, but none of them showed any signs of wanting to escape. What's going on? Is this even possible? I can't believe they can use mind control magic to this extent. They even made the monsters abandon their instincts. I've never seen this kind of magic when I was fighting against the Empire, more than 10 years ago. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. In the distance, a group of people were gathered together. They were whispering about something. Sihan smirked and guessed, looks like there's something going on over there. I guess this isn't just a simple mission to suppress a cult. At that moment, Kellen extended his hand and warned, Stay on high alert. Anyone who slacks off will be severely punished. Seeing this, they couldn't help but get angry. What a smooth talker. He's the one who hid behind the knights during the fight with the monsters. If the Black Lion Knights had volunteered to help from the beginning, we wouldn't have suffered so many injuries. Xenon sighed and criticized. The commander is pathetic. Lita agreed. He only cares about his own life. Sihan knelt down, opened his bag, and advised, Don't bother. He's just that kind of person. Xenon was curious. Could it be? You know him? Sihan replied. A little, from a long time ago. We weren't acquaintances, but I heard rumors about him. Back then, his nickname was Superman with the body of a sage and the brain of a beast. Xenon put his hand to his chin. Oh, that doesn't match his appearance. Huh? Wait, isn't it the other way around? Sihan confirmed. No, that's it. It means he's a low-level Superman. He has no combat ability whatsoever, but surprisingly, he always manages to survive. Who would have thought he'd become a duke? He exclaimed. The world works in strange ways. Lita pondered thoughtfully. Really? She looked at Kellon stroking his beard and said, But I don't think an ordinary and incompetent person like that could achieve that position. The scene shifts to Joy Village, enveloped in darkness. Kellen stood on a platform and announced, "You've all fought hard. We will officially begin suppressing the Sihan followers tomorrow morning. So tonight, everyone rest here and recover as much as possible." The people chuckled and chatted. "Hey, looks like we'll get to sleep on dry ground tonight, right? I thought we'd have to keep sleeping in those flimsy tents, but this is the first time we mercenaries have been treated like this, huh?" Sihan turned and mocked, and just yesterday they were complaining non-stop. It seems that in any world, people are swayed by good treatment. Xenon pointed towards the forest. "Our forest is ready." Sihan lay down on the bed. "All right, let's get a good night's sleep tonight." While Sihan was yawning, a voice called out, "Mr. Sansosian, is there a Mr. Sansosian among the mercenaries here?" Sihan sat up and raised his hand. "I'm Sansosian." Dina cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Dina Klombo, and I serve Sir Paman, a Black Lion Knight. Please come with me for a moment. Archmage Habak and Sir Zogdani are looking for you three." The three of them looked at each other in confusion. The scene shifts to a quiet, elegant house. Dina pointed towards the door and said, "The Black Lion Knights and the mages are all staying at this inn. Since they're having a secret meeting, I can only lead you this far." She suddenly stared straight ahead, her cheeks blushing. Lita was now bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Dina was in awe. Even though she's so young, that girl already has a high rank. Unbelievable. So geniuses really do exist. Sihan, using his shapeshifting, opened the door and said, "I'm Sansosian. I heard you were looking for me." Zogdani turned his head and replied, "Oh, you're here. Come in. I'm Zogdani." The person next to him sparingly said his name, Habak. He placed his hand on the map. "Good timing. Look at this." Sihan was startled when he recognized the circled area. "That's..." A person quickly revealed, "This is the cult's base, about half a day's journey from here." Habak continued, "The Sihan followers have the ability to control monsters. You saw it yesterday when you faced them, right?" Zenon confirmed, "Ah, yes." Everyone said it was the first time they'd seen monsters attack in such heavy rain. He stroked his chin. "As expected. The mercenaries must have found that very strange. Are you all tight-lipped?" Sihan gave a forced smile. "Well, whether we're tight-lipped or loose-lipped depends on how heavy the purse is." Habak snorted. "I like that attitude. Is this heavy enough for the three of you?" Zenon stammered in shock. 10 gold coins? That much?" Sihan crossed his arms and compared silently. "I'm not sure. I don't know how valuable the currency here is, since my underwear sold for 100 gold coins, but this is considered a lot, right?" Then Sihan smirked and said, "This is heavy enough." Habak warned, "Good. You'd better remember just how heavy that is. Allow me to continue. The rumor that we Shihan followers can control monsters is false. They are a cult that performs human sacrifices. They get their power from dark magic. Magic is scientific and systematic. But dark magic is uncertain and inconsistent. It often requires sacrifices of blood and life. That's why it was removed from the category of magic." Sihan considered this. "So, the thing controlling the monsters is a new kind of dark magic?" The man dismissed the idea. "No, they don't have that kind of dark magic. It's shameful to admit. But, this is one of the Manhwa Tower's secrets. There was a man named La Quan. He was a promising level 6 mage from the Lamb Tower. At 37, he was honored to conduct secret experiments. His skills and talent were widely recognized, but his intense passion led to carelessness. The monsters he experimented on all escaped. Because of this, he lost his status and rights. He was sentenced to the 4-element punishment." Jiang repeated, confused. "The 4-element punishment?" Habak explained. "Earth, water, fire, and wind. It's a special punishment using all 4 magical elements of our tower. It's a death sentence." He shouted in alarm. "A death sentence? What kind of experiment gets someone killed?" The man stared forward, his voice stern. "Do you feel the weight in your pockets?" "Good." Jia Lam quickly bowed his head. "I apologize. Our bags are very heavy." The man reminded them, "You only need to know what's necessary. Now be quiet and listen. We don't know how Quan did it, but he escaped from prison. He even caused a more serious incident. He stole one of the monsters used in his experiments, and that monster has a unique ability. It can control other monsters." Hearing this, Sihan's eyes widened. He wondered, a monster that controls other monsters? The man continued. "We later discovered that La Quan's parents were high-ranking members of the cult, and that cult is now known as the Xi'an sect." Zogdani stated firmly, "We are certain that the Xi'an sect is in Hanoi. They've used that monster to expand their influence. Defeat the monster. Erase all traces of the Manhwa Tower. That is the true mission of this suppression. We summoned you here because you're strong enough to help us." Sihan scratched his head and laughed. "Wow, what an honor. With this many knights and mages, even a dragon wouldn't be a problem." The man pointed a finger at him. "Bingo! The monster we need to defeat is a dragon. Its name is Ret, the Earth Dragon." His face darkened. He thought to himself, "A dragon?" The next day, Sihan was washing clothes by a stream. The target is an earth dragon. No wonder they gave us 10 gold coins. In my current state, it won't be an easy fight. Xenon glanced over. I don't understand why a swordmaster and a mage were asked to suppress heretics. Wouldn't it be better if I refused? If we do that, we might be in trouble. We've heard the Manhwa Tower's secret. They might even consider killing us to keep it quiet. Lyda and Xenon were speechless. Sihan closed his eyes, thinking. It seems they never considered that. I'm not surprised. This is an era of peace. They're too naive, but unfortunately, this is reality. Lyda suddenly spoke up. But I don't think there will be any problems. Xenon then asked carefully, what was the secret experiment at Manhwa Tower? If they wanted to kill us, they could have just told us directly. The same goes for explaining the incident in detail. They could have just given us orders, but they chose to explain everything. They gave us the information beforehand because they want us to keep the secret. Sihan asked with a smile. Oh, Lyda, you noticed too? Lyda replied proudly. I'm not that naive, you know. Sihan blushed, wondering, did I underestimate them? Xenon turned to him. Sihan, are you going to do what they want? He smiled. I don't know yet, but good information can be excellent bait. I can use it to get closer to Jessica. He offered, give me that. I'll do the laundry. You're not planning to hang it on the wall, are you? Sihan replied. I'm kidding. I'm almost done. Just then, someone giggled behind them. Oh my! Xenon's face turned red. He glanced back. A group of women teased them. Are there two handsome young men here? Are you from the capital? Coming to this remote village must be inconvenient, but it's a good place to rest. You should relax before you leave. Xenon's neck flushed red. We will. We're leaving now. Goodbye. It was so embarrassing. It's hard to keep up with their energy. Meanwhile, the women watched the three of them. Their eyes were sharp and menacing. One of them quickly pulled a knife from a leather pouch. The woman charged straight at them. Lyda immediately sensed the danger. She whipped her head around to look. She instantly lunged forward, tackling the woman. A second later, the woman was thrown forward. Xenon and Sihan turned in shock, shouting, Lyda! The other women all held daggers, their faces grim. The ambush failed. I can't believe you kept up. You pitiful non-believers. He wondered. They're cultists. How did you know? You moved like you expected the ambush. She stated plainly, I didn't know anything. I'm always on guard when someone approaches me. Sihan thought back. So, while we were talking to those women, she was thinking, maybe these friendly ladies will stab me? Is that it? One of them sneered. You must live a tiring life. It's better than being dead, isn't it? The woman preached that death is the only true salvation, and only believers can go to heaven. Die, you disgusting heretics. Lyda warned loudly, be careful. There's something different about their eyes. 10 seconds later, the women were all on the ground. She scratched her head. I guess only their eyes were different. Sihan frowned. You think anyone can go into a frenzy? Only warriors can go berserk. They're just crazy old women. But why did they attack us? We aren't important members of the suppression squad. Just then, Xenon shouted, Sihan, look, on the other side of the village, explosions roared. Thick black smoke billowed into the air. He was stunned. No way. They weren't just following us. They were following the whole troop. There's no time to relax and do laundry. If they can do this, it means the entire village is now a den of heretics. The heretics raise their weapons, chanting, the Shihan sect will ascend to heaven. The non-believers will go to hell. Death is true salvation. Long live Sung Sihan. Zogdani swiftly cut a man down, sending blood flying. The man lay on the ground, tears in his eyes. Oh Lord, I'm finally reunited with you. The knight was speechless. He's completely lost his mind. Suddenly, something made Zogdani freeze. A giant bull was charging toward him. Zogdani raised his shield. The heretics have monsters with them. He parried its horn with his iron wall technique. Zogdani quickly called out, Lai. He immediately leaped into the air. Lai delivered a sharp, clean slash down on the beast. He turned and yelled, Why are there so many monsters? It's like an endless wave. Is this the legendary Demon King's castle? Habak assessed the situation. Those heretics seem to have mobilized all the monsters in the mountain range. Zogdani shouted in shock. The whole mountain range? The dragon's mind control is that wide? Doesn't that mean the dragon is 500 years old? That's not something we can handle, the mage countered. No, based on our samples, it's definitely a 100-year-old earth dragon. Its mind control ability was just enhanced through experiments. He scowled. What's the difference? We're still facing a 500-year-old dragon. Habak was certain. No, its mind control is stronger than we thought. However, its combat power, mana, and physical strength are exactly as we predicted. Zogdani snapped. So what? This dragon is completely beyond our expectations. Suddenly, Lai looked back and cursed. He pointed. The monsters are heading for the tavern. This is bad. The tavern. Monsters were now tearing the tavern apart. People in the tent ran in a panic. Someone yelled, "Where is Lady Kethuan hiding?" A man cried in fear. "Didn't everyone say the tavern was safe? That's why I said the escort team should stay with me. Save me." Dina panicked, holding her sword as a beast approached. Just then, a bright flash of light shot past. Sihan stood before her with his two swords. Dina cheered loudly. Brother Sun, Lida and Zenon were also fighting hard against the other monsters. Zogdani rushed over. "Oh son, thanks to you we're all safe. Are you the only ones here? Where are the other mercenaries?" Sihan replied. "They're fighting the heretics in the village." The knight cursed again. "They ambushed the entire suppression team. You stay here and protect Count Kethuan. We'll handle the monsters." The count immediately chimed in. "That's right, you mercenary. Protect me now." Suddenly, something caught Sihan's attention. He looked around, wondering. Something is coming this way. As expected, a giant foot slammed onto the ground. An intense aura flooded the area. Red appeared in an instant. The town was in ruins. The sky was dark. Houses were engulfed in flames. Zogdani was fighting with all his might against a giant bear. He yelled, "It's almost over. Just hold on a little longer." Kethuan breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew the Black Lion Knights could do it. They've wiped out the demonic beasts," Sihan thought, "but not that many beasts have been killed. Did they run away?" Suddenly, panicked shouts came from the mages. "What is that?" Lai gritted his teeth and turned. He cursed in shock. Rhett was striding out from the forest. Everyone panicked. "Why is it here all of a sudden?" Its eyes glowed with a powerful golden light. An even greater danger appeared. Rhett let out a ferocious roar. A man screamed in terror. "A dragon!" The mages quickly assembled, shouting reassurances. "Don't panic. We have mages here. Raise the magic barrier." Just then, Rhett unleashed a fierce stream of fire from its mouth. The mages immediately combined their power, creating a water barrier. "Aqua wall," a soldier spoke. "Thankfully, its attack power is within our expectations. Our mages can handle it without any trouble. The current subjugation team can defeat it if we go all out. If we weren't exhausted from fighting the beasts." Zogdani raged at Habak. "Our plan is in shambles. What good is predicting the Earth Dragon's power when it has dozens of beasts under its command?" The mage tried to explain. The probability of the Earth Dragon's mind control evolving was very low. Only around 4%. Zogdani yelled, "Low? Have you ever gambled before? Well, what's done is done. In the name of true knights, we will never retreat, no matter the situation. It's time to show this evil dragon what the Black Lion Knights are made of." Rhett let out a ferocious roar. The sound echoed across the sky. Seeing Zogdani, it raised its foot to crush him. To block the attack, Zogdani raised his shield. Iron wall. Then he used the same shield to counterattack. Annihilation slash. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him quickly charged forward, but their attacks were too weak. Against Rhett, it was like throwing eggs at a rock, Xenon observed. "That's the Black Lion Knight's signature move, Iron Wall. It's incredible. They didn't even flinch from the Earth Dragon's attack," Sihan added. "It reminds me of Gaisenda from the past." He remembered Gaisenda's words. "I'll take one hit and return one hit. You'll be satisfied with my attack." Meanwhile, the people behind him tried to stop him. "Gaisenda, why are you fighting it? Run! Retreat now!" Sihan sighed helplessly. "Is that reckless fighting style any different from Gaisenda's?" Sihan pondered for a moment. Gaisenda's personality and fighting style haven't changed in 10 years. If that's the case, he suddenly smiled. He figured they must have the same weakness as the Gaisenda from 10 years ago. Immediately, Sihan shouted an order. "They can't beat the Earth Dragon like this. Let's join the fight." Kethuan panicked. "Wait, join the fight? What are you talking about? You have to protect me," Sihan replied calmly. "If they fall, we're next." The count was frantic. "We have to get out of here. Escort me to the exit." Xenon looked at him with disdain. "He wants to escape alone while the knights and mages fight up front," Lita added. "He thinks less than a monster." Kethuan yelled, "Find a way out, you mercenary. Are you disobeying my orders?" Sihan ignored him and walked away, thinking, "At times like this, just knock him out." Lida and Xenon understood immediately. "Sounds good." Sihan silently moved behind the count. Kethuan suddenly spun around and yelled, "You're not thinking of knocking me out and running, are you?" Sihan was shocked. His senses are sharp. The count pushed Sihan and Xenon. "Forget that stupid idea and lead the way. We have to leave first." Suddenly, Kethuan froze, his eyes wide. Then he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Where did this piece of wood come from?" Dina held a wooden plank, smiling cheerfully. "The perfect atmosphere for a perfect crime. Let's go, brother Sun." Sihan grinned and praised her. "Good job, Dina." The knights were trying to hold back Rhett. Lai was nearly exhausted. He panted, "We're at our limit." Just then, Rhett's massive foot appeared. The others screamed in alarm. Lai, get out of the way. Instantly, its foot stomped down where he stood. Lai was sent flying. Zogdani shouted in horror, Lai. Rhett prepared to breathe fire to incinerate him. At that exact moment, Sihan's group appeared. They blocked the attack and saved Lai. Zogdani stared in amazement. Commander Sun, Sihan spoke calmly. We're here to help. Count Kethuan was hit by a flying piece of wood and passed out. Sir Lai is okay. The knight replied doubtfully. Is that so? Great, you saved us. Lyda was injured. She cried out in pain. Sihan asked with concern. Are you hurt somewhere? Lyda replied. It's nothing. The Earth Dragon's body is harder than I thought. I attacked first, but I'm the one who got hurt. Sihan then shouted an announcement. Normal attacks won't work on the dragon. We have to break through its thick scales before we can attack. This is a tough opponent, so be careful. He stopped mid-sentence, surprised by what he saw. Huh? There was a drop of blood on Rhett's nose. Seeing it, the dragon roared in distress. It immediately turned and ran. This left Lyda and Sihan speechless. She asked, confused. Did it run away because it got blood on itself? Is it a neat freak? The subjugation of the heretics had come to an end. Inside a house, several people were tied up, shouting defiantly, Stupid non-believers, release us. We are following the teachings of Saint Sihan. Another person immediately retorted, Shut up, you heretics. You're just using the name of the world's savior. For your own ends, Saint Sung Sihan will punish you for this. The first man shouted, He will save us, the light. Hearing this, Sihan just turned away, thinking, This is hopeless. He spoke up. It seems our work here is done, Lyda replied. The final ambush caused too many casualties. The subjugation force is down to about 600. It's a good thing Kethuan doesn't remember anything. It's been 3 days since we left the village. Does this mean the subjugation is over? The leaders have probably escaped by now. He continued, We still achieved something. We eliminated many cultists, so our mission can be called a success. Wiping out all the cultists was never the real goal anyway. The Earth Dragon and Quan escaped. I'm not sure, she replied. They might be hiding somewhere to recover. In a large cave, hidden deep in the forest, Laquan stared in confusion at the scene before him. He angrily shouted at Rhett. Why did it suddenly stop obeying my commands? He yelled helplessly. Wake up, evil dragon, move! What happened in the village 4 days ago? I still need this monster. Those mages. They dare kill someone for just one mistake? If I can get this monster's power, I'll wipe out the soldiers chasing me. That way, I'll trick those bastards at the Manhwa Tower. Then I'll escape and live lavishly with the money I saved from the Church of Rebirth. Wake up, Earth Dragon. I have heart powder for you. Wake up and destroy the ones chasing us. Suddenly, the black powder in his hand grew hot. A fierce flame erupted, burning the powder. He panicked and threw it away, shouting, What is it doing? A large, dark shadow began to move. A sense of dread filled his heart. Rhett stared down at Laquan with a murderous intent. He was terrified. His eyes widened as he stumbled backward. Laquan's voice trembled. How? Is it just waking up now? The ferocious beast slowly bared its sharp teeth. Something glowed between its eyes. The mind control magic was broken. Terrified, Quan tried to crawl away. He pleaded, Calm down, Earth Dragon. Listen to me. A moment later, Laquan's horrific scream echoed through the cave. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The smell of blood was thick in the air. Rhett calmly turned and walked toward the cave entrance. Just then, voices came from the bushes outside. Is that the cave? It's quieter than I thought. I expected to see a lot of monsters. Zogdani continued, Are there no more monsters we can control? We've killed over 100 in the past few days. Habak replied, That's a relief. Suddenly, his gaze shifted behind him as he spoke. Why is Count Kethuan here? The existence of the Earth Dragon and Laquan is a royal secret. Didn't you say the soldiers and the Count would handle the heretics? Zogdani whispered back. That's why I said we'd handle the Earth Dragon and come back. But, he remembered Kethuan's worried words. My bodyguards are just 1 Black Lion Knight and 2 mages? Do you want me to die? I need at least 2 knights and 4 mages. Zogdani listened helplessly to his rant. He said, With our current forces, we can't defeat the Earth Dragon. There are still soldiers here. Kethuan refused dramatically. Then you go with the soldiers. You expect me to trust them? They're only here for the money. There's no guarantee. What if more monsters appear? Zogdani lost his patience and yelled, Then what do you want? At this rate, you'll just have to come with us. He continued to argue. That's safer than being with soldiers and heretics. Suddenly realizing something, Kethuan stopped. Huh? Zogdani replied. Huh? Then Kethuan paused again. Huh? An idea flashed in Kethuan's mind. Wait a minute. The Earth Dragon is scary, but it's dangerous here too. It would be better to stick with the strongest people. He then said cheerfully, All right, if you insist, I'll take the risk and go with you. Let's go together. Zogdani thought in annoyance, what a nuisance. Back in the present, Habak asked, Are you sure the Earth Dragon and Lakwan are in there? Zogdani replied. Yes, I used Mind Probe on the cultists to get the information, Sihan thought to himself from behind. Mind Probe is a normal spell, but he remembered what happened with the captured cultists. That mysterious black powder. He wondered, right after they used that black powder, they confessed everything. What is that strange powder? Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, startling Lyta. A powerful aura emanated from the cave, along with a pair of glowing eyes. Zogdani shouted, "The cave is filled with battle lust. The Earth Dragon is here. Everyone, prepare for battle." Then he froze, trying to comprehend the scene before him. One of the soldiers looked on in confusion. Is this monster really the same Earth Dragon we met before? Looking at it, Zogdani realized, it looks much bigger than before. He smiled confidently and said, I don't know what's happening, but it's probably not a big deal. I'll show you the true power of the Black Lion Knights. Elsewhere, Habak was casting a spell. We didn't get to show our skills against all those monsters before. But now, our spirits and energy have recovered. I'll teach you a lesson, Earth Dragon. Taste this ice. Piercing Frostfang, powerful streams of magic shot toward Rhett's neck. From a distance, Xenon commented, their strategy is for the knights to defend while the mages attack. Sihan added, their coordination is pretty good. We don't need to intervene. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sihan, huh? Rhett stood unharmed. The magic streams vanished in an instant. The mages were stunned, confused. Huh? What happened? The magic just disappeared. It's a monster from another world. Immediately after, Rhett unleashed a blast of fire, more intense than ever before. Huge fireballs rained down on everyone. Everything was quickly engulfed in a sea of flames. People ran in panic. Screams echoed everywhere. The scene was pure chaos. Looking back, he saw his comrades burned and unconscious. Zogdani screamed, Vapan! He panicked, barely managing to dodge the attacks. Staring at the horrific scene, he was in shock. What is happening? Sihan's group was no better off. Kethuan cowered and cried loudly. Sihan thought in alarm, it's so hot. This monster can resist magic nullification, just like the fire wolf. Sihan scanned the area to assess the situation. 2 knights and 4 mages are down. Magic doesn't affect it, so the remaining mages are just like ordinary people. Only 3 Black Lion Knights are left. At this rate, we'll all die. Just then, a blue light suddenly appeared. Sihan spoke up. There's no other choice. Even if my identity is revealed, I have to prioritize saving lives. The sword in Sihan's hand glowed. Circles of light enveloped his body. Lyta was astonished. Sihan, what is this power? Xenon stood beside her, also stunned. This is, he thought to himself, just as the legends say, a savior with an ultimate technique. With just a push of his foot, Sihan shot forward. Heaven-breaking flash. Rhett was stunned, unable to react to Sihan's charge. He leaped high and attacked its face directly with his sword. Lai and Zogdani were shocked. Zogdani yelled, Commander Sun! Lyta exclaimed. An extraordinary power, Xenon added. Of course. Heaven-breaking flash is a skill of the Otherworld Savior, created to defeat demon kings. This power is definitely stronger than any other fighting technique. As he fought, Sihan kept thinking, just as I thought. My combat power hasn't fully recovered. I can't use my full strength. But this is the only thing I can use to break the dragon's hide. Lai turned to Zogdani. I can't believe he's fighting that dragon alone. Who is that mercenary? He replied, confused. I'm not sure, but I'm sure of one thing. Zogdani thought, he's stronger than all of us knights combined. Just then, Kethuan and a few knights ran over. He shouted, Commander Sun, we're here to help. But when he saw the scene before him, he froze for a moment. Kethuan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. That fighting technique. It can't be. Rhett roared in anger. Its eyes grew impatient. It used its massive tail to smash a boulder, attacking the group. Xenon and Lyta were pushed back by the rock fragments. However, Sihan charged forward relentlessly. He yelled, This dragon is tough! A fierce flame began to form in Rhett's mouth. It then unleashed a powerful, blazing inferno. Lai saw this and shouted a warning. Be careful, Commander Sun. The Earth Dragon is using its full power. Its power could be far greater than before. Sihan gripped his sword tightly. He declared resolutely, if magic attacks don't work, then, heaven-breaking flash, Earthshaker. Sihan decisively slashed straight into Rhett's flames. Lyta and Xenon watched the battle, holding their breath. A powerful light emanated from his sword, the power of the dragon sword. He held 2 swords and powerfully drove them into Rhett's head. A blinding light erupted from its head. Immediately after, Rhett coughed up blood and collapsed in pain. Its massive body crashed to the ground, creating a violent tremor. Sihan stood proudly with a sword in each hand over Rhett's body. He took a deep breath. We won. Dina and Kethuan were amazed by the battle. Ha-Bak and the other mages also watched with wide eyes. Only Sihan felt uneasy. He thought, they're staring at me in awe. This is bad. After going this far, it wouldn't be surprising if they recognized me. The mage's face was covered in sweat. He spoke slowly. Truly, truly miraculous. I can't believe you took down that dragon by yourself. Hearing this, Sihan was so confused he blushed. Lai said cheerfully, you're a freelance knight with skills like that, right? The person next to him smiled. Incredible skills. Sihan thought, don't tell me they think this is nothing compared to the legends. They just think I have some special skills, not that I'm the person from the legends. I guess in the past, I would have already cut him down. I don't know if I should be happy or sad about this. I'm just glad we're all safe. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. You, Zogdani asked suspiciously. You were hiding your skills, weren't you? That combat ability, that talent, and that swordsmanship. They far surpass a Black Lion Knight. No, you're many times stronger than us. With all that, you think you're only soldier rank material? Just then, Xenon ran out. He's not serious, sir. Sun is older than me. He trained in the mountains before becoming a mercenary, but he doesn't have any experience. That's why I advised him to start at soldier rank to gain experience. And isn't it normal for people to hide their skills as mercenaries? Zogdani thought. He's older? He said he was younger. Zogdani seemed to understand. I see. No wonder you were so humble despite being knight rank. Sihan scratched his head and played along. That's right. It was all thanks to everyone else. I just got lucky. I guess he contributed a lot too. Don't praise him so much. I hope you can give him a bigger share of the prize. Zogdani smiled and nodded, satisfied. He turned and said, when we get back to the capital, I'll give you the reward you deserve. A moment later, Sihan walked over with a smile. I survived thanks to you. Thank you, Xenon. He smiled back. Don't worry. You acted incredibly cool. I couldn't let you get caught. The way you fought that dragon was amazing. Sihan nodded in agreement. Lyda asked curiously, doesn't Xenon know you lost your powers? He replied, wait until you lose yours. Betrayed by friends. Can you still tell others you're weak? I had no choice but to tell him that. Anyway, I'm glad they didn't recognize me. Using heaven-breaking flash caused enough of a stir, but at my current level, even someone who's seen it before wouldn't recognize it unless they were paying close attention. Lyda said, I think there is someone like that. Someone you know who has a keen eye. In the distance, Kethuan's eyes were wide with shock. He still couldn't believe what he had just seen. Sihan felt a bit troubled. He said helplessly, seriously. And that's how Sihan's second temple mission ended. Dina cried out in fear and worry. Master, wake up, Master. During the battle with the Earth Dragon, 4 high mages were killed. 2 Black Lion Knight commanders were critically injured. Laquan's body was found inside the cave. The mages used fire magic to cremate the dragon's body and Laquan's body, erasing their existence from this world. Sihan thought, magic can be used on corpses. Now I'm thinking, when Soyun died, her body disappeared like monsters from the other world. A magical beast that can use magic to attack me. I'm sure there's a connection. Looking back, Soyun's wolf didn't disappear. Something caused the disappearance. After everything settled down, the army returned to the village to regroup with the main force. They spent the night in the village, and then returned to the kingdom of Yasina. That night, when Kethuan saw Sihan, his eyes widened in terror. He approached with a frightening look. Hello, Commander Kethuan. I have something to discuss with you, Sihan began. Hello, Count Kethuan. I have a few things to talk to you about, the Count replied cautiously. Ah, son. What can I do for you? We have to leave early tomorrow. You should be resting in your room. Sihan paused for a moment. Then he shouted, Speak, Kethuan. The Count panicked and replied, Yes, Saint. Hearing this, Sihan let out a satisfied "Oh," which made Kethuan turn pale. He smiled slyly. I knew it. So you've discovered my identity? Kethuan asked curiously. Are you really Sung Sihan? He replied, Yes. I'm surprised you found out, since you're not even a swordmaster. He answered nervously. It's because I've met you a few times before, though you probably don't remember, and I saw you fight during the war, but I wasn't sure because the power difference from back then was so great. I didn't know you had returned to Flanner, Kethuan thought. But why would he need to travel in disguise? He won the revolution, so he shouldn't have any enemies. Why is he hiding his identity? Maybe he doesn't want the trouble of being recognized. But his level of caution is too high for such a trivial matter. He fell silent for a moment. Then he asked cautiously, Are there still enemies of Sir Sihan and Granengo? Sihan was curious. Oh, enemies? Why do you think that? The Count scratched his head. Actually, after you returned to Earth without any notice, a rumor started among the soldiers that the 6 heroes had joined forces to push you back to the other world. Of course, that rumor had no effect. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. The heroes aren't stupid enough to think they'd be safe after betraying you. But now, seeing you here, I remember that rumor. Hearing this, Sihan was surprised. Incredible. Just by the fact that I'm hiding my identity, he's almost figured out the whole truth. Why is a man with such a sharp mind called the Old Beast? Sihan sighed and said, "It's true. What would you do if that rumor were real?" A gasp of shock echoed in Ketuan's mind. He stammered, "Who?" So, Kethuan's mind raced. Sung Sihan and Gaisenda were allies. I am Gaisenda's confidant, so I should be safe. But if the rumor about Sihan being betrayed is true, he must have returned for revenge. But why is he hiding his identity? Even for the Otherworld Savior, facing all 6 heroes at once would be too difficult. If that's the case, as a subordinate of one of the 6 traitors who has discovered his identity, I will be? Terrified, Kethuan dropped to his knees and shouted, "Please don't kill me." Sihan was confused. Huh? He bowed his head and pleaded, "Please don't kill me, O merciful saint. My family has an old mother and 3 young children who depend on me. If I die, my children will be orphans. They'll be thrown out onto the streets," Sihan thought. So this is why he's called the Old Beast. He's the type to be paralyzed by fear. Kethuan clasped his hands and wept. "Please, O merciful saint," Sihan thought helplessly. He's only useful when he feels safe. That's why he didn't use his full talent during the battle. Then he spoke. "Get up, Kethuan. I never intended to kill you." The Count clapped his hands happily. "Really? I am forever grateful, sir. I swear my loyalty as long as you don't kill me. Who cares about Gaisenda?" But Sihan smiled. "But I can't let you live just yet." Suddenly, a light emanated from his hand. Kethuan was confused. "Huh? What does that mean?" Sihan rushed forward and punched Kethuan hard in the stomach. The Count was a mess of emotions. "It doesn't hurt." "What did you do, Sir Sihan?" he asked coldly. "Have you ever heard of Aura Bomb?" Hearing this, the Count's face turned white as he screamed, "Aura Bomb! Aura Bomb! One of the high-level skills of the Otherworld Savior. It can make a target explode anytime, anywhere, after he implants his aura into their body." Sihan explained seriously. "I can only do this to 3 people at once. It doesn't affect sword masters or mages. But there's no better skill to silence someone. From now on, your life is in my hands. If I feel I can trust you, I might remove the spell." Hearing this, Kethuan calmed down and touched his chest. He then breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm still alive." Sihan was a bit confused by Kethuan's reaction. He asked, "Didn't you hear me? I said it will explode if you're not careful." Kethuan replied, "Ah, yes. So it will explode if you want it to, right? If that's the case, as long as I remain loyal, it won't explode, and Sir Sihan will believe that I will never betray him. The scariest thing for a subordinate is to be suspected of something he didn't do. Please feel free to use me as you wish. I will always follow your will, Lord Sihan." Sihan asked curiously, "Even though your life is on the line, now you have to betray Gaisenda. Don't you feel any pressure?" He replied calmly, "Why would I feel pressure? This is a situation where I must choose to side with the Otherworld Savior or with the one who would destroy the world. So, unless I've lost my mind, why would I side with someone who wants to destroy our world?" The night was quiet. Clouds drifted gently across the sky. Sihan quietly opened the door and entered. Lyda asked curiously, "It seems everything went smoothly." Sihan replied, "Yes. Thanks for keeping watch for me, Lyda." She asked, "You still haven't recovered your strength? You even used Aura Bomb, right? Doesn't that skill require a lot of aura?" He answered without hesitation, "Oh, that. Of course, I used it. Because something like Aura Bomb doesn't actually exist. A skill that can make a target explode anytime, anywhere? There's no such convenient skill. The purpose is just to put psychological pressure on the target." Lyda was shocked. "One of the most famous skills of the Otherworld Savior is a lie? But I even read about it in a book." Sihan replied casually, "We spread that lie to make people suffer. The more confused they are, the more effective it is. Doesn't it sound more believable because of the skill's limitations? It was good that we joined this subjugation mission. It seems we've gained a useful pawn, and some suspicions have formed. What do you think about that dragon? It's similar to the firewolf we saw in Bacon territory. It's a flanner monster, but it has the characteristics of a monster from another world. That dragon was an experiment of the Manhwa Tower, right? So it's very likely the firewolf was too." "I smell something suspicious," Lyda said. "There's something else I'm suspicious of. The black powder that Mage Habak used." He agreed. "Yes, that nasty powder he used during the mind probe. It's definitely a mysterious item. It can make someone completely give up their mental resistance." Lyda's face darkened slightly. "No, I'm not talking about that. The moment he used that powder, I felt very strange. If I had to put it into words, it was like dozens of bugs crawling all over me. A strange and creepy feeling." Her eyes were downcast, filled with thought. Lyda spoke softly. "I can't describe it well, but..." She remembered the black powder on someone's hand that she had seen before. It was when Lashin was holding the black powder towards her. Lyda said, It made me want to cry. One night, a person lay motionless in front of a bloody sword. Lixin spoke nonchalantly. Good. Next. He then continued to give orders to another man. The man immediately gripped the sword in his hand. His hands trembled, causing the sharp blade to shake. Under his long hair, his eyes were wide with fear. Seeing the man's actions, Lixin let out a confused hum. The man shouted in panic. Me? What am I doing? As soon as he finished speaking, the smell of blood filled the air. Lixin spoke indifferently. No matter how much you suppress someone's instincts, it seems to fail when their own life is at stake. Even increasing the amount of heart powder, the maximum effect is only this much. He then snapped his fingers. A flame erupted, incinerating the two bodies. Lixin turned and walked away, saying coldly, "Absolute mind control doesn't exist." Elsewhere, in the capital of Leighton, Gaisenda was stunned. The target was a dragon? You said it was just a simple subjugation of heretics. Kethuan replied, "Your Majesty, that's right. A dragon that has been insane for 300 years. 2 Black Lion Knights were critically injured. But overall, the subjugation was a success." He thought to himself, "I omitted the information about the tower as Lord London requested." Kethuan continued. The cultists were spreading rumors about the dragon's actions as if they had done it themselves. Hearing this, Gaisenda shouted angrily, "I should have never listened to you. I can't believe it was a 300-year-old dragon. How exciting must it have been to fight it. I should have gone instead of you." Kethuan pleaded in fear, "Please spare me, Your Majesty." Gaisenda replied, "Forget it. You didn't know." The man beside him spoke up. "I heard some people performed exceptionally well during the subjugation. What are they like?" Zogdani, standing nearby, replied, "Yes, Commander Berkey. They are skilled enough to be recruited into the Black Lion Knights. However, they have joined Count Kethuan's knighthood." Berkey frowned. "I was looking forward to seeing who is worthy of the Black Lion Knights, but it seems they value money more than honor and pride. Those with such low character are not fit for the Black Lion Knights. It seems you misjudged them." On the streets of the capital, Leighton, Count Kethuan's mansion. Inside, Kethuan spoke humbly. "I have done everything you asked. I hope you are satisfied with your new identity and position. Lord Sihan, Sir Xenon, and Lady Lyda are now private knights of the Kethuan family. I used the names Sun, Sethan, and Lyda Lekin. I also arranged for you to guard the annex, a less conspicuous position." Sihan smiled, satisfied. "Very good. You've done well, Kethuan. So now we'll kneel and swear an oath to you?" He replied in a panic. "No, sir, I wouldn't dare. Every time you treat me with respect in front of others, my heart feels like it's going to explode." He then asked hesitantly, "By the way, sir, if you really return to take revenge on the 6 heroes, when do you plan to kill Gaisenda?" Sihan sounded confused. "Kill him? Kill that guy?" He then laughed loudly at Kethuan's bewilderment. Sihan smiled faintly. "Why would I kill him? He only betrayed me. Though it made all our feelings, respect, memories, blood, sweat, and tears meaningless. But they still let me return to Earth alive, didn't they? I won't kill them. Yes, I definitely won't kill them." On the battlefield, the sky was gray with smoke. The soldiers cheered, celebrating their victory. Only Safford sat alone by the fire. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Safford!" Lexia approached with a smile. "What are you doing here all alone? Come celebrate our victory with us." He replied, "You know this isn't our victory. Do you know who led the charge?" The man smiled. "Wasn't it the Mad Emperor's half-brother? What was his name? I think he was pretty mad when he died too." His eyes were wide open when his head was severed from his neck. Safford said, "It must be because he was bitter about being backstabbed by someone he trusted. If the Mad Emperor had sent more reinforcements, the outcome of the battle would have been different. It seems he used us to eliminate a political rival." Lexia laughed. "Blood ties mean nothing in the face of power, huh? Anyway, we're the winners," Safford said helplessly. "I'm jealous of your simple mind, Gaisenda." He replied, "You're the one who should stop overthinking, Safford. Your handsome face will get wrinkles." He just gave Gaisenda a nonchalant look and fell silent for a few moments. Then he spoke again. "Gaisenda, have you ever thought about it?" He replied, "No." Safford said, annoyed, "I haven't even said what it is." Gaisenda smiled. "Since I don't know what it is, I haven't thought about it. Thinking is your job. My job is to swing my sword and fight." Safford smiled, satisfied. He continued, "Let me finish. If we kill the Mad Emperor and destroy this empire, what do you think will happen?" Gaisenda said, "Perhaps an era of peace will begin." Safford replied, "Be more realistic. Don't give a half-hearted answer. If the empire falls, who do you think will be the new king of Flanner? Who will replace the emperor?" Gaisenda replied, "It would probably be Sung Sihan. He's so prominent. Didn't he decide not to return to Earth after all this is over?" Safford said, "You might be right, but do you think we'll still be Sihan's friends?" Hearing that question, Gaisenda was slightly startled. Safford continued, "Even Duke Oz, who grew up with the emperor, lost his head while cursing his brother. Do you really think that has nothing to do with us?" Back in the present, Gaisenda was lying on the ground, looking up at the sky. He murmured, "A dream? I must have fallen asleep while training," Gaisenda thought. A decade has passed since then. Looking at the sky, Gaisenda said, "But I think our decision back then." A panicked voice echoed from afar. "Please wait. His Majesty is busy training. He has ordered that no one is to disturb him," he shouted angrily. "Get out of my way." He rushed in without hesitation. Gaisenda stood up. "It's been a while, Enz. Why are you here?" he replied. "I heard construction is happening next to the southern harem. What's wrong with that place? Why are you wasting money and labor to build another palace for the concubines?" Gaisenda smiled casually. "The heating system in the southern palace is terrible. The winters here are quite cold. Besides, my little kittens deserve to live in a larger, more luxurious place," Enz yelled angrily. "Just for that, you're mobilizing the people to build it during this busy time? How is that any different from the mad?" He realized his mistake and fell silent mid-sentence. Gaisenda said coldly, "You've crossed the line, Enz. I'll forgive you this time, but even if we are family, there are lines that cannot be crossed." "Enz Tampa, my son," Gaisenda said angrily. "Say that again. What did you want to say about me?" Enz bit his lip in fear, not daring to speak. He then summoned his courage and said, "The people are groaning under the harsh forced labor and intense work. As a result, cults are rising again in the kingdom. How is this any different from the time of the mad tyrant?" Hearing this, Gaisenda gritted his teeth in anger. He roared, "Shut up. You ask what's different from when that monster was alive? What do you know about those days?" Seeing his father's fury, Enz was terrified by his presence. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. Gaisenda said in disgust, "How annoying." Enz sat on the ground, head bowed. "I've said my piece. I'll leave now, father." He then stood up and turned to leave. Gaisenda watched him go. "I can't believe you're like this just from a little pressure from that aura. So weak." After being branded a traitor, my parents, siblings, and even the one I loved were executed. When I returned to my homeland after the world changed, I found that one person with my bloodline had survived. But my son has no talent for becoming a high-level swordsman. He's gentle, with a frail body. When I was his age, I had already reached expert level. Even though he's my son, we're so different. Did I spoil him too much while raising him? Elsewhere, at Kethuan's mansion, an ordinary-looking building stood behind it. Sihan's impressed voice was heard. "This building is incredible. It looks simple on the outside, but the interior is truly luxurious. There's even a secret passage for us to enter and exit without anyone knowing. It's only been a few days since I asked for this. How did you prepare everything so perfectly?" Kethuan spoke hesitantly. "Actually, since I'm not yet married, I had this house prepared in case an interesting lady appeared," Sihan said. "But kidnapping is still a crime, Kethuan." He denied it fearfully. "It's not like that. If you live as a traitor's confidant, it's obvious your life will be in danger. If I have a family, they could be threatened, so I just prepared a shelter in advance." Sihan scratched his head and said, "You're really something. You're very meticulous." Jilan smiled. "We don't need the old house anymore, so I put it up for sale. Housing prices went up. We sold it for more than we bought it for. What do you think about investing in home improvement?" Hearing this, Sihan got excited. "Oh, so it looks like we won't have to worry about money for a while," Keetle said cheerfully. "I'm here, so you don't have to worry about a thing, Sir Sihan. Just let me know if you need anything." At that, Sihan smiled with satisfaction. In a nearby forest, his voice spoke up. "Lita, listening to you back then was a good idea. I was going to tell Keetle to be less formal, but his politeness helps keep some distance in our relationship." Lita replied, "That's a relief. It's why the palace and the army have titles and ranks. Titles and proper conduct are enough to make people aware of their place. If you let people get too comfortable, they'll subconsciously think they're your equal. Especially someone with his personality," Sihan said. "I see. I don't know much about things like that. But why are you so worried about this? It doesn't directly involve you, does it?" Hearing this, Lita answered, "Well, it didn't used to concern me, but now." Sihan saw her trail off. He looked at her, puzzled. Instead, Lita said awkwardly, "It's nothing. Anyway, in that case, shouldn't Xenon and I change how we address you?" Sihan replied, "No. If it becomes necessary, things will be different. But for now, I don't want you and Xenon treating me so formally." Hearing him, Lita smiled in relief. "Thank you. By the way, Sihan, why did you bring me here?" Sihan replied, "Oh, right. Lita, do you want to try learning magic? I think you might have a talent for magic. Maybe even more than for aura. Even though it was indirect, you summoned me back here from Earth. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lita hesitated. "I don't know. Being able to use both magic and aura would be great. But how would I even learn magic now? The 4 great mage towers would never accept me, because I carry the blood of Luit San." Suddenly, Sihan spoke up. "What are you talking about? A high-level archmage is standing right in front of you. Sung Sihan, the savior from another world, a god-tier swordsman and a ninth circle archmage. Do you know the basics of magic? Lita hesitantly answered. Well, basically. Basically, magic is used through 3 different languages. First, the Juno language contains words that activate magic. Second is the incantation, the blueprint for creating magic with mana. A flame flickered in Sihan's hand as he spoke. "Oh fire, gather at my fingertips and burst into life. Magic flame." And finally, the activation word triggers the spell. When he finished, he turned to her. And that's how it's done. Of course, this is just the basics. Once you get used to it, you can skip most of the time-consuming steps. It's just a matter of practice and experience. But no matter how smart you are, memorizing every type of magic is impossible. So there's something you'll need when using magic. Then, Sihan reached his hand toward Lita. A book appeared. He explained cheerfully. A grimoire. It's a magic record containing a mage's information and wisdom. This is the first thing you'll create when you learn magic, she said in amazement. I've met a few mages, but this is the first time I've seen one of these. Sihan flipped through the pages. It usually doesn't appear to others, because it's like a mage's personal safe. It holds all their knowledge and information. The poses they make are when they're searching their grimoire for the magic they want to use. It's called hand seals or body movements. Thanks to this magic, passing my exams was a breeze. Lita suddenly asked, "Is there no aura and magic on Earth?" He immediately answered, "That's right, people on Earth can't use magic," she said. "But you were able to use it on Earth, right? So that means Earth isn't hostile to magic. Then why was it never developed?" Sihan scratched his head. "I don't know. I used to think it was normal. But hearing you say that makes me a little curious too. I awakened this power because I crossed dimensions, but people on Earth just don't have this talent." Lita nodded. "I see. So I'm sure no one on Earth could stand against you." Hearing this, Sihan thought in confusion. I didn't expect Lita to be so interested in Earth. I've never seen her like this. Suddenly, her words made him freeze. "So, when you went back to Earth, how did you spend your days?" Seeing him like that, she called out in confusion. "Sihan?" His eyes became lifeless. The smile on his lips had vanished. He spoke softly. "That?" A stream of memories returned. A large statue stood on the street. The road was bustling with cars. The noise was deafening. The streets were crowded with people. Sihan lay naked and motionless in the middle of the crowd. "What's that? That person isn't wearing any clothes. He must be crazy. Call the police. What is he doing in the middle of the road? Wow, his body looks pretty good. Hey, what are you looking at?" In his eyes, the hazy images of his comrades appeared. A question echoed in his heart. Why? Why did it turn out like this? The police officers at the station were gossiping. Is that the guy? The student who was naked in Guangwaman. Yeah, a kid drinking that much. Apparently, he was unconscious the whole way here. I heard he was reported missing 3 years ago. But it's obvious he just ran away. Right? His parents divorced, and his grades were bad. So it's understandable. The officer across from Sihan asked, "Kid, where have you been all this time?" His eyes were lifeless. He answered indifferently, "I don't remember." The other officer got annoyed. "Kid, what are you talking about? Don't you dare lie to me." Suddenly, the officer's eyes widened. A light flashed in his pupils. Then, he calmly said, "Ah, so you don't remember anything. All right, go in for counseling." Sihan looked at his hand, thinking, "It seems I can use magic on Earth without any issues, but it'll be a pain if things get out of hand. I need to find an excuse to leave, and apologize to the lead investigator." The sky was clear and blue. The Korean National Police Agency stood solemnly. A while later, Sihan slowly walked out. As he looked up, something startled him. A car was parked at the entrance. A middle-aged man stepped out. His gaze was stern. Sihan cried out, "Dad!" An apartment in Daejeon, Sihan's home. His father yelled, "Where have you been and what have you been doing? You didn't contact me for 3 years, but you should have at least gone to school. I can't believe my son is a middle school dropout. And what's this about a strip show at Gwangwamun? Thanks to you, I've lost all face." Sihan said nothing, just thinking. He's still the same as ever. I wasn't expecting a touching reunion, but he starts by scolding the son he hasn't seen in 3 years. During the 3 years I was in Lonelo, I missed Earth. I wanted to come back, but I only missed things like the internet, TV, and hot water. I never missed my home or my family. That's when I suddenly realized. This person truly means nothing to me. His father continued. "It's not too late. Go back to Seoul. I'll send you to a hagwon, so study hard. Your life depends on it. Take the high school qualification exam. Get your diploma and get into a university in Seoul. Don't disgrace your father's name any longer." Hearing this, Sihan nodded. "All right." As he got up to leave, his father shouted, "Make sure you live properly. A person can only be decent if they get into a good university. If you can't even do that, you might as well just disappear." Sihan thought to himself, There's no point talking to this guy. I gave my all to fight. I risked my life for our future. But my reward was losing everything and being exiled. He silently made a vow. I need to go back. Just you wait, you bastards. I will return and pay you back for everything. The sky was a hopeful blue. A year passed. I pretended to study at the Hagwon while searching for a way back to Lonelo. I locked myself in my room and reviewed everything I knew about magic. Because I had a grimoire, I just had to cheat on the parts I didn't know. Thanks to that, I easily passed the qualification exam, and I got into a prestigious university in Seoul. Sihan's father was overjoyed. You got into a good university. Looks like my son has finally come to his senses. I can finally live with my head held high, Sihan said bluntly. Well, since I've upheld the family's honor as you wished, from now on, I'll live on my own. I'll cover my own living expenses and tuition. So don't interfere in my life anymore. Hearing this, his father got angry. What? You think the world is so easy? You think society is that simple? Fine. Try living on your own, you rebellious brat. Sihan thought to himself, I know I'm underestimating the world, but I can't help it, because I have aura and magic. This transcends the rules of modern civilization. Making money is very easy with aura. For example, Sihan went to the racetrack. He could adjust the horse's speed with his aura and manipulate the results. Using various methods, he made enough money to live the rest of his life without worry. And it took less than a year. Looking out the window, his heart was heavy. But I've made no progress in finding a way back to Lonelo. I've only managed to create a small hole in the fabric of space. Even if I travel between dimensions, I don't know which one I'll end up in. Trying to find Lonelo in the infinite dimensions is like searching for an oasis in a desert. It's not a matter of success or failure. There's nothing specific about Lonelo that can help me pinpoint its location. I don't know what to do now. At this rate, it could take decades. No, until I die. Sihan's determination, once like steel, gradually began to erode. He wondered, is it really worth being this angry? They didn't try to kill me. They just sent me home. He slowly began to compromise with his reality. He told himself, and Lita, we never knew what would happen in a relationship. It's true they betrayed me, but... Sihan started to make excuses for them. I understand that. The anger that seemed like it would burn forever slowly died down, and a poison called forgiveness corroded him. I can't go back to Lonelo anymore. 3 years after returning from Lonelo, Sihan decided to live in the present. He made a few friends at university after failing to form any relationships for a long time. The nightmares about Lonelo faded after he completed his military service. Sihan was disgruntled. That just reversed my nightmares. Instead, he started having nightmares about going back to the military. Like the heroes in movies, he thought about using his abilities for good. But he had already risked his life for one world. And because he had paid the price, he no longer had the motivation. Starting new relationships felt exciting at first, but they always grew stale over time. He could do anything he set his mind to, but life only made him feel bored. Sihan was wandering in the rainy darkness. There was no way out. One day, it appeared before him like a flash of light. Sihan's eyes widened in shock. He was bewildered while working out at the gym. Sihan wondered, this feeling, it's so familiar. Could it be magic from Lonelo? Realizing this, he quickly jumped off the machine. Then he rushed out, wondering, why? Why is it reaching this far? Somehow, Sihan could feel the traces of Lonelo. This was the location marker he had been searching for, a waypoint across dimensions. Sihan ran, panting. A slight smile appeared on his lips. There's hope. I can go back again. I tried everything to return to Lonelo, but I could never grasp a specific location marker across the dimensions. That made returning an impossible task. Impossible. But then, a light gradually appeared before Sihan. But every cloud has a silver lining. Sihan ran with all his might. He thought, I'm sure of it. This is magic from Lonelo. Magic that crossed dimensions and is touching Earth. But so what? What does that have to do with me? Didn't I already decide to keep living on Earth? I thought I had forgotten everything and forgiven everyone. But if I really felt that way, my heart wouldn't feel so empty. It's not that I forgave them. I simply gave up in despair because I couldn't return to Lonelo. But this time is different. I can really go back. This time, I won't give up. And with that, Sihan dropped out of school. He started training his aura and magic again, learning to traverse dimensions. He thought happily, even though I've found a location marker to return to Lonelo, opening a gate to another dimension won't be easy, but I'm feeling excited for the first time since returning to Earth. And, after some time, like a miracle, the path between Lonelo and Earth was connected. It was the result of 10 years of hard work. Seeing his achievement, his lifeless eyes finally regained some light. Sihan, I finally did it. His haggard face broke into a satisfied smile. Then he laughed loudly. Sihan shouted with joy, it's done. I can finally go back. They say to forgive because you understand. Nonsense. Forgiveness will only come after I take back everything those bastards stole from me. Wait for me, you traitors. Returning to the present, Sihan said calmly, I guess I lived a normal life. Because I had aura and magic, life on Earth was pretty easy. He thought, there's no reason to say anything bad about it. Lita smiled gently and replied, I understand. Seeing her smile, Sihan looked puzzled. The sky was clear blue. The clouds drifted gently. Lita knelt on the ground. She closed her eyes, focusing hard. Sihan, beside her, asked, How does it feel? Can you sense anything? Lita replied softly, Yes, it's very faint. He said, That's mana. Knowing the principles of magic is important. But the most fundamental thing is being able to feel mana. Keep it up. If you reach the third circle, you can hide the traces of the summoning magic yourself. Lita asked curiously, That magic is only third circle? Sihan replied, Yes, it's such a low level that even I can use it with my current, weak mana. You're just concealing it, not erasing or altering the traces, so it's not that difficult. If you can block it, you won't have to follow me anymore. Hearing this, Lita's eyes lit up with interest. She quickly asked, So if I get good enough to erase the summoning traces, can I leave? Sihan replied, Of course. There's no reason for me to restrict your freedom, is there? I hope you can live a peaceful life in the future. I'm sure you can do it. Lita was silent for a moment. Then she spoke. So if I want to stay by your side, is there anything I can do to help you? Sihan was a little confused but still answered, Of course. You're one of the few people I trust in Lone Low. You'd be a great help if you decided to stay. Lita was silent. Her eyes were filled with her own thoughts. Then she asked, When you've finished your revenge, what do you plan to do? Will you stay here and settle down like you planned 10 years ago? Sihan answered, This time is different. Lone Low is no longer a worthwhile world to me. I came back because I have unfinished business. I can only move forward after I've dealt with my past. Once I get my revenge, I'm going back to Korea. Hearing this, Lita couldn't help but call his name, Sihan. But don't you need to burn someone's heart to go back to Korea? Hearing that, he panicked. Who do you think I am? Of course, I'll go back the same way I came. Coming to Lone Low from Earth was a miracle. But going back is quite easy. As Sihan twirled his finger, a blue circle appeared in midair. He explained, As you can see, I can open a spatial gate. The problem is, I don't know where it will connect, but since I'm from Earth, I'll naturally return there, even without a location marker. Remembering the naked street scene, Sihan thought. The problem is where on Earth I'll end up. An unforgettable memory. Sihan shuddered at the thought. But that's not a problem anymore, because I've prepared a return magic spell in Korea. Do you really think I'd do another naked performance at Gwangwamun? Seeing this, Lita guessed. It seems the wound, his psychological trauma, runs deep. Then, she smiled gently again, and she said, I will stay by your side. I am the cursed daughter of the mad tyrant. As long as I live in Lone Low, I can't expect any kind of future. But what if I didn't exist in this world? I will help you get revenge. But when everything is over, please, take me to Earth with you. Elsewhere, in a place filled with flowers, Lee stood alone in a meadow, surrounded by colorful flowers. A deep, warm voice rang out. Why are you walking alone? Once approached with a smile. Queen Lee. Seeing him, Lee smiled affectionately. Princess, the sun feels so warm today. Once said, Going out alone without attendance is dangerous. She smiled. It's all right. Even though I'm called the Queen, this title holds no power. I'm just a beautiful decoration. What danger could there be? Perhaps it would be different if I received the Emperor's love. But how could he be interested in a political pawn when he has countless beautiful concubines? Once said, It's true that my father doesn't care about the Queen, but that's precisely why I feel more relieved, receiving his warm embrace. Lo blushed. This is dangerous, Ens. What if someone sees us? He reassured her. There's no one around, Lei. And so, the two shared a passionate embrace in the romantic scenery. The magnificent royal palace. Once finished his secret meeting and walked down the hallway. Suddenly, he stopped. Stop hiding. Come out. Why have you come to see me, Keetle? He gave a sly smile. I have some important information. Sihan held a large pill and put it in his mouth. As he chewed, his face twisted. This is really bitter. Xenon excitedly held up a small jar. He grinned. I tried making a sauce, Sihan. You better fill up on this. Nearby, Lita held a pill and marveled. This medicine is amazing. I only take a few pills a day, but I can clearly feel a difference. A battle energy enhancement pill. It's like protein powder. It's for high-level swordsmen to increase the battle energy they gain from training. Though it's effective, it's also very expensive. We can eat it like a snack thanks to Keetle's support. He had cheerfully said, Just tell me what you need. Sihan clenched his fists excitedly. Money really is amazing. My battle energy recovery is better than I thought. My power has almost reached the master level. A glint appeared in his eye. He said, At this rate, I'll be able to face Gazinda soon. At Ketel's luxurious and magnificent building, a servant announced, "Baron Ketel, Sir Sihan has arrived." He turned, shouting in dissatisfaction. "You're late. Too late. I called for you a long time ago. Why are you only arriving now? And hurry up, you all may leave." The servant replied nervously, "Yes, sir." Then they left. Only Ketel and Sihan remained. Immediately, his attitude changed completely. He bowed and knelt. Ketel bowed his head respectfully. "Welcome, Sir Sihan." Sihan thought in admiration. "How interesting." Then he spoke. "Your acting is superb. If I didn't know better, I would have thought it was real." Ketel chuckled. "I have to consider the situation." Then Sihan spoke. "Anyway, have you prepared what I asked for?" Ketel held up a paper. "Yes, I've prepared the list of names here. It includes people with enough strength and morals to face Gacinda. Of course, I'm sure everyone will turn on Gacinda the moment you appear. But that will give the other emperors time to prepare. And if the 5 of them join forces, even you would have a hard time winning. Creating a situation where we overthrow the tyrant, Gacinda with the people's support would be a great idea." Sihan laughed. "That's not something a recent ally of Gacinda should be saying. But the reaction isn't as big as I expected. I thought it would be larger, considering how Gacinda rules. He must still be a revolutionary hero in people's eyes." "That's true, but he controls the army very tightly. He personally manages the Black Lion Knights and the 30,000-strong standing army. They still worship Gacinda," Sihan thought. "Not all of them. A part of the Night Order has been acting secretly behind his back. There will be a place for me to slip in." Ketel spoke up. "And there are the loyal nobles. They are the core of his power." Sihan asked curiously, "So I'll have to deal with them first. Who's the leader?" Immediately, Ketel raised his hand. "It's me." Sihan was slightly surprised. "You?" Then he spoke. "The chance of success is 50-50. It's possible, but not easy. He seems to be the most suitable person." Ketel spoke up. "I think so too, but he truly despises me." Once asked coldly, "What did you just say? You intend to betray my father? You want me to believe that?" Ketel thought, "I didn't think you would. It's funny even to me. Of course, if it weren't for Sir Sihan, I couldn't have come up with this. But I can't tell him about Sir Sihan," once said loudly, losing his patience. "You dare speak of patriotism when you're nothing but a parasite. Stop this nonsense and get to the point." Ketel rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Then he spoke. "You're right. I am like a parasite, and a good parasite knows how to choose a good host. Gacinda is a host that's nearing its end." Hearing this, Ents was stunned, his eyes wide. He said in confusion, "What you just said. You know that's not something you should say, even as a joke, right?" Ketel replied, "Yes. That means I'm willing to bet my life on this. Actually, patriotism and the people suffering don't concern me. I'm telling you this for my own benefit, but I'm sure this will also lessen the people's suffering. Do you know what traitors desire? It's to live a long and fulfilling life. There's no point in living in luxury if it's short-lived." Once said gravely, "You're saying my father's reign won't last. My father is still young. What makes you think he won't rule for a long time?" Ketel gave a sly smile. "That's a question you already know the answer to, isn't it? The Gacinda kingdom is a thorn in the side of its neighbors. Take the war, for example. They ruthlessly backstabbed both nations. The moment Gacinda shows any weakness, either the Lexan kingdom or the Xi Jinping empire will act immediately. The friendship between revolutionary heroes is a thing of the past. This kingdom won't last a decade like this. The emperor should have stepped down if he cared for the people." At this point, Ketel sighed and thought, "Actually, I was planning to betray the country and flee when this happened, but it seems I'll be playing the role of a patriot, thanks to Sir Sihan. Well, if the plan succeeds, becoming a patriot isn't so bad. Being a patriot is better than being a traitor." Suddenly, Ents said, "You won't be safe if this kingdom collapses. Even you wouldn't stoop so low as to sell out your own country. But I still don't understand. If I become king, it won't benefit you. You can only live in luxury if I keep you in your position. You know very well what I think of you. What makes you think I would do that for you?" Hearing this, Ketel closed his eyes and said calmly, "Prince, I am a tool of the king. If the king wishes to rule for the people, I will follow his will. If the king wishes for luxury and pleasure, I will also follow his will. How the king wishes to use me is his choice. Gacinda demanded greed and tyranny from me. What will you demand from me?" Hearing this, Ents angrily slammed the table and stood up. However, Ketel remained calm and said, "I am finished." "Well then." With that, Ketel left, leaving Ents in a mess of thoughts. He stood silently. His eyes held a mix of anger and hesitation. Suddenly, Ketel's voice rang out again. "She is the queen," meaning she is the king's woman. Hearing this, Ents' brow furrowed. "What are you trying to say?" Ketel turned, a slight smirk on his lips. Then he said, "Only those who wear the crown can claim the queen as their own." Elsewhere, still in Ketel's mansion, Sihan was relaxing on a long chair, reading a book. He said with satisfaction, It's nice to be able to relax. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the building. Sihan burst out the door. What's going on? I heard a scream. Lita stammered nervously. Xenon was lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by small fires. She asked in panic, "What should I do now?" A panicked voice called out, "Xenon." Sihan grabbed Xenon's shoulders and shook him frantically. He panicked. "Xenon, calm down. What happened to you?" Lita answered nervously. "About that. A few minutes earlier, in the garden with lush green vegetables." Xenon said excitedly. "Wow, they're growing so well. Looks like we can harvest them in a few days." Elsewhere, Lita stared at her hands. "I've been practicing magic application for a month now. I feel pretty confident about it. I think I'll try casting a spell right now. Please work." The first spell, Sihan showed me. The simplest one, Magic Flame. She brought her hands to her mouth and began to chant. Fire. Condense at my fingertips. Green leaves slowly fell from the trees. Suddenly, a powerful vortex of fire appeared right after Lita's chant. She panicked. "What? I can't control it." This quickly caught Xenon's attention. He asked curiously, "What's going on, Lita?" Suddenly, a giant fireball flew towards him. Lita screamed in panic. "Xenon, watch out!" He froze before he could react. The fireball crashed behind him, creating a huge explosion. The flashback ended. Lita sighed and thought. "Xenon," she said. "That's what happened. I was worried it might hit Xenon and tried to change its direction." Just then, Xenon woke up and shouted, "Why did you do that? It should have hit me. I would have been burned to a crisp. There's nothing I can do to bring my child back. Why wasn't it me? It should have been me," Sihan thought helplessly. "He doesn't seem to be hurt, but his mental state is unstable." Lita said awkwardly, "I'm sorry. Next time, I'll definitely aim for you, Xenon." He shouted in frustration, "Just shoot it into the sky." Looking at the huge crater from the explosion, Sihan spoke up. "But there's something strange. Is this really magic flame? It doesn't look like something a first circle spell could do. Can you try casting it again, Lita?" She replied. "Okay." Once more, Lita closed her eyes and brought her hands to her mouth to chant. After a moment, flames began to form around her. Sihan said excitedly, "Okay, stop. That's enough." "What? How is this possible, Lita? The amount of magic I'm sensing is on par with a 5th circle spell." "No, just looking at the output, it's on par with a 7th circle spell." Hearing this, Gelen was stunned. "What? Are you mistaken? Lita just started learning how to use magic," Sihan replied. "I know it doesn't make sense, but innate talent in magic is beyond our understanding." Lita asked in confusion, "Can someone please explain what's happening?" "So," Sihan explained. "Remember I told you that you need to combine your magic with energy from nature to cast spells? For most mages, they absorb 10 units of energy from nature, and they convert it into mana with a certain efficiency. The output is usually around 1 or 2. However, Lita, in your case, even though you only absorb 10 units like other mages, your magic doesn't decrease during the conversion. In fact, it increases. It's as if you're receiving magic from an unknown source. I've never seen this before. I wonder if Saffirson or Lisan knew about this." Hearing this, Lita asked worriedly, "So, will I have problems learning magic?" Sihan replied, "The amount of magic you possess is too large for the spells you're casting. Since you can't control it, it just increases the risk. I suggest you stop practicing magic for now." Lita said hesitantly, "No, I understand your reasoning. But are you saying I currently have a powerful strength? I know I can't help you much in my current state. I can't give up this new power." Her determined attitude surprised Sihan. "Lita," he fell silent, thinking for a moment. Then he scratched his head in defeat. "All right, let me be honest with you. There is still one way. Although the reasons might be different, I also faced a similar problem. It turns out humans have a higher magic absorption rate than residents of Lonelo. Even though I had a rich amount of magic, I didn't have the skills to handle it." Hearing this, Lita listened with joyful attention. She replied, "Yes?" Sihan continued, "Yes, I think I can teach you how to control your magic temporarily. However, I don't know the potential risks. Are you okay with that?" A happy voice rang out. "Yes." In a large, luxurious, and well-appointed room, Sihan opened the door and walked in casually. Seeing him, Keetle smiled and said, "You've returned, Sir Sihan." He sat down and immediately asked, "How is Prince Ence since our last meeting?" He replied, "After a few private meetings with him, he has finally shown his intention to join. However, to join us, he requires clear proof. He wants to see if I have the intention and ability to carry out a successful coup." Hearing this, Sihan said with satisfaction, "I knew he would react like that. So what kind of proof does he want?" Keetle answered without hesitation. "He wants us to eliminate one of Gacinda's loyal dogs." He asked curiously, "The 3 loyal dogs?" He explained. He's talking about the 3 subordinates who support his rule over the people from behind the scenes. Each one controls a sector: military, economy, and politics. The people call them the 3 loyal dogs, hoping someone will eliminate them. The military sector is commanded by the Black Lion Knights Dao Ibuki. The economic sector is run by the richest man in the kingdom and Gacinda's in-law, Duke Kwangtan. At this point, Sihan asked, "So who's the last loyal dog?" Immediately, Keetle raised his hand. "It's me." Sihan was a bit surprised. "Diago," he continued, "one of Prince Ensa's requests is to eliminate Dao Lapuki." Sihan said, "The commander of the Black Lion Knights. You're saying I have to face a master swordsman and," he said enthusiastically. "I'm sure it will be easy for someone like you, Sir Sihan," he said. "Since I have to hide my identity, I'll have to fight without using my own techniques. It sounds easy, but it's really not. I need to learn more about this person," Keetle continued. "You must have heard of Dao Lapuki," Sihan asked curiously. "But I don't know anyone with that name," he explained. After becoming a noble, he changed his name and everything. "Do you remember Dao, the first attack commander of the Gacinda army?" At a construction site, someone called out. "Dao," a soldier barked out orders. "Move faster. This is Lord Gacinda's new castle. At this rate, we'll never finish, you worms. Do I need to kill another one of you to teach you a lesson?" Suddenly, the soldier was knocked down. Bum said with determination, "We can't live like this anymore. Do you understand how many of us have died for Gacinda's entertainment in this cruel place? Today, we will escape from here." The nearby soldiers panicked. One of them shouted, "It's a revolution." Immediately, the laborers, led by bums, rebelled. Just then, a soldier shouted in panic, "Commander, we have a problem. The slaves in the work area have started a revolution." Dao calmly ordered, "They're just slaves, aren't they? Just deal with them." The soldier panicked and shouted, "It seems some of the slaves are former knights. They were part of Gacinda's old revolutionary army." Hearing this, he froze. Have they lost their pride? All right, traitors who have lost their loyalty. I, Commander Berkey of the Black Lion Knights, will deal with you myself. The guards screamed in pain. Jiam, with a fierce expression, began to attack everyone. He shouted, "Stand back. I don't want to kill my former comrades, so please, don't stand in my way." The guards were stunned. That person is Commander Guillaume from the old revolutionary army. He's a master swordsman. We can't beat him. Guillaume's expression suddenly froze. Darkwood shouted, startling the person next to him. "Revolution? You mean you're going against the king's orders, you disloyal bastard? I won't spare any of you. Long time no see, Guillaume." Guillaume's gaze froze. "Darkwood," he replied. "I'm not Dao anymore. Call me Lord Berkey. Anyway, what are you doing here? I thought you retired to become a farmer or something." He smiled faintly. "That's right. I thought I'd never have to pick up a sword again after the world changed. But I was wrong. For the sake of the suffering people, we will leave this country." Darkwood remained arrogant. "Even if you retired, you were once a knight. You mean to throw away your loyalty and commit treason? You became a farmer and lost the honor and pride of a knight." Hearing those words, GM clenched his teeth. "Treason. Look at yourself. These poor people are in crisis and despair all because of you and your greed. Where is your honor and pride?" Darkwood replied indifferently, "Why should I care? The most important thing for a knight is to be loyal to their master." He asked again, "Is this the world we once wanted, Darkwood?" Suddenly, he became angry and gripped his sword tightly. "Don't call me by that name. My name is Baklai von Lochet, the honorable name given to me by the king." GM became agitated, his teeth clenched tightly. The battle between the two began fiercely. The two swords clashed, sending out intense sparks. He clenched his teeth in a tense state. GM assessed, this power. This guy, he's stronger than before. He's on another level, even though we're both masters. Because I just reached this level. He was gradually pushed back by his opponent's strength. Suddenly, GM's pupils widened fiercely. He blocked Darkwood's slash with his sword. In that instant, crimson blood spurted from his body. His subordinates were shocked. "Commander Dela, you bastard, how dare you do that to our commander?" Darkwood turned his head back. "You're all the same. You must have been in the revolutionary army. Fools, a true lion doesn't care about cowardly rats. I will take down the enemy commander. Black lions, punish the remaining traitors." The scene turned tragic as people fell one by one. Darkwood's figure stood there coldly, witnessing it all. His eyes couldn't hide his indifference. "You foolish old man, GM. If you were alone, you could have escaped. Why sacrifice yourself for these lowlifes? You even threw away your loyalty." But then, a satisfied smile appeared on GM's lips. He spoke. "You talk about the honor and pride of a knight, but you don't even know why I'm doing this. You're not a true knight, Darkwood. You're just a terrible person. Just like before." Those words made Darkwood's lips purse shut, speechless. He became enraged and swung his sword for the final blow. Darkwood said coldly, "I told you not to call me by that name. I've erased that name." Just then, a subordinate came to report. "Captain, we've wiped them all out. We've taken all the non-knights as hostages." Suddenly, he asked, confusing his subordinate, What do you mean? They also betrayed us. Isn't the punishment for treason death? What are you doing, not killing them all? In that moment, a voice from behind shouted, "Stop, Black Lion Knights," he commanded. "I will not allow any more slaughter." Darkwood turned his head slightly. "Prince Ents," he emphasized, "I will not allow you to harm the workers anymore. This is an order from the heir to the throne." He hesitated. "The commander's orders are definitely mine." Once was firm. "If you kill them all, who will build the new royal castle for my father? You should at least wait until the castle is built to punish them." Darkwood was annoyed. "You mean we should let them go without any punishment?" He sighed. "All right. If the prince says so, then so be it. We will take them back to the royal palace construction site. Are you satisfied now?" His expression soured at the tone. Once turned and left with great disgust. Watching his back, Darkwood judged, "He's too soft. We must strike down traitors without mercy to show the people. He has unnecessary softness and weak principles. How could a tiger give birth to a puppy?" After walking for a while, he asked, "What do you think, son? He's the captain of the Black Lion Knights. I don't know how a revolutionary hero could end up like this." He replied calmly, "No, he's still the same. Past or present, he still kills anyone who gets in his way. He does whatever Gacinda asks of him." Sihan emphasized, "That's the only justice he knows." Once was curious. "You speak as if you knew Captain Backlie from before." He quickly forced a laugh. "That's what I heard from Baron Keetle," he replied. "Is that so?" I'm surprised he could say something like that. Once wondered, "Why did you get involved in this?" Sihan replied, "I also feel that you are more worthy of the throne." He hesitated. "More worthy? I've never heard such praise. People always say a tiger gave birth to a dog." Sihan comforted him. "A dog is man's best friend. It represents close friendship, loyalty, and help in life and hunting. It also helps protect us and guard us through the night. Throughout human history, there's surely no animal more helpful than a dog. Gacinda is certainly a king like a tiger, but I would rather serve someone like a dog than a tiger." It sounds a bit strange. Hearing those words, Ent smiled happily. "I understand. Son, you are an interesting person." He thought to himself, "The more I talk to him, the more I trust him." On the other side, his eyes were also scanning the surroundings. Sihan wondered to himself, "Is this the world we once wanted? Making the traitors pay for their sins is to break the peace of the present. And breaking the peace here makes me a bit distracted by personal emotions. Thank you, Gacinda, for making me not hesitate at all." The faces of the people in the room became wary. Douglas ordered, "Everyone, drink up." His subordinate exclaimed, "Yes, Captain." He remembered. "Oh, right. Have you heard about the construction?" Someone asked. "What's wrong?" Nako replied. Suddenly, Prince Wentz requested a new residential building and more support for them. He was startled. "What? Did you agree?" He sneered. "Of course not. Reward them after they commit a crime? How can that be? The whole mob would rebel." Everyone was excited. "That's why you rule with an iron fist. Those low-level worms are hopelessly foolish." Then loud laughter erupted in the room. Right? Suddenly, an arrow flew in from outside. It was aimed straight at Darkwood's face. He was startled by the sudden event. A subordinate shouted anxiously, "Captain, it's dangerous." "Sir, please." But Darkwood used his aura to shatter the arrow. They were terrified. He broke an iron arrow with his aura. As expected from someone like him, a bone-chilling smile appeared on his lips. Darkwood spoke. "Interesting. An arrow with persistent battle energy, and it can target me precisely through such a narrow window." He stood up excitedly. "Why don't we go see what that is?" A moment later, Darkwood's feet stepped out into the cold. He assessed. The fog is too thick. In this weather, it's impossible to track them. Suddenly, Darkwood's gaze froze at the sight before him. He quickly recognized Sun, So Then, and Gilon. "Who's behind this? It can't be that Keetle." "Ah, is it the prince?" Sihan replied. "Think whatever you want. You're not getting out of here alive anyway." He declared fiercely, "I will take your head, Berkey." Darkwood sneered, praising his childish determination. "How foolish. Do you really think just the two of you are enough to take on the Black Lions?" Then his subordinates rushed forward, attacking Xenon fiercely. He realized and ordered, "Stay calm. Keep them alive for questioning." He gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging on his hand. Then Xenon countered, swinging his sword at his opponent. Beside him, Sihan also prepared to join the fight. The subordinate's sword lunged out, but Sihan quickly dodged it. He said with a cold voice, "You're good at dodging, you eel." Darkwood watched from the side, assessing. His skills match his confidence. He's handling 2 black lions without much trouble. He snapped his fingers and ordered, "I need more support to capture them alive." A group of people immediately rushed up and surrounded them. Xenon was angry. 4 against 2. "Do you have any honor as knights?" A subordinate shouted, "How dare you talk about honor when you're trying to assassinate someone?" He got angry, right? Sihan was helpless. "Who told you to talk to him?" They gloated. A wall of steel is surrounding you. You can't escape. One of them thought, this won't be enough. The steel wall won't be enough. We need a finishing blow. He glanced at his comrades. So, they signaled to each other about the plan. One would attack. Suddenly, he smiled excitedly. I know. The other person became a bit tense at his attitude. Then the fight began. One side attacking, the other defending. Suddenly, Sihan rushed forward, surprising him. He shouted, not today, run, Xenon. A subordinate was angry. Are they playing with us? How dare they run when they're at a disadvantage after attacking us? They were furious. You think you can run? After them, he sneered. We're not specialists in chasing like the whirlwind or wild wind, but we'll still catch you. As a knight-level swordsman, these weapons are lighter than cotton. The moment Sihan and he jumped over the barrier to escape, the others chased them on the bridge while his group ran through the underpass. Their faces were a bit tense, lightly sweating. The Black Knight stood behind. What a pity. This path has been blocked for years. Darkwood came from behind. You didn't even plan your escape route first? Fools, if you had jumped from the building, you could have escaped. If you want to be the captain of the Black Lions, you need to try harder. Sihan's side remained silent. He sighed. We were careful enough. Maybe even too careful. Sihan looked back. Did you really have to go this far? In that instant, she appeared behind them. He called out, Lita. He, standing behind, was also shocked by her. They burst out laughing. You're bringing out a warrior-class fighter? The men laughed maniacally with excitement. Suddenly, Darkwood's face darkened. He was horrified. What is this sudden energy? This isn't battle energy. It's, Sihan had explained. If you can't control your magic energy because it's too large, then you should learn advanced magic first. It only requires the user's magic energy. Lita remembered. To use your level of magic energy. Then she released a massive amount of magic. It quickly engulfed the entire space, shocking everyone. An earthquake shook the area. The dust and smoke cleared. Lita looked at the power she had unleashed, surprised. That was strong. But suddenly, her body swayed and she fell backward, Sihan explained. You'll be weak for a while because you just used all your magic energy. And you won't be able to use magic again until it recharges. Magic energy is like your daily salary. Huh? A mercenary mage? Lita was annoyed. What a weird comparison. Xenon remarked. Magic is amazing. There's no trace of the knights left. I didn't think we'd wipe them out so quickly. He explained. Because this wall is very weak. The steel wall is sturdy, but it's not good at dispersing force. So it can only take a direct hit, like a straight tree facing a storm versus a reed bending with the wind. No swordsman can block magic with. But before Sihan could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Darkwood's angry presence cut off his words. He roared. How dare you? He was surprised. He's still alive. Looks like he's not even hurt. Sihan continued. Perhaps the captain of the Black Lions is tougher than I thought. He instructed. Alita, you stay back, Sihan commanded. We'll proceed with Plan B, he thought to himself. A Darth Zinder-level swordsman can analyze skills from battle traces. I need to secretly support them from behind. Sihan spoke up. I remember him being a master spearman, but it seems he's obsessed with being a knight now, so he uses a sword, no matter how much he trains. It's a disadvantage to use a weapon that isn't his specialty. He was confident. I can win if it's a sword fight, Duckworth sneered. Is that all you've got, you fool? A master of the blade, indeed. Then his body moved swiftly. But you're still a fool. Duckworth reached back. He removed the cloak from his back. A weapon was quickly revealed under the cloth. The sight shocked both of them. Duckworth spoke. If you were a master like me, you could turn a simple cloak into hard steel. Did you really think someone like me would come out unarmed? His eyes filled with killing intent. Get ready, kid. Duckworth unleashed a massive spear of fire. He made a bold declaration. I will torture you with this spear. On the other side, Sihan stood perfectly still. He looked calm. He understood. So that's how it is. This idiot. He has. Sihan looked at him and concluded. He learned the explosion art. I'm such an idiot. I didn't think he'd have a weapon. And I never expected him to know the explosion art. Suddenly, Sihan closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to be contemplating something. Then Sihan made a request. Xenon, get back. You'll only be a burden now. This isn't a situation where I can fight while hiding my skills, Sihan said with a serious expression. I'm getting serious now. Duckworth refused to back down. He radiated a powerful aura and charged forward. The clash between them created a violent tremor. He sneered. You dodged. Duckworth was firm. A mere boy can't win. He struggled while blocking the man's attacks. The explosion art is a technique for both offense and defense. Unlike the tower wall, it can't be countered by the mountain breaker art, he thought. If I were fighting a giant monster, I'd use the extreme heavenly blade or the twin dragon sword energy. But that would be too obvious against a human. It's dangerous if I'm not careful. Meanwhile, Duckworth continued his relentless barrage of attacks. After a moment, the two separated. They created a large distance between them. Suddenly, Sihan's deep voice rang out. "All right, I'll have to use my combat energy for this one-on-one fight." The man's expression changed. It darkened. Duckworth assessed the situation. What is this terrifying combat energy? I shouldn't underestimate him because of his age. He's at the master level. If I hesitate, I'll be in danger, he shouted. I was going to play with you for a bit, but I've changed my mind. I'll end you right here. Duckworth unleashed a fierce technique. Explosion art. Tremor. In contrast, Sihan's eyes remained indifferent. He unleashed his ultimate skill. Tyrant King. Flood. The man began to panic. What? Facing him was Sihan's magnificent combat form. He slowly drew his sword back. He prepared to unleash his attack. That move was. A single slash tore through the air. It seemed to rip space itself apart. Duckworth was completely stunned by the action. Suddenly, the distance closed. Sihan was standing right next to him. Duckworth cried out in pain. He was slashed across the shoulder. He collapsed to the ground. My arm. Duckworth was shocked. Impossible, that technique. The Tyrant King's art. He grew enraged. You, at that level, at your age, I should have noticed sooner. Duckworth's tone was certain as he looked at him. You must be the successor to the Silver Mercenary King. Sihan felt helpless. I forgot Jiabak created this technique. I see why he thinks that. He replied. You can think that. But we once fought together as comrades, so I should at least tell you who's killing you. The man cursed. What is this? Suddenly, Duckworth's expression turned to fear. The figure standing before him was. Duckworth recognized him. The captain of the Storm Corps, Sung Sihan. Duckworth's voice was filled with disbelief. Sung Sihan. Captain of the Storm Corps. Sihan replied. Captain of the Storm Corps. It's been a while since someone called me that. I've seen your cruel actions, the world we wanted to create when we overthrew the old regime. Suddenly, he shouted, cutting him off. I was just following Gatsinga's orders. I swear I didn't know anything. Sihan sighed. Hey, Berkeley, you did whatever you wanted. And now you're blaming Gatsinga? What kind of knight does that? Duckworth yelled. Justify? No. How could I dare call myself a knight? I'll even discard the name Berkeley. He continued to scream. I'm just a commoner. But Sihan didn't let him speak further. He brought his sword down without hesitation. Alita and Xenon watched from a distance. They were startled. Sihan said, I only came here for personal revenge. I don't care about much else, he shouted. But no matter what, you deserve to die. Elsewhere, Lin Khan was observing everyone's actions. The group fell into chaos. 4 of the 6 Haxor Knights were dead, including Berkeley. Jason arrived at the scene, filled with rage. He roared, Who was it? Find the killer immediately. I'll kill him with my own hands. The scene changes. A subordinate began to speak. Lord Hailong. Prince A. He replied. Very good. The situation is excellent. At this rate, more people will join our side. The man flattered him. Indeed, with you in command, you'll devise a great plan. Prince A remarked. You have a talent for turning everything into deceit. Just then, a maid entered to report. Lord Kenton, the guests have arrived. Kenton scratched his head shyly. Then Prince A, I'll take my leave. The prince agreed. All right, the guests. Are they the ones you mentioned? Kenton replied. Yes. The people on the list are predicted to stage a coup. Outside, someone wondered aloud. It's strange. For him to invite us. Another replied. Indeed. Livo said. He said it's to celebrate us becoming captains of the Haxor Knights. Jordan said smugly. He probably wants to get close to us now that we're captains. He's a powerful man in this kingdom, after all. We lose nothing by accepting, he remarked. I didn't expect our old acquaintance to be like this. The scene shifts to inside the room. His expression suddenly turned grim and ugly. Jordan was horrified. What did you say? Are you serious, Viscount Kenton? He assured them. Of course. So I hope you two will join. And Shuanga no longer has the right to be king. Isn't a knight's duty to serve a proper king? For the nation and its people? Livo raised his voice. Are you serious? How can you be so disloyal? Kenton replied. You can go tell Gatsinga if you want, but I wonder if he'll believe you. You both received at least 300 gold coins from the Earth Dragon subjugation, and bribes from the Ivory Tower, right? He stood up in a rage. Are you threatening us? I'll kill you. At that moment, a fierce power was unleashed. Livo was wounded by the sword. He froze. He looked towards the door and shouted. What? Sihan spoke. That damn Ivory Tower, giving you 300 gold coins when they only gave me 10. They were shocked by the voice. They turned around. You are, they called out in unison, Sir Sun. Livo was furious. How dare you point your sword at a Haxor captain when you're just a guard knight? He said calmly. I don't understand why nobles like using titles so much. A strange smile formed on Sihan's lips. Why can't I? he asked, stunning the other two. You're surprisingly calm, aren't you? The man's eyes filled with fear as he looked at Sihan. His entire body radiated an incredibly intense killing intent. Livo fell to the ground while Jordan spoke in terror. This energy, they concluded. You're the one who killed the captain, Sihan teased. I thought you were an idiot. Why the sudden politeness? You must be quite the opportunist, though you don't look it. He spoke up. That's how it is, Sir Sun. Humans should be flexible in reason and decision. That's the beauty of humanity, Sihan emphasized. Don't lower the standard of beauty. Kenton gave a forced laugh. I was just joking. He was shocked. Is the mighty Viscount Kenton afraid? Then Livo looked up, trembling, and asked, Who are you? They stressed. This person is the successor to the mercenary king. In that space, a fierce shout echoed. Kenton, Sihan said, I have an idea. I used the Tyrant King's art to defeat Duckworth, and he thinks I'm the mercenary king's disciple. So if I pretend to be his disciple, I can use that technique and still hide my identity. He laughed. I knew you'd think that, so I prepared in advance. This is a detailed personal report on Sun Sothian, a supposed descendant of the mercenary king. I've created everything needed for Sun Sothian. Even if the mercenary king denies it, no one will believe him. Sihan was surprised. So versatile, Sihan said. I see why Gatsinga values you. Kenton laughed. I'm very useful. I'm an expert in deception and fraud, Jordan said, the mercenary king's successor. I understand why you're so strong now, but I still refuse. Betrayal as a knight. I may not be a perfect knight, but I'm not so worthless as to forget my honor and loyalty. I cannot abandon my duty as a knight. He replied, Who told you to do that? I'm just asking you to place your loyalty in the right place. To serve a true king. He was stunned. A true king. Just then, he stepped out. I need your help. For the future of this country. The two were shocked. They turned to look. Your Highness. Prince A. At that moment, someone couldn't help but slam their hand on the table. They called out in unison. Prince A. He spoke with sincerity. For the people of this country, Prince A asked the question. Will you help me, Haxor Knights? Livo and Jordan were walking away. Sihan watched them through the window. He spoke. I've grasped their weaknesses and sent them on their way, and I've appealed to their sense of duty. Prince A was just the final push. No more persuasion is needed. They've been won over. Alita was about to take a bite. That's right. We now have 2 Haxor captains. Xenon, beside her, added, Go ahead and eat, Sihan. He turned, surprised. When did you two get here and start eating? Alita replied nonchalantly. We escorted Prince A. We couldn't just leave without eating. Wasting food is a great sin, Xenon complimented as he ate. Your chef is excellent, Viscount Kethon. Hearing this, he replied smugly. Oh, you can tell the difference? I'm very picky about my food. Go on, eat. I ate too much bad food during the revolution. Now I have to make up for it, he thought to himself. The flavor would be more balanced with less vinegar and more celery, but it's better not to say anything. Sihan spoke. So those 2 became Haxor captains. Does that mean there's a new commander? Kethon answered. Yes. 4 of the 6 captains are dead. So the remaining 2, Sir Keller and Sir Nguyen, Thien Nguyen, have become the new commander and vice commander. There was no vice commander before, but their skills are nearly equal. And the most talented and experienced knights were chosen as the new captains. Suddenly, Xenon asked, Sihan, don't you like lobster? You haven't even tried it. Sihan smiled and replied, Sorry, thanks. It's my favorite. I want to save the best for last. At that moment, a thought flashed in his mind. That's right. The main course should be enjoyed last. A moment later, Kethon presented a stack of papers. He said, Because of Jessenot's corruption and the suffering people, and thanks to Prince A, the coup is proceeding very smoothly. Sihan noted, That's fast progress. Kethon continued, It means many people have suffered under Jessenot, but for the coup to succeed, we definitely need Viscount Giambo. Sihan was curious. Viscount Giambo, the man called the second symbol of the kingdom, Kethon explained. He's extremely wealthy. But more importantly, he controls the kingdom's commerce. He has the trade connections essential for a smooth coup, Sihan replied. But it must be hard to get him on our side. Kethon said, No, he's already in. But there's a difficult condition. It's more of a personal request, really. He asked. What's the condition? He replied. He wants Alita to train his youngest daughter. Hearing this, Sihan was so surprised he spat out his water. He asked, Alita, as a teacher? Can she do it with her skills? Kethon replied, Becoming a warrior class at Alita's age is quite impressive. The youngest daughter of the Giambo family hasn't had a teacher yet, so she's made no progress. It's customary for a female master to teach a female disciple. I think he was looking for a female knight and noticed Alita is my personal guard. Sihan thought for a moment, then said, There aren't many female knights in Londoner, but he must be desperate to choose Alita. The youngest Jiambo daughter. Sounds familiar. Kethon said cheerfully. We've met her before. Don't you remember? The girl who trained with Prince Parmaman. Suddenly, Dina's image appeared in his mind. Sihan said, surprised. The one who hit you on the head, Dina Jiambu. Hearing this, Kethon was confused. My head? Sihan quickly said. It's nothing. Alita said in astonishment. Huh? Me? A master? Sihan said awkwardly. It's unexpected. Like a high schooler teaching a middle schooler. It's weird. Even if she's smart, you can refuse. Viscount Jiambo has already agreed to join the coup. She replied. So we get nothing out of it? Sihan said. Not exactly. Dina Jiambo's mother seems to come from a very powerful family. This elite family, nobles from the Litten kingdom. Unlike Viscount Jiambo, whose influence is only within Jessenot's kingdom, they are a family with a massive business that spans across Karlanamur. The daughter of such a family. Moving into her sanctuary would be very convenient when we need to move within Panama. We could also connect with other prestigious families through them, Alita said, surprised. You've researched this thoroughly, Sihan. He immediately denied it. The information was from Kethon. Then, she asked curiously. So, what are the risks? Sihan replied, our identities could be exposed. Me, as the savior from another world. And, oh Alita, your Luskan royal bloodline. Honestly, that would be a huge problem. If my identity is revealed, it's still manageable. But if you're exposed as a descendant of the Latdan royal family, things will get chaotic. Alita quietly contemplated the words she had just heard. After a long pause, Alita placed her hand on the table and said with determination, if that's the reason, I accept. My father always told me one thing. Always be cautious and suspicious of anyone by your side. That suspicion isn't a lack of trust. Scrutiny is the best way to understand others. Trusting someone hastily is actually a form of distrust. Even after becoming allies, you must never stop learning about them. My father always said that. So, at the very least, I want to meet Dina. Hearing her speak, something sparked in Sihan's mind. He remembered the past. Jessenot had laughed happily and said, that's Jihan for you. We're best friends. He recalled the sweet words Levina had given him. I love you, Jihan, Sihan said to himself. I trusted them as they trusted me. I had their friendship, their love, and their absolute trust. But was that trust justified? Were there really no signs of their betrayal back then? Maybe I was wrong. I tried to understand my friends under the guise of trust. They might have been disappointed in me, or held feelings against me. But maybe it was because I didn't bother to understand them. Suddenly, Alita's voice pulled him back to reality. Sihan, he said awkwardly. Sorry. I was spacing out. So, let's meet Dina. We'll meet her and see if she can be trusted. Will she betray us even if she learns who we are? But Alita, do you really not trust anyone, even with your father's teachings? Alita gently replied, well, I don't always follow advice. From now on, at least. Still, I have no intention of giving up on revenge. Whatever the reason, revenge isn't something I can abandon. Meanwhile, at Kethon's luxurious mansion, Dina spoke brightly. Hello, I'm Dina Jiambo. I'll do my best to learn, Master. Hearing that, Alita said a bit shyly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dina. From afar, Sihan was watching. He said, she's so bright. It's hard to believe she's the one who chose Alita as her master. Zenon added, they're like two sisters. Then, Alita spoke up. Now, let's start training. Dina was excited. Yes. She smiled with satisfaction, remembering before. But she's only at the warrior level. I could find someone better. No, Dad, it has to be her. I want to learn from her. She's super, super cool. Alita called gently. Dina, let's start with the sword. Hearing that, she ran over with a bright smile. Yes, Master. Dina Jiambo became Alita's disciple. Alita trained hard, day and night. Her form was truly mesmerizing. Dina watched, captivated. She's so cool. A little different from when I first met her. But this isn't my imagination, right? Her intense stare sent a chill down Alita's spine. So beautiful. And muscular too, Dina continued to daydream. I heard that the defense of regular armor becomes meaningless against warrior-class opponents. So cool. I want plate armor like you, Master. She paused her training. Alita motivated Dina. If you reach the warrior level, you can harden steel with combat energy. Dina exclaimed excitedly. I want to wear plate armor like Zenon. He remained silent, not responding. She elaborated. A master-level swordsman can harden any material, not just steel like a knight. Dina had a new goal. I want to be like Sir Sihan. After some discussion, the group let out a long sigh. Let's just sleep on it. Sihan was baffled. What was that? Alita suddenly asked. So, is it better for someone at the transcendent level not to wear plate armor? He was a bit lost. Why the sudden question? Her reason was simple. I'm just curious. Alita was genuinely curious. I heard that once you're master level, the armor material doesn't matter. But the 7 revolutionary heroes were all transcendent level. They wore all kinds of different armor. Sihan discussed it seriously. It depends on the situation. I think it depends on the battle and the techniques they use. Normal cloth has a defense level of 1. Plate armor has a defense level of 10. A knight-class swordsman can enhance steel with combat energy, so they can increase the effectiveness of plate armor. At the master level, you can enhance cloth as well as steel with the same amount of combat energy. Since the enhancement is the same, it doesn't matter if you wear cloth or plate armor. He gave a simple example. But once you reach the transcendent level, you can combine combat energy with a material and enhance its power. For instance, normal clothes go from level 1 to 10. Plate armor goes from level 10 to 30. She quickly concluded. So plate armor is better, right? Sihan laughed and replied, no, that's not it. He analyzed it in more detail. Enhancement power up to the master level isn't affected by armor weight, but at the transcendent level, it is. So if your strategy relies on speed, you should wear light armor. If it's about strength, wear heavy armor. It's quite logical. Alita thought seriously. I see. I'll probably wear light armor if I reach the transcendent level. Sihan bluntly teased her. Worry about that when you get there. You have a long way to go. Alita pouted and scolded him. Okay, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Sihan furrowed his brow, recalling something. By the way, I wonder what happened to my Luvat magic armor. She recognized the name. You mean? Alita listed the items. The 3 holy relics of the savior from another world, the crying magic sword, the Luvat magic armor, and the red dragon's cage. This time it was her turn to tease him. Someone is probably keeping it safe. Even your underwear sold for 100 gold coins. The equipment you used must be worth much more. Sihan frowned and made a decision. I get the underwear, but I think they took my magic equipment. How shameful. I'll have Kenton investigate. He immediately turned and left. Keep up the good training. I'm going to rest, Alita asked as he went. Okay. Has your combat energy recovered? Sihan proudly affirmed. Of course. My old senses are slowly coming back. He quietly looked down at his hands. Or at least, my combat energy is. Sihan kept his problem to himself. His energy recovery is going smoothly. But his magic recovery is slowing down. What's going on? While Sihan's group was training, someone else was struggling even more. By day, he flattered Gatsinga. By night, he gathered nobles and old revolutionaries to prepare the coup. Many saw the benefit of watching from the sidelines, instead of participating in the coup. Kenton threatened them all. If you don't join, I'll expose your corruption. He had the nobles in his grasp. You can't refuse. Who do you think Gatsinga will believe? You or me? Thanks to Kenton's persuasive experience, they joined the coup. Sihan wasn't surprised. It takes a devil to deal with a devil. Kenton cheerfully recounted his glorious achievement. I've managed to gain just allies willing to risk their lives for the future of this country. Sihan corrected him. Don't put them and justice in the same sentence. Kenton smiled grimly. Taking a bribe feels delicious at first. But once it's in your stomach, it becomes a poison that destroys you from within. Sihan couldn't help but shudder. That's quite ironic, coming from you. Kenton was full of confidence. I already have some plans in case I get exposed. I'm very experienced with taking bribes. Sihan praised him sincerely. Good. Sihan lowered his voice to warn him. I'm only telling you this as a precaution. He glared threateningly. After the coup succeeds and A becomes king, you'd better not have any more plans. You haven't forgotten the poison I planted in your body, have you? The man forced a bright smile and affirmed, Of course, Sir Sihan. I have no intention of betraying you. Kenton saw the stakes clearly. Until now, I've done my best under Gatsinga. But under the savior from another world, I can dream bigger. He had a new goal. Whether I have poison in my body or not, I have no intention of betraying you. Kenton was filled with ambition. I will change this nation. I want a good life for myself, and for the people too. Sihan was very pleased to hear that. Kenton, he was extremely relieved. You should have been like this from the start. The man began talking non-stop. I told you, it's impossible under Gatsinga. Meanwhile, Litton was plotting something sinister. Does everyone agree? Lavina smirked in agreement. I agree. He's too dangerous to be left alive once the kingdom falls. No one will be able to stop him then. Others began to chime in. I don't like it, but I can't deny the reality. All right, I agree. I agree as well. He asked the last person for their opinion. What about you, Gatsinga? He was a bit reluctant. Actually, I don't hate him. In fact, I quite like him. Litton quickly affirmed. We all feel that way. We're not choosing this because we hate him. Jezenot remained silent. He was no different from them. But I have friends who are more important than Sihan. Jezenot agreed with them. I trust your decision as a mage. He chuckled in response. So, democracy is best when uncertain. I agree too. Kajin suddenly spoke. breaking the harmonious atmosphere. That's all well and good. She cut straight to the most worrying point. I can't just brush the problem aside. How do we do it? Kajin knew Sihan's power well. Defeating the extraordinary savior from another world, Jason was furious, as if insulted. You're underestimating us, Gazelle. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all 6 of us at once. She gave a faint smile in agreement. Probably. Even the savior wouldn't survive if we all attacked. Kajin was a realist. And if we're lucky, maybe half of us will survive, right? The atmosphere immediately became heavy, she said sarcastically. A bunch of mice gathering to chatter. But who's going to bell the cat? One morning at Jason Adler's palace, he seemed to have just woken from a nightmare. Jessenot broke out in a cold sweat. I've been having strange dreams lately. He tried to reassure himself. Maybe it's because of that thing yesterday. It reminded me of my old friend. A chill ran down Jessenot's spine. Traces of the Tyrant King's art were found on Berkeley's body. He couldn't stop worrying. It can't be him. But I keep remembering the old days. Am I getting old? The beauty beside Jessenot woke up drowsily. Your Majesty. Her enchanting spring-like beauty called to him. Are you awake? Jason Adler immediately dismissed his thoughts. Why think so much? He threw himself into the beauty's arms. Come here, my darling. She knew how to please him. Again? You're so energetic. Jessenot indulged in parties almost every day. Let's raise a toast. A minister spoke hesitantly. Your Majesty, these parties have become too frequent. He casually made an excuse. A party? You've misunderstood. This is to commemorate Berkeley. A month later, the old man still couldn't believe it. Your Majesty, Keller actively participated in the banquet for the captain's departed soul. I, Keller, would like to raise a toast as the new captain. Jessenot burst out laughing with delight. Of course. Suddenly, the heavy doors were pushed open. Someone called out in alarm, Your Majesty. Kenton immediately knelt before him. I, your loyal servant Kenton, humbly seek an audience with the hero, Gatsinga. I've come to report that the group who murdered Sir Berkeley has been found. Jessenot's eyes instantly turned cold. He shattered the glass in his hand, startling his lover. Jessenot growled like a wild beast. Is that true? As they walked, he flattered him endlessly. The killer seems to be the disciple of the mercenary king. I am truly in awe of your Majesty's insight. He paid no mind. What's his name? Kenton replied immediately. I haven't confirmed it yet. It seems he's called the Black Giant, he reported urgently. I received information that he's hiding with the rebels in an old castle west of Leithenzel, GZN. Jessenot laughed with grim pleasure. Excellent, Kenton. We will punish them immediately, he called out to his subordinate. Keller. The man appeared at once. Yes, your Majesty. Keller responded with fiery enthusiasm. I will prepare 100 soldiers from the Haxor Knights and 3,000 troops. Kenton was shocked. That's more people than I anticipated. He racked his brain for a solution. That's the entire force of Gatsinga's army. This Keller guy wants to go all out for his first battle. I must handle this situation calmly. Kenton shouted excitedly. Captain Keller, what a wise decision. He was deliberately trying to influence Jessenot. To kill Sir Berkeley, that man must be extraordinary. We'll truly need that many soldiers. He fell right into the trap. That's right. People will think I'm afraid. Jessenot immediately reduced the number. Keller, prepare 50 Haxor Knights and 1,000 troops. I'll be on the front lines, so it's fine. Keller thought he misheard. But, Your Majesty, he tried to persuade him. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Kenton interjected at the perfect moment. Its full strength. Not its full army. 1 or 2 lions are enough to catch a rabbit. Jessenot could only listen to the flatterer. Viscount Kenton is right. Prepare the troops, as I said. Afterwards, he went to whisper to Keller. I'm sorry, Captain Keller. I didn't want your reputation to be affected, Kenton explained with a look of difficulty. We still have to continue with the new royal palace. So using 3,000 soldiers is a bit much, Keller lamented. Yes, it's fine. I was too hasty. The man sighed in relief. I'm glad you understand. Keller made a decision. Hear my command. I will stay by His Majesty's side. You two, join me. The rest will gather at the castle. Jordan heard him and replied. Yes, sir. Kenton secretly smiled like a victor. Not long before, Sihan had received the plan to ambush one of the 6 captains. He analyzed the situation. Right. We have Glion and Lavelle. So now we just need them in Gatsinga's elite unit. Sihan was still confused. If so, we should attack 4 people. There are 6 captains. Kenton was a shrewd man. Yes. 3 of them were Keller's men before he became captain. So I'll hint to Keller that a captain shouldn't show personal favoritism. Sihan understood. I see. It would be troublesome to kill his men. We'll use the fact that they're new captains against them. He grinned maliciously. All right then. Should I take out one of his legs to weaken the army? Alita immediately rejected the idea. No. If you do that, they'll just pick a new captain. Kenton thought the same. And it would be very difficult to position Lulian and Livel. The two looked at each other in surprise. He highly praised her. You sound very experienced with this. One might think you're a royal with experience in war, Alita. Alita was overjoyed. I read it in a book. Sihan thought cautiously. This man, he's very dangerous. But, he seriously assessed Kenton's expression. He's betraying the man he serves. Does he feel no guilt? The man acted innocent. Guilt? What's that? A food? I heard the grass is tasty if you grill it, Sihan reminded himself. On the contrary, he seems excited. I have to be careful not to be betrayed by him later. The scene shifts to the old castle in Jizen. A soldier at the gate recognized them with a start. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Oh my god. The thundering hooves approached the enemy walls. He led his army to attack. Gatsinga was here. Jordan shouted their demand. Hey, you traitors, you're surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Inside the castle, a commotion erupted. Soon, someone came out and declared, We will not surrender, he yelled angrily. Hero Gatsinga, you are no longer worthy of being king. The people of this kingdom reject your rule. Jessenot grinned with amusement. So that's the black giant. How blatant. The enemy was determined to hold the castle. We will fight to the end. Keller stood still, awaiting orders. What will you do, Your Majesty? He didn't even think. What kind of question is that? Of course, we'll attack head-on. Jessenot spurred his horse forward. Follow me, Keller. The man was extremely loyal. Gellin, Livo, I'll stay by His Majesty's side. You two protect me from behind. Don't fall back. Jordan replied tensely. Of course. Leave it to us. The two of them charged forward alone. Jessenot gathered power in his hand. Battle seal. He created a massive hand of earth and rock in an instant. Giant's hand. The soldiers were terrified. My god, how can a human use something like that? Jessenot swung his weapon wildly. He easily broke through the gate. Jessenot was pumped up. He was unbelievably furious. Now, Black Giant, I will avenge Berkeley with your death. Amidst the chaos, only he remained silent. Zenon carefully calculated the timing. All right, my work here is done. From another angle, Sihan stood high above, looking down at the two fools. They're charging in without a second thought. He grinned with eager anticipation. Let the tiger hunt begin. Jessenot stood menacingly on the wall and declared, Show yourself, Black Giant. I, Gatsinga, have come to avenge Berkeley. He suddenly noticed something strange. A magic circle lit up beneath Jessenot's feet. Its scale and area were unbelievably large. Keller looked over at him in alarm. What is this? He calmly assessed. Is this a trap? Jessenot noted blandly. Swordsmen and mages. A lot of people have gathered here. An invisible pressure weighed down on them both. He knew they were trapped. Your Majesty, something's not right. According to Viscount Kenton's report, all the rebels, including the mercenary king's disciple, were just regular soldiers. But he was very calm. I've fallen into hundreds of traps like this before. Jessenot knew it like the back of his hand. A magic barrier is only difficult for those inside, but breaking it from the outside is easy. Haxor Knights, destroy the barrier. The moment he turned around, his face went pale. Behind Jessenot, there wasn't a single person. Keller also cried out in horror. Gellin, Livo, they all stood motionless at a safe distance. Neither Jordan nor Livo moved. Only then did the two fools realize, no one followed us. He roared in fury. Traitors? Just then, Jessenot saw the figures of two people on the high wall. He immediately recognized Kenton looking down furtively. Jessenot's eyes widened. He laughed. He roared his question. Kenton, you dare betray me? Kenton was immediately scared to tears. Sihan laughed and teased him. I'm right here, and you're still afraid of Gatsinga? He panted and made an excuse. I was just surprised, Kenton asked, trembling. Was it really necessary to bring me here? Sihan confirmed firmly. Of course, Sihan stated bluntly. I wanted to see your resolve in front of Gatsinga. Otherwise, I can't fully trust you, Kenton. He immediately regained his composure. Yes, he praised him seriously. Anyway, you did a good job leading him here. Kenton brushed dust off his robe. Of course. Zenon's acting was better than expected. He emphasized his importance. Gatsinga might have noticed if you appeared, so I thought it'd be better for Zenon to do it, since he's so obvious. But thanks to his surprisingly good acting, the plan went smoothly. Kenton recited a principle. Entering the tiger's den to catch the tiger only gets you eaten. You know that. He stroked his beard and smiled smugly. The best way to hunt a tiger is to trap it. Meanwhile, Keller and Jessenot were still being restrained. He roared in fury. Hey, you traitors, break this barrier now. How dare you betray the king? Keller tried to salvage the situation. If you surrender now, I will forgive you. The guards didn't care. What's he saying? Does he still not understand the situation? They all attacked in unison. You are not our king. A powerful flame engulfed them. Inferno, he cried out in terror. Both of them took the full force of the attack. Everyone waited eagerly. Did we get him? They keenly noticed. Jessenot was still intact. No, he's up there. He glanced at the human-shaped scorch mark on the ground. Keller. Is he dead? This isn't something a warrior class can withstand. This power, Jessenot furiously questioned. A mage from the Ivory Tower is definitely here. Who's behind this? Lasan? Kajin? He announced his name loudly. I am Fabatsa Vatsiga. The people have united for a coup. Why do you assume foreigners are behind this? It's simply that the people of the kingdom are tired of your tyranny and have risen up for themselves. Jiamaitan, amidst the rubble, boasted arrogantly. You bastards! How dare you act like this in a royal house? Do you know who I am? The old man arrogantly commanded. I am the father-in-law of this country's king. You should kneel and beg for mercy. But Jiamaitan didn't know that's precisely why they came. We know, Count Jiamaitan. This is for the future of this kingdom. The old man, pale with fear, tried to command them. Hey, drop your swords now. But blood had already been spilled in the Jia Maitland residence. At the same time, the rebel army had reached the royal palace. Prince A called out to everyone. Listen to me, Haxor Knights, defenders of this kingdom. He stated firmly, I don't want to betray my father. I'm just trying to regain control of the country and remove those who tempted him into darkness. A's direct words left his opponents bewildered. So there's no need to fight here. Lower your swords. He had successfully won them over. All right, Your Highness. We will wait until the king returns. A smiled with satisfaction. Wise choice, Sir Tu. This way, we can avoid unnecessary bloodshed. He looked outside with worry. I've successfully taken control of the palace. However, the battle is only half over. I knew very well that everything depended on Kenton and his group. He mumbled a prayer. I hope everything will be all right. Meanwhile, Jessenot was completely immobilized. Damn it, I can't move. He cursed repeatedly. You filth. Are you biting the hand that feeds you? Flabord pointed his sword at Jessenot. Shut up. You're not worthy of being our master. He loudly mentioned a name. We are under the leadership of Prince A. The news hit him like a thunderbolt. A. My own flesh and blood is kicking me out. Jessenot slowly realized. No, not just my son. The subordinates who swore loyalty to me. He realized his position. And Kenton, the one he trusted completely. The aura around Jessenot suddenly changed. All of you. Betrayed me? All right. His eyes turned bloodshot. I'll kill all of you. One by one. Everyone shuddered before his killing intent. Kenton was also terrified. Sihan laughed with amusement. Interesting. A traitor betrayed by those he trusted. Now, this shallow satisfaction is even better than our past friendship. I'll never be a good person. He was filled with the twisted pleasure of revenge. Come on, Getsinga. I won't go back to Tylana just to have someone else take you down for me. You won't fall that easily, will you? The army declared with high morale. You may be strong, but thanks to the barrier, we can still defeat you. There's no need to fear a toothless tiger. Today, you will die, Gotsinga. Jason clenched his teeth in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? He stomped hard on the ground. The ground immediately cracked. Jessenot was like a crazed beast. You think this is enough to defeat me? The entire squad fell into chaos. Xenon hadn't retreated in time. He unleashed his old technique again. Battle Seal. Giant's Hand. He was truly astonished. With the barrier, he shouldn't be able to use his full power. Xenon was terrified by that horrifying power. But how can he still use so much force? He's not human. He realized the gap between them. This is a transcendent-level swordsman. Jessenot roared with hatred. Die. The stone hand began to close with incredible speed. Everyone panicked, trying to find a way to counter it. Xenon tried to stay calm. He was prepared for this. Sihan had told him about the giant's hand's weakness. He aimed straight for the target. He swung with all his might. The weakness was at the wrist, near the ground. Mountain Cleaver. Instantly, Jessenot's technique was shattered. Large, heavy boulders came crashing down. Everyone was terrified. I'm still alive. He spoke unexpectedly. Impressive, Black Giant. Jessenot advanced with powerful momentum. I thought you were just an imposter trying to bite me. The entire army turned pale with fear. This is bad. Getsinga has escaped the barrier. He was panting, his body battered. I want to crush you all into dust. But I'm a bit tired from the barrier. Jessenot issued a threat. I will definitely get my revenge on you. You should prepare for a horrifying death. After speaking, he turned and fled. Get him! We have to finish him while he's still tired. We can't let him escape. Jason fled frantically. Damn it, how humiliating. I never thought I'd have to run like this. He tried to salvage his last bit of dignity. Just you wait, you damn fools. News from the battle spread. Gatsinga has fled. Giambo was sweating with fear. The barrier wasn't enough to kill him. We've missed a golden opportunity, he asked worriedly. Viscount Kenton. If the plan is like this, Kenton calmly replied. Don't worry, he explained with a faint smile. Everything is going according to plan. No matter how cruel he is, he's still our king. If the people see him die, it will have a huge impact. Kenton had already anticipated this. The mercenary king's disciple is already after him. Jiambo was truly surprised. Sun Sothian of the Sword Squad? He calculated everything. And Gatsinga will suddenly disappear without a trace. The people will only know of his cruelty, and everything heroic about him will vanish. Everyone was aghast after hearing this. How can a coward like him speak with such confidence? His words are completely worthy of our trust. They returned to the palace, excited. All right, let's go to Lythanzel and meet the true king. A long time ago, deep in the forest, a group of rough-looking men were chattering. A young Jessenot smirked. So, he looked down on them arrogantly. You. Who are you? Sihan stood before Litten. Are you the leader here? The atmosphere between them became extremely tense. Litten asked nervously from behind. Sihan, are you sure this is okay? It's just the two of us. Sihan sighed sarcastically. Are you scared of a bunch of bandits? A sixth circle mage. At that, he immediately retorted. I'm not scared, I'm just worried. He continued to mock him. You're not a kid anymore. Why so timid? Litten shouted back. I could say the same to you. How can a young kid like you not be afraid of anything? Jason froze as he witnessed this scene. What's wrong with them? Why are they fighting in front of someone else's house? He turned to lecture his underlings. But never mind that. You call yourselves bandits? How dare you lead them to my base? They tried to defend themselves. Leader, we tried our best to run. Their desperate voices pointed to Sihan. But what could we do? He's a swordsman. He didn't hesitate to ask directly. Your subordinate took something of mine. Do you intend to return it? Jessenot replied with his own shameless logic. It might have been yours, but now it's ours. If we returned it so easily, why would we steal it in the first place? A flash of power was unleashed. If you want it, he asserted his authority with a challenge. You can try to take it back by force. Sihan was determined to get it back at any cost. That's the plan. The clash between them created tremors. Only then did Jason realize his strength. This kid is at least at the master level. On the other side, he also recognized his opponent's power. This musclehead's combat energy is very strong. The shockwave from the attack radiated outwards. He raised an eyebrow and asked for his name. Impressive. Hey, what's your name? Sihan gave his name as requested. Sung Sihan. And you? Jessenot also replied. Gatsinga. I'm a commoner. I don't have a family name. He expressed his thoughts sincerely. You. It's a waste for you to just be a bandit leader. I didn't expect to meet someone as strong as you in a place like this. Sihan held out a hand as if an invitation. Have you ever thought about doing something bigger? He sat stunned, recalling the past. Jessenot was hiding in a cave. He didn't know how much time had passed. How long have I been asleep? Jessenot sighed with relief. A little sleep made me feel much better. I thought all my bases looked the same, but I didn't expect the Bayo forest to be this close. It's a good thing it's here. This was a familiar hiding spot for him. This was my secret base when I was a bandit leader. I abandoned it even before the Revolutionary Army was formed. That's why Jessenot had a moment of peace. Even with search parties, they'll never think I'm here. Thanks to that, I got some rest. Suddenly, a fire ignited in his eyes. Now then, Jessenot was ready to punish the traitors now that he had rested enough. I should go back to Lythanzel. You traitors, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. He was startled when he heard a noise. In the darkness, the grass outside was moving. Jessenot raised his guard. Someone's here. Don't tell me it's the search party. How did they find this place? He gritted his teeth, wanting to deal with them. Perfect. I needed a place to vent this anger. Jessenot proactively shouted towards his opponent. All right, come on out. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. You will pay for your betrayal. Jason froze when he heard that voice. How interesting. The hidden figure drew closer. He spoke of paying the price for betrayal. The man's throat went dry. He couldn't speak. Zexan Ad stared him down. That's exactly what I wanted to say. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? The man before him was Sihan. He was stunned and questioned himself. Am I still dreaming? Sihan just smirked with absolute confidence. The air between them instantly froze. Sihan spoke first. It's been a while, Getsinda. Zexan stammered, unable to form words. Sung, Sihan. His presence made the man dizzy. How can you be here? Sihan's voice was cold and mocking. Why? Are you surprised I could return after you pushed me into the other world? Sihan couldn't help but roar. Is that all you have to say to a friend you haven't seen in a decade? With that, he lunged forward to attack Zexan Ad. Getsinda remained silent, blocking the blow with his axe. Zexan Ad finally spoke, probing him. Sung Sihan, is it really you? Did you really come back? Sihan growled, confirming it. That's right. He then pushed with more force. I'm back, you bastard. Getsinda could only struggle to defend. Alita watched from the sidelines, feeling the battle's impact. Her eyes widened at their power. This overwhelming combat energy, Zexan Ad was an even match for Sihan. A battle between two revolutionary heroes. The man smirked and used his power. Eruption. The ground cracked and trembled violently. Sihan summoned his own weapon to counter. Tyrant King. Sihan aimed at Zexan Ad and struck. Flash flood. The man couldn't move in time and took the full force of the blow. Zexan Ad screamed his old comrade's name. Sihan. He stood up, completely unharmed. Are you underestimating me? You're too weak. Sihan frowned, assessing the situation. That was the move that defeated Dat Kwok. This guy's combat energy is definitely stronger. Zexan Ad swiftly executed his techniques. Shards of magical lightning flashed in the air. Then, a beam of lightning formed. Explosive lightning strike. Sihan focused power into his sword. Tyrant King, flowing water. A void in space nullified Gatsinda's attack. Zexan Ad instantly teleported behind him. Sihan reacted just in time to block the surprise attack. Gatsinda spoke excitedly. This is fun. The last time we fought was 11 years ago. I don't know how long it's been since I felt like this. Sihan bluntly defined their relationship. You're too calm. Maybe because you're all brawn and no brains, you don't realize the gravity of this situation. Both of them backed away, creating distance. Zexan Ad affirmed the seriousness of it. Why should I think about it? My opponent is you, Sung Sihan. The crazed man wanted to fight to the end. This is a perfect battle to mark the end of my life in Taekwondo. Zexan Ad thought back to the past. 10 years ago, the 6 revolutionary heroes gathered to kill the savior from another world, but they couldn't. So he had long accepted it all. Even with 6 of us, we couldn't win. Now it's just me. The outcome is obvious. This is definitely my last fight. The goal isn't to win. Zexan Ad just wanted a worthy battle. I want a fight I won't be ashamed of. He roared and swung his axe with all his might. Sihan focused on parrying each attack with his sword. Zexan Ad watched his every move in silence. He vaguely sensed something was off. This guy. Something's wrong. Zexan Ad tightened his grip on his weapon, speculating. Could it be? He decisively swung his axe, grazing Sihan. Sihan could only use his strength to block it. Zexan Ad stopped his relentless assault. The man's lips trembled as he struggled to speak. Zexan Ad finally voiced his thoughts. Sung Sihan, what's wrong with you? Something feels off, he asked bluntly. Why aren't you using your steel combat energy? This power was all-encompassing in battle. Steel combat energy. It was a skill only those at the transcendent level or higher could use. It turned invisible combat energy into something powerful and pure, and Zexan Ad had always remembered it. Your steel combat energy was the destruction of a blue galaxy. It evoked an endless sky. I remember it clearly, even after 10 years, so he quickly noticed the strangeness. But you only deflected my attack. You didn't use steel combat energy at all, and it's not like you're pretending to be weak. Sihan, you've... The realization hung in the air, and Sihan's face darkened. Have I really gotten weaker? He simply closed his eyes gently. Then Sihan turned the question back on him. Do you always ask your opponents questions like that? You're so simple-minded, Gatsinda. And he revealed the whole truth. Let me be honest. The combat energy and magic you once knew are gone. I used it all to return to this world. The space around them seemed to thicken as his words settled. A moment later, Zexan Ad whispered in disbelief. What the hell? He looked at Sihan with contempt. Then where do you get the confidence to come seek revenge on me? In a flash, Zexan Ad rushed toward him. He attacked without mercy. Eruption. Sihan gritted his teeth, trying to block it. Zexan Ad's attacks grew more frantic. It seems the tables have turned. 10 years ago, my combat energy was nothing compared to yours. He arrogantly intended to finish Sihan. I thought this would be my last fight. But now I see your true capabilities. You're the one who's going to die. Sihan didn't back down. Even if I'm not as strong as before, I'm still strong enough to kill you, Gatsinda. Because Sihan had seen his weakness. I can see all your moves. But he was thrown back by Zexan Ad's magic. What can you do with so little combat energy? Sihan had to admit his opponent's strength. He's really strong. Suddenly, the ground began to shake again. The earth and rocks shattered from the impact. Zexan Ad had summoned a massive hand. Sealed battleground. Giant's hand. Sihan struggled to adapt to the terrain. A sealed battleground. Gatsinda arrogantly mocked Sihan. You've really gotten weaker. You're dodging instead of fighting back against my sealed battleground. How pathetic, Sihan. Unable to keep up, he was hit. Sihan cried out in pain as he collided with the giant hand. He was now caught in Zexan Ad's palm. Gatsinda relentlessly attacked him. How pitiful, Sihan. I never thought I'd see this day. Despite his disadvantage, he still asked a question. You don't seem to hesitate to kill me, do you? Sihan panted heavily but continued. Hey, Gatsinda, there's something I haven't understood for 10 years. An unanswered question was brought up again. That day, when you betrayed me, why didn't you kill me? Sihan fell silent, lost in old memories. For 10 years, I've always wondered. At that moment, I was completely helpless. I was trapped in the space gate. If what pushed me wasn't Levina's hand, but a knife, I wouldn't have been able to resist. Sihan's eyes grew cold as he questioned him. But you didn't. Why did you send me back to Earth instead of killing me? Did you all feel guilty for betraying me? Zexan Ad bit his lip, silent for a moment, hesitating. Then he sighed. Fine. This is the last time anyway. I'll tell you the truth. It's true I said we should kill you, Sung Sihan. Zexan Ad's face was grim, but he looked pained, his face twisted in disgust. He forced down the emotion that repulsed him. There were 3 old moralists who agreed to send you back without killing you. Zexan Ad let out a cold laugh, laced with bitterness. They said if they hurt you, they would also switch sides. You must be confused. His face grew darker. They wanted to betray you, but they didn't want the guilt, so they wanted to send you back. Zexan Ad couldn't hold back his shout. If that's the case, they shouldn't have betrayed you in the first place. He lost control as he spoke. I'm different. I betrayed my friend and, in return, became king. If you had stayed in this world, I couldn't have lived like this. Hearing Gatsinda's uncontrolled words, Sihan's eyes changed. He realized something. I have no intention of denying the truth or feeling regret. This Gatsinda may be a traitor, but he's not a coward. He smirked slyly. I see. Then he burst out laughing, his face filled with contempt. Gatsinda, you fool. You act tough, but it only proves how weak you are. The man was stunned. What? Seeing Zexan Ad's shocked face, he continued his mockery. What's wrong, not a coward? So you do know your sin? Sihan's playful expression vanished. It was replaced by cold fury. I've never seen such a narcissistic coward before. To do something like that and act innocent. Gatsinda couldn't swallow this humiliation. He gritted his teeth. His whole body trembled with rage. You bastard. He raised his greatsword high. A brilliant golden light exploded around it. Say what you want. Insult me all you like. Zexan Ad charged at him. Sihan remained motionless, held by the giant hand. Goodbye, Sihan. A massive beam of golden light sliced through the air, but he wouldn't die so easily. The giant hand holding Sihan suddenly crumbled. With just one hand, he had stopped the blade. Sihan stood still. His calm eyes were terrifying. Yes, that's the truth of what happened 10 years ago. The man started to feel fear. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered. Sihan, you. Sihan smirked mockingly. Thanks. Now I'm sure. In the next second, a sword appeared in his hand. A blue aura exploded around it like a tidal wave. Gatsinda, your skills haven't improved at all. Sihan spoke calmly. You're still using the same old tricks from when you were called the Walking Fortress. In other words, you haven't progressed at all in 10 years. I thought you'd at least have a secret move, but it seems not. Now the man realized he'd been tricked. He roared furiously. Steel combat energy. You bastard. You tricked me. Sihan just shrugged with a scornful smile. Aren't you ashamed for falling into my trap? I didn't even think it would work. Sihan relentlessly taunted him. Gatsinda, you've gotten dull. Didn't you think I might have a trick up my sleeve after waiting 10 years for revenge? The man's golden eyes trembled violently. In the next second, his anger exploded completely. You son of a bitch! Zexan Ad slammed his greatsword into the ground. A massive surge of power erupted instantly. Multi-directional ground eruption. A wave of golden energy swept wildly in all directions. But Sihan dodged it with ease. Gatsinda continued his assault. His body was now covered in sparks of lightning. Explode. Zexan Ad swung his greatsword again. This time, he moved so fast he seemed to disappear from sight. He charged straight at Sihan. Shatter. Sihan's face showed no fear. He prepared himself for a decisive clash. With a single sword stroke, he blocked Gatsinda's entire attack. Sky Sunder. Echo. Zexan Ad was frozen in place, gritting his teeth in disbelief. You can still use Sky Sunder? Sihan smirked. His smile was cold and arrogant. I'm fighting a monster, so I have to use a corresponding move. As soon as he finished, the man roared in anger. He charged with terrifying speed. The greatsword in his hand cut through the air, relentlessly striking at Sihan. Far away, Alita stood silently, watching the entire battle. This is the stuff of legends, the power of the 7 revolutionary heroes. From start to finish, she could hardly believe what was happening before her eyes. Monsters like these roamed free during the revolutionary era. Until now, Alita had always thought her magic was strong enough to stand with the world's top warriors. But now, she realized how naive that thought was. They're on a completely different level. I can't do anything with my magic. Why did Sihan bring me here? In that moment, Sihan's voice echoed, cold as ice. Gatsinda, you said there were 3 hypocrites. Zexan Ad gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. What about it? Do you want to spare them and give up on your revenge? The rage within him burned even more fiercely. Don't mess with me, Sihan. If you seek revenge like that, you will die by my hand. Zexan Ad unleashed his technique. Sealed battleground, Giant's Hand. After his resounding shout, he yelled, "Come, Giant's Hand." A giant hand rushed forward, carrying the pressure to crush all living things. But Sihan stood firm, unshaken, stone fist. It's been a while. He took a light step onto the ground. This one, in that moment, Zexan Ad froze, as if realizing something. His face instantly turned pale. Damn it. As Sihan's foot touched the ground, a blue magic circle spread out. A brilliant light erupted. Zexan Ad screamed in horror. You can still use a sealed battleground. A colossal aura erupted from his body. Sealed battleground, dawn. The giant hand was still advancing towards Sihan, but in the next moment, beams of blue light pierced through it, causing it to shatter. It then exploded, breaking into countless fragments. Zexan could only stand there, watching his strongest battleground get destroyed like a toy. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Not a single blow touched him. Sihan stood proudly amidst the ruined battlefield. This is what he had imagined if he met Sihan. That's why Zexan Ad accepted death and could fight with honor. Sihan's sharp eyes scanned him. But the moment he thought Sihan was weaker, he began to plot a way to live. The aura Sihan created was so immense that it made the entire space tremble violently. He could no longer be complacent. Zexan Ad stubbornly refused to retreat. Though his mind was in a panic, he continued to attack. Sihan calmly walked toward him step by step. You're showing your true colors now, Gatsinda. Seeing you pretend to have overcome everything was really annoying. Zexan Ad roared with hatred, his voice echoing. You bastard. I knew I should have killed you back then. But before he could say more, Sihan unleashed his final move. This is the end, Gatsinda. Skysunder. A massive beam of blue light tore through space. It shot towards Zexan Ad with terrifying power. Zero rained down everywhere. Meteor shower. A powerful sword strike was unleashed, aimed directly at Zexan Ad. Sihan's face was extremely serious as he struck. Seeing him fall, Zexan Ad cursed internally. Damn it. His body fell to the ground. Is it over? Curses echoed non-stop. Damn it all. Zexan Ad calmly made a declaration. You've really gotten weaker, Sihan. You couldn't finish me with Skysunder. Hearing this, Sihan replied tensely. Gatsinda, the three hypocrites you mentioned earlier. Even if I ask, you won't tell me who they are, right? Zexan Ad's face was resolute as he declared loudly. Of course not. His expression didn't change despite the refusal. I thought so. You wouldn't answer me easily. You're that kind of person. Sihan's gaze shifted as he added. However, I have to ask this. He asked another question. Why did you betray me? You never had any interest in luxury or politics. Zexan Ad was a bit surprised to hear that. Why did you want to be king, even if it meant betraying me? A smile appeared on the man's face. Zexan Ad slowly sat up as he spoke. Your question proves you don't understand anything, he continued, panting. Why did I betray you? His reasoning was incredibly simple. My friend is better than me, so I should be his subordinate and obey him. Is that what I'm supposed to think? Don't be ridiculous. Zexan Ad vented all his frustration. I have to wag my tail like a dog and thank His Majesty Sung Sihan for the privilege of being his friend. Hearing this, Sihan retorted. You don't understand the meaning of it, do you? You have nothing to defend yourself with. His eyebrows furrowed. However, you must have thought so. Sihan closed his eyes, saying no more. However, the aura around him changed rapidly. Now, I will repay the debt of our friendship and trust. Zexan Ad was a little scared but didn't try to stop him. He just smiled and challenged him. Fine, I'm ready. Kill me. Unexpectedly, Sihan let out a breath, laughing as he asked. Kill you? What are you talking about? Why would I kill you? His expression became more dangerous as he continued. After all, you were kind enough to send me home without killing me. This statement confused Zexan Ad. What? Sihan called out to the person standing behind him. Alita, come here. The man grew more and more enraged. What do you want? Stop messing around and just kill me. However, Sihan smiled and denied it. I told you, I'm not going to kill you. He brought up the past again. It's true you wanted to kill me, but you didn't do it then. You just kicked me out of this world, right? Sihan's hand glowed with blue light as he prepared to cast a spell. So I won't kill you either. What he was doing was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Zexan Ad was terrified when he recognized that light. There's a saying on Earth like that. The man roared loudly. You bastard! In front of Zexan Ad was a portal. Open, space gate. Zexan Ad wasn't the only one surprised. Alita was just as shocked. He opened a space gate with my magic. The principle was to use magic by drawing on someone else's magical energy. It was as absurd as absorbing someone's stamina to increase your own arm strength. However, there was one exception. Monsters summoned with other world summoning magic could borrow another summoner's magic. Sihan explained calmly. I didn't initially intend to bring you here, but my magic recovery rate was slower than I thought. Hearing this, she understood. So that's why he brought me here. This wasn't just simple revenge. His true purpose was revealed. Sihan wanted to send Getsinda to another dimension. Zexanad struggled to resist. His expression amused Sihan. It looks like you're struggling to stand your ground. He smiled contemptuously, just like I was 10 years ago, and then he revealed more of the truth. In reality, I was sent home. You, on the other hand, will go to an unknown world. But that's not really fair either. You have to understand, Getsinda. This is a debt that's been accumulating for 10 years. This level of payback is normal. Zexanad's face was filled with horror. No, behind that darkness. The place he was being sent to was home to terrifying monsters. The otherworld monsters summoned by the tyrant he once fought. Zexanad was helpless against the light. He intends to make me fight these things? In a godforsaken place with no one else? Zexanad gritted his teeth. He roared a few curses. Damn it! Do you really think I'll die? He continued to curse. I will return. I will survive and come back. And he issued a threat. I'll kill you. Zexanad roared loudly, his eyes filled with hatred. I swear it. Sihan frowned and said one last thing. Goodbye, Getsinda. Zexanad was sucked into the portal. The portal quickly vanished. Sihan and Alita watched where the portal had disappeared. She asked a question. Is this okay? The four towers will notice the spatial distortion. But Sihan countered. So what? We're leaving right away. Besides, I have magic to suppress spatial vibrations. He even joked. This should fetch a good price, right? A revolutionary hero's underwear. Alita could only sigh. Oh my god. She asked a simple question. What will happen to Getsinda? Sihan answered honestly. Who knows? I don't even know where he's going. Who knows if he'll end up somewhere and survive, or encounter a monster and die immediately. That's his problem. Alita then commented. I think it would have been better to kill him, in case he comes back. However, Sihan disagreed. No, Getsinda is not a mage. He held out his hand before continuing. However, I can't guarantee he won't come back. I'm sure they felt the same when they sent me back to Earth. But Alita was still worried. What if he really does come back? Hearing this, Sihan gave a profound smile. That would be even better. His voice was then filled with anticipation. I'll get to see the fruits of my revenge. A voice echoed from within the castle. Getsinda, the former king, realized he was unfit to rule. He has abdicated the throne to me. He has since returned to being an ordinary citizen. As a dethroned king, he sat on the throne and declared proudly, in the name of the new king, I the First, I will call my kingdom Leighton. What followed was that after his ascension, I the First quickly reorganized the cabinet. Viscount Giambo, who contributed greatly, became a baron and took over Baron Kenterson's former position as Minister of Administration. At the same time, Godoln and Livo became commander and deputy commander. Most importantly, Kenterjan became a marquis and assumed the position of prime minister, receiving treatment befitting a hero. Speaking of which, seeing the new king cheerfully erasing traces of the old, the current nobles feared a complete purge of their families. I spoke calmly. I am not a cruel man. The sins of Duke Giamatan and the other nobles cannot be erased, but it would be cruel for their entire families to pay the price. His voice was steady as he continued. To prove the mercy of my laws, the person beside him was none other than Liha, the former queen. The daughter of Duke Giamatan, Legine Lightendale, will be my wife. This declaration stunned all the nobles below. The union of the current king and the former queen. His Majesty means that there will be no more questions about the past. They hurriedly knelt on the ground, respectfully declaring their loyalty. We swear our allegiance to your Majesty. He silently thanked Kenterjan. Thank you, Kenterjan. Everything is going just as you said. Now it was Leha's turn to speak. Duke Giamatan only saw me as a tool, not a person. A smile played on her lips. So I'm very happy to be by your side. A responded with a gentle expression. The nobles cheered in unison. Long live the I Empire! Long live the Kingdom of Leighton! The next day, Sihan eagerly entered the room. Marquis Kenterjan, congratulations on becoming Prime Minister. He flashed a bright smile as he continued. So, the entire kingdom's treasury is in your hands now, isn't it? Kenterjan turned to him. Sir Sihan, do you think I would touch the kingdom's money just because I became Prime Minister? His face couldn't hide his amusement. The money Getsinda spent on his pleasures alone is enough to double my fortune. Sihan couldn't help but wonder. Should I be relieved? He grinned and continued. Anyway, everything is great. Because Getsinda was so terrible, I will be praised even if he does very little. Kenterjan slowly sat down. To be honest, I don't think everything is fine. He looked at the other man and seriously declared. Although Getsinda was the one who mostly ruined the kingdom, he was also the shield that protected this country. The truth is, because a revolutionary hero was here, no one dared to attack. Now, The kingdom of Leton has officially become a small and weak nation. But Sihan cut him off. Even so, I don't see any threat. Kenterjan smiled profoundly. In other words, is it because other countries are also about to fall into a similar situation? But Sihan knows all that. He continued his flattery. Whether for this country or my future, I will offer my very soul to support Sir Sihan's revenge. Sihan had already guessed it and cut him off. Stop the nonsense. You have something else you want to say. Kenterjan paused for a moment after hearing that. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. To be blunt, a declaration followed. The other revolutionary heroes won't be as easy to handle as Getsinda. Getsinda's empire was in chaos and his skills had stagnated because he was away from the battlefield for too long. Compared to him, Lesen and Sajian, who rule the Four Towers just like Sir Sihan did in the past, have reached the master level. Sihan also pondered those words. Those two are true mages who studied magic properly. Basically, they are stronger than me in magic. Thousand and Karzan Linajek have also become much stronger. Unlike Getsinda, they have trained to become stronger. Kenterjan looked concerned as he mentioned the last name. The one who has grown the strongest is her. He fell completely silent, not finishing his sentence. Seeing this, Sihan directly requested. No need to beat around the bush, just say it. Kenterjan explained slowly. I've said it before, right? If you have to choose between the destroyer of Earth and the savior from another world, unless you're crazy, everyone would choose the savior. He paused for a moment. However, he made his final statement. If you have to choose between the bandit queen and the savior from another world, many people would hesitate. Hearing this, Sihan was visibly surprised. Levina has become that strong? Kenterjan nodded and slowly confirmed. There are 3 people I know of who could stand against the other world savior. The first was the guardian knight of the Litsan Empire, General Doa. But you killed him. The second was the mercenary king, Bak. After the empire's fall, no one knows where he is. He might have died of old age. And the last one, the bandit queen, Levina. She has hidden herself with magic and reached the saint level, Kenterjan slowly explained. The otherworld savior, General Doa, and the mercenary king. She is currently the only one on the continent, a saint-level swordsman with that kind of power. Sihan couldn't hide his surprise. That's surprising. But I can understand it. He remembered the past. 10 years ago, Levina was just a teenager and had already reached the transcendent level. She was a genius among geniuses. Even if she reached the ultimate level, it's completely understandable. Kenterjan's voice rang out again. Furthermore, by my speculation, Thousand is also very close to the Bandit Queen's level. The fact that the ambitious and ruthless Bandit Queen left the country alone proves that even at the Saint level, she couldn't guarantee victory. The flood of information overwhelmed Sihan. Wait, I don't understand. He made a statement. Levina can be greedy, but she wouldn't step on others to satisfy herself. Ruthlessly ambitious? Are you confusing her with someone else? Hearing this, Kenterjan just remained silent. After a moment, he continued sincerely. Although this might anger you, Sir Sihan, I will say it. The statement was delivered with extreme seriousness. That is her true personality. Sihan's expression was incredibly grim. Kenterjan shrugged, adding, everyone knows. All 6 revolutionary heroes, and even me, Getsinda's former aide, knew. His words were as sharp as a knife. The only one who didn't know was you, Sir Sihan. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around Sihan grew several times darker. Kenterjan saw this and knew he had misspoken. He quickly bowed his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. This reaction made him even more awkward. No, get up, Kenterjan. I'm just a little upset because of a stomachache. Kenterjan asked fearfully, not fully recovered. I see. Does it hurt a lot? Should I get some medicine? Sihan reluctantly refused. No, it's not necessary. He stood up and prepared to leave. I think I've heard enough. I'm going to rest now. Good job, Kenterjan. Kenterjan bowed respectfully. Yes, sir, take care. As he walked away, Sihan thought to himself. Kenterjan is right. I was the only one who didn't know. He remembered Levina. The cold look in her eyes 10 years ago was her true nature. Sihan's pace slowed as he reached the door. Damn it. Sihan was standing in front of a mirror, adjusting his clothes. Alita saw him and couldn't help but feel curious. Huh? Sihan? Where are you going? Sihan explained gently. I'm bored, so I want to take a walk. There's nothing to do in Thello. Maybe I'll go borrow a book or something. Unexpectedly, this made her more excited. I'm going with you. I'm bored too. However, Sihan was worried. Are you allowed to go out? Alita quickly affirmed. Yes, I'm using universal energy now. Just then, Dina appeared out of nowhere, looking excited. Master, are you going out? I'm coming too. Only to be neatly stopped by Zelon. He spoke sternly to Dina. Where do you think you're going? Dina, you have training with me. But in his heart, he was screaming. I can't let her ruin Sir Sihan's romantic moment. Dina smiled back. I thought it was tomorrow. but she had her own thoughts. He's in the way. I can't let my master be alone with that old man. In the end, she could only surrender. She was dragged away by Zelon. The plan has changed. Let's go do our homework. Sihan watched them with a smile. They're pretty close. Alita agreed. Yeah, the city was bustling with people. Sihan looked around and smiled. The city's atmosphere has changed. It's much more lively. Universal energy is being used. Even though it's for my personal revenge, I'm still quite proud. After a short walk, Alita saw something. She called out excitedly. There's a library. Sihan suggested they go. Let's go. The displayed books included titles like Otherworld Love Story, Interesting Dreams of Another World, and Earth Creatures Are Very Complex. Reading these, Sihan sighed. I can guess the entire plot. It's all about transmigration and stuff. But his attention stopped at one particular spot. Sihan looked at a book and mumbled. This one. The Otherworld Savior's Lover. As he opened it, he thought to himself, is this about Levina and me? It must be popular since there are still new copies after 10 years. However, Sihan's expression changed almost instantly. He muttered in disbelief. What is this? Sweat started to bead on his cheek. Why? He asked himself as he skimmed the book. The title is The Otherworld Savior. So why is Lesen hugging me? Sihan raised his voice. Doesn't the author know Levina is my lover? Lesen is a man. Seeing Alita's sympathetic smile only made Sihan angrier. What is this? She ended up leaving the store with that book. Thank you for your purchase. Meanwhile, Sihan was left severely traumatized. The world of novels is terrifying. I'm exhausted. Alita then suggested something else. Are you tired? Let's rest at the square for a bit. Sihan quickly agreed. Okay, they moved to another location. They stopped when they saw several statues of the revolutionary heroes. Sihan couldn't help but wonder. When did Gatsinda make these? Their reputation must be pretty good. Alita excitedly pointed in one direction. There's one of the Otherworld Savior too. Looking at his own statue, Sihan felt hurt. Is this how I look to other people? Alita tried to comfort him. Your image has changed a bit over time. You've done a lot of great things. Sihan had to find his own silver lining. Well, at least no one will recognize me. Suddenly, she asked a question. Sihan, it was short but to the point. What are you going to do next? After getting rid of Gatsinda, who's the next target? Sihan became contemplative after hearing the question. He began his analysis. I can easily fight Sajan or Lesen, since magic doesn't work on me. But it's hard to create a one-on-one situation with a mage. After those two, a third name was mentioned. I was planning to consider Thousand and Gatsinda. It would be easier to deal with those who are confident in their swordsmanship, but Sihan remembered Kinterjan's report. The Bandit Queen, Levina. She has also reached the saint level. And this is just a hypothesis, but I think Thousand is also close to her level. Sihan spoke again. If Kinterjan is right, Thousand is also at the saint level. I'm not guaranteed to win against a saint-level opponent. It's too soon. His face showed determination. My combat energy has recovered a lot, but I'm still at the transcendent level. I need more time to regain my strength. Hearing this, Alita asked, so we'll just keep training until your power returns? Sihan took a few steps forward. Wait even longer? After already wasting 10 years? He stopped in front of a statue, and then Sihan made a declaration. I can't do that. The chosen name was Kazanash. I'll find her first. Alita couldn't hide her surprise. Kazanash, the immortal witch? Sihan explained calmly. Kazan is both a goddess-healing priest and a prayer warrior with destructive power. It's said that you can't have both healing and destructive abilities at the same time. But Kazan's talent was enough to make the impossible possible. He explained thoroughly. But Kazan isn't that strong. Her strength isn't in combat. The skill that makes her powerful is her ability to heal plagues like a goddess, and the power of prayer to destroy many opponents gives her the ability to infect others with diseases. The more Alita heard, the more afraid she became. That's a more terrifying ability than physical strength. Even the strongest mages or swordsmen are weak against disease. She broke into a sweat and asked doubtfully, is that okay? She'll be very hard to defeat. Sihan nodded in agreement. That's right, but it's fine. He continued confidently. A person from another world won't get sick in Thello. Kazan's ability won't work on me. His opponent was half convinced, half skeptical. It's not just Kazan's ability, but no disease can harm you? But Sihan provided solid evidence. Luckily, otherwise I would have died. Alita's curiosity grew. Why is that? Is it because plagues are a type of magic? He immediately dismissed that idea. I don't think so. He continued to share his own experience. Because diseases from Earth can't infect people from Thello either. I brought all sorts of superbugs here due to the development of antibiotics. I'm a walking source of infection. He spoke without stopping. And the space gate isn't a doctor, so it's not like it only lets good bacteria through. Only Alita was dumbfounded. Antibiotics, bacteria, it's magical. Now she raised her own question. I wonder what the standard for a living thing is for a space gate. This question made Sihan smile gently. He slowly explained. That was one of Latin's research topics. Memories of the past resurfaced, Latin had exclaimed. The space gate only allows living creatures to enter. So what is the chosen definition of a living creature? Sihan could only remain silent upon hearing the question. He continued slowly. I'm not sure. Maybe it depends on whether they have a soul or not, Latin commented. It's not a simple question. His expression became serious as he continued. What would happen if a person who was about to die mid-transit passed through? Could a zombie that looks like a demon also pass through? What about a dead pregnant woman with a still living child inside? This attitude scared Sihan a little. Hey, you look so creepy. Being reminded, Latin reined himself in. This is what magical research is all about. He continued to present his thoughts. If you were undergoing treatment and only half your body was out when you were sucked into the space gate, would that part be considered part of your body? Sihan was horrified. What kind of example is that? Just then, a hand slapped Latin on the head. Kazan's voice rang out beside him. Do you really need to talk about those things before we eat? Latin held his head and turned angrily to the culprit. That hurts. The person who appeared was none other than Kazan. A bright smile was on her face. An announcement came from inside a small house. Everyone, the food is ready. Following that, several bowls of white porridge were placed on the table. Kazan saw her comrades' confused expressions and spoke up. Sorry, it's been hard to find food lately. However, Sihan just replied with a smile. No, it's okay. Right, Thousand? He also nodded in response. It's delicious. Latin suddenly turned to Kazan and asked, Aren't you eating, Kazan? She just smiled and shook her head. I snacked while I was cooking, so I'm not hungry. As soon as she finished, he looked at Sihan, and then they said in unison. Kazan, Latin and Sihan both held out their spoons. Here, say ah. Kazan was a little flustered but still smiled. Oh my. I told you I already ate, you two. However, she couldn't change their minds. Kazan reluctantly took a spoonful of food. You two are so childish. Only then did Sihan and Latin smile. Thousand, who was sitting to the side, had to glance over. At their expectant gazes, he said, Hey, Thousand, you two. Thousand felt the pressure and loudly objected. I'd rather die than do that. But right after, Thousand put his bowl on the table. He turned and walked away. I'm not eating anymore. I'm full. Do what you want with the rest. Eat it or throw it away. I don't care. Except, wasting food might send you to hell. The remaining members could only laugh. This Sundar, he's acting like an old man. Thousand grumpily denied it. Shut up. When you're done eating, get out. Just then, Kazan spoke up again. Oh, right. Sihan. She smiled as she held something out to him. I used some fabric to mend your scarf. It's getting cold now, so you have to be careful. With that, Kazan flashed a bright smile. It's warmer now. This made Sihan smile shyly. His voice rang out again. It was like she was an older sister or a mother to all of us, even though Thousand and Lassen were older. I always thought that if I ever got married, it would be to someone like her. She was warm, kind, calm, and intelligent. Remembering her, he described, she always smiled, no matter how difficult or miserable things were. Sihan even remembered Kazan's appearance in battle, even when she was annihilating the Empire's army. Alita couldn't help but exclaim, That's terrifying. However, Sihan continued with a proud expression. It wasn't just Kazan. Back then, everyone was like brothers and friends. I thought we were as close as a family. He smiled sadly. They really taught me a lesson. Alita called out after him. Sihan, but he just replied with a smile. It's late. Let's go back. Sihan thought to himself. That's right. That time is gone. To a point where I can never go back. The sky gradually darkened, stars shining brightly. This place was called the capital, Kunsyo, the city of the goddess Beisichi Liam. A majestic tower was built in the center of the city. Inside, there was the silhouette of a girl. She couldn't believe her ears and asked hesitantly, Gatsinda? Abdicated? The people below quickly explained. The new ruler is Gatsinda's eldest son. Apparently, Arsenia's close subordinate, Batu Kentasan, is behind it all. They gossiped about these names. Kenterson, I've heard of him. Yes, the body of a wise man, the brain of a fox. That's him. However, she immediately denied it. That man is famously cowardly. There's no way he'd do that. Kentarian is not that kind of person. This is too big for him. She continued to order further investigation. The people below respectfully replied, Yes, Your Holiness. She moved on to the next matter. Next, they respectfully continued, Yes. The next matter mentioned was about the refugees who fled Gatsinda and came here. They snuck into the temple and stole offerings meant for the goddess. She couldn't help but feel confused. They should have been given food and necessary supplies. Why would they do that? The people below hesitated as they explained. It's because one of them spoke up. The person in charge of distribution was corrupt, so the aid didn't reach those places. Stealing offerings to the goddess is a very serious crime. His tone was hesitant, sweat beaded on his forehead. The problem is the punishment. As he spoke, he watched her expression. Stealing offerings from the temple is a capital crime, but severely punishing people who were just trying to get food for their families. But she cut him off coldly. We will follow the goddess's decree. Their circumstances do not excuse their sins. The one who was corrupt, and the ones who stole the offerings, hang them. As soon as her words were spoken, the people below fell silent. She continued calmly. Laws created from human emotions are timeless. That's why they are unfair. What we follow and believe in are not laws we came up with, but the words of the goddess. The goddess's decree. It is the most righteous path. Finally, she declared coldly. You may leave. Her expression terrified the people below. There was no emotion in those eyes. It was a very fair judgment. A representative spoke with deep respect. We will do as the decree commands. Along with the title reserved for her, the Pope. Elsewhere, a voice called out. Sir Sihan. Kenterjan excitedly held out a stack of papers. I've finished everything you needed. Now, you, Janan, Alita, and her disciple, Dina, are part of the diplomatic team from Leton to the Nin Siat Empire. Sihan paused when he saw the documents, and then he could only exclaim, that was fast. Because earlier, Sihan had complained to Kenterjan, I have to meet Kazan. How can I approach her naturally? And he just smiled in response, I understand. I just need 1 day. Sihan was so surprised he raised his voice. I thought 1 day was just for you to think of something, but you've completed all the preparations. To officially announce his enthronement, other nations needed to recognize him as king. For the new king, I the First, he needed to send envoys to other countries. Sihan's admiration for Kenterjan grew. How did you do all this in 1 day? I thought it would be difficult. He just smiled brightly as he explained. I had already reserved a spot for you and your companions in the envoy team from the beginning. It's difficult to create a position without someone to fill it. It's not hard to take an existing position. Hearing this, he thought to himself. He prepared everything from the start to be ready for any of my plans? Then Sihan grinned and continued. From now on, just ask me directly instead of stealing jobs from innocent people. As if remembering something, Kenterjan suddenly spoke up. Right. Then I will prioritize efficiency. Hearing this, he felt some sympathy. Working with Getsinda must have been tough for you. He continued to share his insights. Zip seems quite positive about the new king. So do the other countries. During your trip, you won't just meet Kazan, but others as well. He didn't forget to mention another name. Except for one person. But before Kenterjan could finish, Sihan had already guessed. I think I know. Because he was close to Getsinda, he won't like I the First. His eyes were filled with thought. But I don't think he'll be too obvious about it. I hope he doesn't start a war. The person they were talking about was none other than, we might meet sooner than expected, Sajan. Kenterjan rambled on. Among the neighboring countries, only the kingdom of Sajan has made no announcement regarding A1's ascension. But you should know this is because their ruler was close to Getsinda. He ended with a reluctant statement. Or rather, in the war, Getsinda was included because of Sajan's influence. Sajan controlled Getsinda. Hearing this, Sihan could only sigh. They were always close. Although officially Getsinda agreed to abdicate, become a commoner, and leave, Sajan will surely be suspicious, because he understands Getsinda. Yet, there was no hesitation in his eyes. But I don't want to cause trouble for others just for revenge. Do we need to keep an eye on Sajan? Kenterjan immediately smiled obsequiously. You don't need to worry about that. As I said, except for the kingdom of Sajan, the other countries are very friendly towards us. In other words, he then declared in a grand tone, we have the support of the strongest kingdom, the kingdom of Lisan. It was clear they had a huge advantage now. Furthermore, Lisan and Sajan are both mages and have been rivals since the revolutionary era. Sajan won't dare to act arrogantly because they'll be watching each other. At this point, Kenterjan immediately bowed respectfully. So please proceed to CO as planned. I will make sure everything is perfectly prepared before you leave in 3 days. After that, Sihan stared at him with an all-knowing gaze. You predicted everything, didn't you? But it was clear he was much more relaxed. All right, this puts my mind at ease. Now Sihan could entrust the rest to Kenterjan. I'm counting on you, Kenterjan. Time passed quickly. 3 days had gone by. A convoy of carriages galloped forward. Sihan's group joined the Leton delegation smoothly and headed towards CO. The military officer sat there, his eyes filled with concern. He couldn't help but speak up. Are you sure you don't want to ride in the carriage, Sir San? It's still a long way to CO. Sihan just grinned cheerfully. It's fine. I prefer riding a horse. The other person didn't insist. His voice remained polite. Please let me know if you feel any discomfort. He replied casually but friendly. Thanks. Sihan seemed to be enjoying this. It's been a long time since I rode a horse. I used to ride so much I got sick of it. But there was something more worrying, actually. Behind him, Alita screamed in fear. Sihan, be careful. Sihan slowed down to ride beside her. After riding for so long, you should have improved a little, right? Alita hung her head dejectedly. I don't feel very safe. Seeing this, he didn't force her. It's dangerous, so don't push yourself. Though still scared, she wanted to try breaking her limits. Even with speed skills, it's very hard to run faster than a horse. So I've always wanted to learn to ride if I had the chance. Alita glanced at her friends with admiration. Let's see. Zelon is a knight, so of course he's good at riding. Dina comes from a wealthy noble family, so she must be used to riding. Sihan asked her a question. Come to think of it, you're from a noble family too, aren't you? Her voice was tinged with a bit of sadness. My family fell, remember? Alita pouted, but could only sigh deeply. Can the fall of a 1,000-year-old kingdom be compared to a family? I'll try to get used to it before we reach Seo. In the late afternoon, they stopped to rest. A few soldiers were hastily setting up tents before nightfall. Sihan, however, was very relaxed. This is completely different from when I went on conquests before. The soldiers do all the menial tasks for us. Having authority is great. Zelon quickly realized something was wrong. We're not mercenaries. Why are we sleeping outside when we're an ambassadorial delegation? I thought Kenerjan would arrange everything. Dina, who happened to overhear, just smiled brightly. It can't be helped. Our country isn't as developed as others. We don't have luxurious rest stops along the way. Moreover, most of the territory is rugged mountains. As if remembering something, she added. There used to be a government road that ran through the mountain range. But during the revolutionary era, the bridge collapsed and was never repaired, so the only road to Seo is very winding. At this, Dina could only sigh in frustration. If the bridge hadn't been destroyed, we would have been 3 times faster. Hearing this, they all exclaimed. Truly, a merchant's daughter. But Alita was curious. A bridge connecting mountains must be quite sturdy. How did it get destroyed? As if realizing something, her gaze fell on Sihan. She saw the guilty look on his face. Alita was horrified. You did it? The Dasung Bridge too? Left with no choice, he had to confess everything. Back then, battles were fought without much thought. But looking back, a lot of things must have been destroyed along the way. Sihan's gaze fell on the soldiers setting up camp. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Did the surviving civilians suffer because of me? It reminds me of the past. Maybe I should be more careful from now on. However, Sihan could only stand there helplessly. But what do I do now? The soldiers have already prepared the camp for the night. There's nothing to do, Zelon enthusiastically suggested. I'll go help the soldiers move the equipment. Alita also quickly found a task for Sihan. I want to practice horse riding. Sihan, if you're free. The toughest job fell to him. You look after Dina. Sihan was momentarily speechless. Die. A second later, the two were facing each other. Sihan rolled his eyes in exasperation. How did it come to this? Dina, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. Here I come, Sir San. With that, she swung her sword, but she was knocked back by a tree branch. Sihan's movements were as graceful as if he were painting. I like your fighting spirit, but being too reckless is not good. Then, he quickly poked Dina in the stomach. An opening. Sihan shook his head, looking dissatisfied. You get too agitated in battle. She clutched her stomach, trembling on the ground. Sir San, you're amazing. He continued to instruct her. When holding a sword, keeping a clear mind is as important as physical coordination. Be angry, but don't let rage control you. Anger can stimulate your energy to fight, but rage can. It blurs my vision and my mind. Dina's face went completely blank. Then she got excited again, but she seemed to misunderstand. You mean I can't get mad even if I'm angry? Sihan was at a loss for words. Something like that, but he kept trying to advise her. Even during practice, you must focus as if it's a real fight. Swinging your sword randomly is useless. It's a distraction and can become a bad habit. Dina fiercely stared straight at her opponent. So I shouldn't take shortcuts? Sihan tried to rephrase his words. Focusing doesn't mean using all your strength in practice. That just makes you use power recklessly. It won't be very effective. So I should take shortcuts. He had completely lost his patience. Did she understand him at all? Then, she got excited again. As expected of the mercenary king's disciple. Your words are so helpful. Did you train this way when you learned from the mercenary king? Hearing those words, Sihan stiffened. Training? He recalled the difficult days of his past. The slightest mistake meant a merciless beating. Hold your sword properly. The man cursed Sihan relentlessly. Stop acting like a child. Damn it, why do I have to train a brat like this? Then came the psychological manipulation. The only one our organization needs is your friend, the mage. Mages are useful. Having a good friend like that is why you're lucky to be here. You should contribute something too. Just then, a figure appeared from behind. What are you doing? It was Li Tin, his face filled with indignation. The other man stopped the beating and walked away arrogantly. What else? I'm teaching him to use a sword. Warriors must train like this before they gain power. Either get beaten and improve, or D. Then he added a warning. You'll definitely die tomorrow if you act like this again. Seeing the man had left, Li Tin immediately went to him. Are you okay, Sihan? Sihan was still kneeling, his face streaked with tears. I've been here for 3 months. What did I do wrong to deserve this? I'm just a normal student. His eyes remained incredibly calm. Misfortune doesn't happen because you did something wrong. Life is unfair and painful. That's just how it is. His voice held a strange firmness. But you have to keep living. It would be unfair if you died here without ever returning, right? Those words helped Sihan stand firm. We will get through this, Sihan. Every time he remembered, he would freeze up like this. Sir, I've done everything you asked. All right. Sihan snapped out of it and offered a word of praise. Good job. That's enough for today. The training run is finished. Dina immediately gave a military salute. Yes, thank you, sir. After she left, he kicked a stone. The first person who taught me the sword was a vicious criminal. He didn't really teach me swordsmanship or martial arts. He taught me something more important, cruelty. But Sihan had to admit, it was thanks to him that he understood. Humans are creatures that can die so easily. His memory drifted back to the moment his hands were stained red. Sihan's gaze drifted to the distance. He remembered the will to live he needed to overcome that hell. Soon, all the tents were set up. The soldiers stood guard all around. This scene satisfied Xenon. Now this is a real army. Alita joked casually. Don't tell me it's suddenly going to rain and monsters will appear. Sihan immediately objected. No way. The weather is beautiful. The three of them burst into cheerful laughter. Dina, eating heartily, was also excited. The group is perfect. The beef stew is delicious too. As soon as she said it, the faces of the other three froze. Sihan looked at her like a strange creature. Stew? Delicious? Alita could only sigh and shake her head. It's not your fault, Sihan. Dina is very innocent. Their only mistake was having a master chef as a companion. We're used to Xenon's cooking, so our standards have gone up. But Dina has never had Xenon's food, so she'd say that. But he had no choice but to force it down. Compared to Xenon's food, this is too bland. But I can't just throw away food made by the army's cook. Alita's face was also scrunched up. The food on this journey was actually decent. It's just that Xenon's cooking was on another level. The two of them simultaneously shot Xenon a resentful look. It's all your fault. You're too good, Xenon. Dina watched this scene, completely confused. Night fell. Everyone had gone to their tents to rest, but there was a strange noise at the edge of the forest. No one will come here. It was Sihan and his companions. All right, let's start our combat training. Time to learn new skills. He immediately started giving orders. Alita, you will learn Levila's invisibility skill. Sihan's gaze fell on the other person. Xenon, you'll learn Sky Splitter and Explosion. Alita felt helpless. Are you sure? Those are difficult skills. And as an Earthling, you're bad at explaining things, Sihan. In contrast, he just laughed like a madman. I've already thought of that. He then declared confidently, if I can't explain it, I'll demonstrate it myself. Whenever you're stuck, I'll just show you. Alita was struck silent by his words. Are you sure that will work? But Zenon had already jumped in head first. Please help me, Sihan. However, she still had a worry. But those are the unique combat skills of the revolutionary heroes. What if others see strangers like us using those moves? You're the mercenary king's disciple. It's unusual for you to know them too. But Sihan just winked. Don't worry. We can say we learned it from some senior. Seeing this, Alita immediately sensed something was off. He continued to ramble on. To be honest, Vasilda learned his explosion skill from someone else. Back then, this was very common to avoid the king's oppression. The masters turned their backs on the empire and entrusted the future to the younger generation, passing their skills down to them. Sihan's expression was confident and very convincing. It doesn't matter who I learned it from. What matters is that the skill suits me. If you understand, let's begin. So Alita had to learn the skill against her will. Zenon, on the other hand, was very cooperative. After some time, the moon had risen to its peak, but Sihan was the first to give up. Why? He collapsed on the ground, panting. They're the ones training, but I'm the one who's tired. But Alita had already read Sihan like a book, because every time we didn't understand, you used the skill yourself. The feeling of hunger was real. I'm so hungry. As if waiting for this, Xenon immediately perked up. You're hungry? I'll make a late-night meal. Before Sihan could react, he had already dashed off. I'll go find some meat. Sihan immediately called after him. Hey, you don't have to. Where are you going to find meat? It's already hard enough training while everyone is asleep. So don't waste your time. But just a few moments later, Xenon returned with 2 wild rabbits. Sihan's jaw almost hit the floor. What? He just smiled innocently. It's rabbit meat. Don't you like rabbit meat? Sihan was so shocked he was tongue-tied. No, it's not that. Where did you get it so fast? Was the rabbit just waiting for you there? Zenon answered honestly, which sounded more like bragging. I'm usually lucky when I hunt. When I'm hungry, it's like the heavens know and prey suddenly appears. Sihan still felt something was off. So this isn't the first time? Calling this luck is a bit of a stretch. But a second later, a thought flashed through Sihan's mind. To confirm it, he immediately made a request. Zenon, can you go hunting again? Right now. Zenon agreed without a hint of hesitation. Okay, I'll go right now. What Sihan saw next completely astonished him. His pupils contracted slightly. What is that? It's like. Behind Zenon, there was a web-like layer. Threads of combat. Threads weaving through the surrounding space. Then, they accidentally touched a squirrel. But it was enough for him to sense it. There's a squirrel over there. But it's too small, so it probably doesn't count as game, right? Sihan was speechless for a moment. His perception and accuracy are on a completely different level. Could you fight like that? That's incredible. Although it was strange, he found it particularly interesting. I've seen many swordsmen, but I've never seen a skill like this. Thinking this, Sihan asked directly. Zenon, where did you learn that skill? But Zenon was clueless. A skill? Was I using a skill? This shocked Sihan even more. He doesn't know? So all this time, he's been using it unconsciously. By instinct? A terrifying thought crossed Sihan's mind. Zenon. He was beginning to understand why his level increased so slowly. Could it be he reached the night class not because of talent, but because he couldn't awaken his true ability and thus develop slowly? With that thought, Sihan decided to test him further. Zenon. He took out some salt in his palm. These are grains of salt. Can you guess how many there are? Zenon replied without thinking. Of course, 136 grains. He didn't understand what Sihan was trying to do. Why did you ask me to hunt and count salt? If it's okay, I'll prepare the rabbit now. Fresh meat is the most important. Suddenly, Sihan spoke up. I think. His next words stunned Zenon. I was wrong to teach you Sky Splitter and Explosion. He then dropped a bombshell. You need to learn. Tyrant King. Zenon was so shocked, his jaw dropped. Zenon was so excited he almost jumped. Tyrant King? That's one of the 4 unique skills of the Otherworld Savior. How could I dare to learn it? Sihan looked at him with a helpless expression. Originally, it belonged to some old guy. Zenon immediately corrected himself. I'm very honored, but will I be able to learn it? This was truly a high-level skill. The flow of Tyrant King was complex and sophisticated. Talent alone wasn't enough to learn it. But for the person in front of him, it was entirely possible. With Zenon's ability, he could fight against the revolutionary heroes. A strained smile formed on Sihan's lips. I was fooled too. I thought you were the physically strong, blockhead type. Zenon's true ability had been well hidden. But thinking back on his actions, you're the technical and meticulous type, more than anyone else. Thinking this, Sihan suddenly froze. He then screamed internally. Wait, he only used that powerful talent for cooking and cleaning? Tonight, Zenon was equally determined. I will do my best to learn it, Sihan. In a flash, the sun was high in the sky. The carriage procession continued on its way, but the other 3 were sound asleep inside the carriage. Dina, outside, couldn't help but feel it was strange. What did they do last night to be so sleepy? The strategist, who was kicked out to ride a horse, was very displeased. They said they didn't like riding in carriages. Suddenly, she shouted. Ahead, tall towers gradually appeared through the trees. I see it. The capital of the holy nation, Heilsing Rishlium. Very quickly, the convoy arrived. The Heilsing Empire, Bershlium. The bishop had been waiting for a long time. Welcome, old allies and eternal friends. The strategist responded on behalf of everyone. Thank you for this kind reception. Sihan took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. His attention fell on the people standing on both sides. There are a few faces I know. They must have followed Kazen since the revolution. They maintained a very proper demeanor. No one recognizes me because I'm using Omni energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. The Pope, Dinafuse, is entering. A woman was approaching the main seat. She was so beautiful she looked like she had stepped out of a painting. Everyone was quickly captivated by her. So beautiful. Alita had already recognized the person's identity. That person is one of the 7 revolutionary heroes. It was a very familiar name, Kazan Hiteo. She ruthlessly rubbed salt in her friend's wound. I heard she's over 30, but you look even older. Sihan's face scrunched up. What? But Alita quickly noticed something. Sihan's expression was incredibly gloomy. Sihan. His voice turned cold. Look, his gaze was fixed on the person entering. That is, Alita. Both Zenon and Alita were stunned by his words. After entering the guest room, she finally dared to ask. What did you say, Sihan? Isn't that Kazan? Sihan stubbornly denied it. I don't know what's happening, but I'm sure she's not Kazan. Alita was still skeptical. She looks different from Kazan. He himself found it absurd. No, they look the same. Her appearance is identical. Actually, Sihan had seen through it from the start. But the inside is different. I don't know how to explain it. His ability to express himself was still poor. But I just know. It's like, nothing is clear but I still know. To Alita, Sihan was talking nonsense. Maybe she changed over time. It's been 10 years. It would be strange if she didn't change at all. Xenon chimed in with some advice. Why don't you go take another look? Tomorrow, you'll get a closer look. He was clearly very excited. There will be a welcome party for the Leighton Mark delegation. Just then, Dina pushed the door open with a large sack. Master, I found party outfits. For the other two as well. Without waiting for a response, she pushed them along. These are traditional clothes from the Gan tribe. They prepared them for us. Hurry up and try them on so we can make changes. Quickly, Alita's outfit suited her perfectly. The person made the dress beautiful. Dina looked on, mesmerized. You're so beautiful, Master. But Sihan found it a bit strange. Is this normal here? I've never seen anything like it. Xenon looked much more dashing than usual. All cultures were suppressed during the Mad King's reign. After the empire split into 6, these cultures began to revive. And so, he unconsciously stared at Alita. She blushed deeply. This feels strange. It's been a long time since I've worn a ball gown. Sihan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. No, it's not strange at all. Alita felt odd being praised. Really? Thanks. Dina couldn't stand this low EQ. Is that all you can say? Master is wearing a dress. He didn't even know why she was angry. Why are you mad? Sihan wasn't used to dressing so formally. He was about to take it off. Can I take this off now? Too many layers. It's uncomfortable. I can't wear it for long. But Dina stopped him. Then you should wear it until we leave. The welcome banquet includes dancing. If you're not comfortable, you won't be able to dance. Those words made him freeze. Sihan didn't know how to dance. Dina wasn't any different. Dancing. It's been a while. Sihan shot a wary glance at Zenon, but he just saw him as happy as a puppy. It's been a long time for me too. His eyes rolled back. You too. Sihan almost jumped up. Zenon, you know how to dance? Zenon replied matter-of-factly. All knights are taught. Seeing his expression, Dina seemed to understand something. You? She bluntly exposed him. You don't know how to dance. Sihan still tried to save face. Who said that? When I face an opponent with a sword in hand. He was cut off bluntly by Dina. That's sword dancing. He was completely devastated. What should I do? I didn't know there would be a ball. I have to dance to get close to Kazan. But I don't know how. Seeing this, Alita let out a soft laugh. Then she generously offered. So there is something you don't know. I'll teach you. Alita proactively took Sihan's hand. Here, focus on your partner's breathing. Match your steps with mine. He clumsily followed her movements. Gradually, Sihan started to get the hang of it, but a second later, he twisted Alita's arm. Twist the wrist to control their power. Dina was scared out of her wits. Master, she was about to bite his head off. What are you doing, son? He didn't expect that move either. It's instinct. I think it's become a habit. Thinking about it, he could only lament internally. Tomorrow. Will I be okay? The time for the ball arrived. The next evening, Nizchilium, the central tower, midst of the night, Primrose Palace. Melodious music echoed throughout the grand hall. Along both sides were long tables filled with delicious food. Xenon focused only on them, oblivious to his surroundings. Food I've never seen before. What are they? The servant beside him politely explained. This is our traditional food, tonhot. Sihan took a bite. A familiar taste filled his mouth. It tastes like tiok baki. He kept eating without stopping. I never thought I'd eat Korean food in Thailand. Xenon saw this and wished he could cook a big pot for Sihan. If you like it, I'll make it for you again. At the same time, he quietly observed his surroundings. Kazan, she hasn't arrived yet? I'll have to wait and see. Over here, Dina and Alita were in the crowd. So many people. She noticed her companion wasn't doing well and showed concern. You've been worried for a while now, Master. You're like an introvert forced to socialize. There are strangers everywhere. While the two were talking, someone noticed them. Them. He quickly approached to inquire. You're Dina Jiambu? She immediately gave him a strange look. Who's this? As if confirming, he brightened up. I heard you would be coming. So we really met. You look just like your mother. I recognized you at a glance. It turned out to be Dina's relative. I'm Ziet from the Amu family. Your mother is my mother's younger sister. Hearing this name, her eyes widened. The Amu family. I've heard of it. The place my aunt married into. Dina quickly bowed properly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dina from the Jiambor family. Ziet laughed heartily. A pleasure to meet you, cousin. Just then, another person appeared from behind. Young Master Ziet. Is something the matter? Seeing him, he became even more excited. I met my cousin. He then eagerly introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is Dujan, my family's guard knight. At this time, more people were attending the party. Sihan and Zenon happened to pass by. Seeing the scene over here, he casually asked, "Looks like something's happening. Dina, Alita, what's going on?" Dina glanced over. "Sir Sun." She pointed to Ziet smiling behind her. "I met my cousin. This is Sir Ziet of the Amu family." She then introduced her companions to him. "And this is the guard knight of the Kenterson family, son of Thane, Zenon." Alita also introduced herself politely. "And I am Alita Keekan." Hearing this, Ziet's eyes immediately shone like stars. "Lady Alita, you are as beautiful as your name." His face clearly showed his infatuation. "May I have the honor of a dance with you?" She had no choice but to agree. Yes. Anger immediately shot to Dina's head. He must already have a partner. Is Master his real target? Zenon added fuel to the fire. He's using his cousin to get close to Alita. As for Dujan, he stood there observing from start to finish. Really, he's so tactless. "Lady Dina." Dujan extended his hand and bowed with sincerity. "Would you like to dance with me?" Dina's attitude changed 180 degrees. She just followed him away. "Of course, Sir Dujan." Sihan's mouth twitched. A happy ending. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. A figure appeared on the platform. "The one who brings holy edicts to the world," Sihan muttered softly. Finally, she descended to the sound of a grand introduction. "Guardian of the night and the moon, Pope Kajun Initio." Everyone was completely captivated by her. "Lady Inazil, she's so beautiful." The murmurs were endless. "Will she dance? What? Does anyone dare to ask her to dance?" No one would dare ask a mythical hero to dance. It's best not to bother her. The very next second, Sihan appeared from behind. "Lady Yenethil." He smirked and gave a theatrical bow. "My name is Son of Thane, guard knight of the Kenterson family. If I may, could I ask the incarnation of the goddess for a dance?" The entire hall immediately erupted. Someone asked her. Sihan felt all eyes on him, making him nervous. But he had to follow through. "Damn it, I didn't expect to attract this much attention. There's no other way. I have to check for myself." Her lips curved slightly. "I accept, Knight of Lightner." The two began to dance to the melodious music. Some couldn't help but feel jealous. He's brave, doing what no one else dares. If only I were 10 years younger. Everything was going according to Sihan's plan. It's time. I have to show it. At that thought, his eyes began to glow. The result of my hard work. Sihan recalled Alita's advice from the previous night. Sihan's body is too accustomed to fighting, so it'll be very difficult to do things like dancing. Therefore, she decided to use reverse psychology. Think of dancing as a part of combat, as if you're luring the other person into a trap. The next scene left the crowd speechless. Look, now Sihan unleashed his true skill. A magnificent dance. Someone couldn't help but gasp. "What is this? My heart is pounding. Is this excitement?" But Genentea's lips twitched. "I think it's fear. I can feel killing intent in that dance." Her lips curved into a seductive smile. "Interesting. Son, I feel something in the way you dance." Sihan didn't answer directly, only complimenting her. "You are truly beautiful, like a princess from the moon." Then he threw out a random line. "Even a rabbit living on the moon would be blinded by your beauty." Her entire body jolted slightly. A rabbit. On the moon. The person before her wasn't an enemy, but Sihan's old acquaintance. "Oh, does Earth have a moon too?" Sihan sat beside her, maintaining a gentle smile. "There is a moon on Earth." Then he told her a few more stories. "There are some stories that say there are even rabbits on the moon, because the shadows on its surface look like a rabbit." Sihan laughed out loud after finishing. People on Earth are so interesting. The more Sihan talked, the more enthusiastic he became. "Well, there are some other stories about the moon too." One person listened intently, occasionally making a comment. The other told stories of all kinds. The moon remained there, as if watching over them both. Recalling the old days, Ciella's smile held a touch of nostalgia. A rabbit living on the moon. What an interesting story. Where did you hear it? A flicker of unreadable emotion crossed Sihan's eyes. As the dance ended, they both bowed to each other. Having gotten what he needed, he immediately excused himself. "It was an honor to spend this time with you, Lady Inetio." She maintained a faint smile. "The pleasure was mine, Sir Sun." Sihan stared at her, retreating back. His biggest question had finally been answered. "I'm sure of it now. She is not Kazan." Elsewhere, near the Hylsing Nation, the Yabaho Plateau, a towering structure stood here against the sky. People called it the Black Ivory Tower. A robed figure appeared in the mirror. "We have found the bloodline of Lutton." Opposite him, Zandio spoke in a hoarse voice like a witch. "Good, Mage Han." It took longer than expected. The person had investigated a lot about Sihan's group. They are hiding their identities. They might be swordsmen. We found he is currently serving as a guard knight for a noble family. Hearing that, she let out a cold snort. A swordsman. I see why it was so difficult. Despite the power he received from the Mad King, He became a swordsman, not a mage. As if realizing something, Zandio suddenly paused. A second later, she gave a cold command. Send a message to the Moon Temple, the Doman believers. If it's him, we are willing to cooperate. Hearing this, the other person became agitated. You mean the Doman heretical investigators? Is there a reason we need his help? Zandio's expression was unwavering. The moment a monster from another world is summoned, magic becomes useless. I cannot afford to lose the Lutton bloodline again. She left him no room for refusal. We need to be prepared for all situations. With no other choice, he had to concede. I understand, Mage Zandio. After the party, Sihan shared his information with his companions. I discovered that the current Kazan is a fake. This issue opened up a whole new set of questions. So who is this fake Kazan? And where did the real Kazan go? Is she not here at all? I just have more questions, and I need answers. Xenon could only scratch his head in confusion. This is troublesome. We can't just go around asking where she is. Sihan, with his vast information network, was cornered. The only reason we're acting as guard knights is because it allows us to easily contact high-ranking people at events. But with this situation, it's very difficult to get the information we want now. More than anything, he was worried about her current state, the real Kazan. I need to know this first. Perhaps I should get friendly with the nobles first. Hearing that phrase, an idea sparked in Sihan's mind. Friendly with the nobles. He remembered the young man Ziet he met earlier. The noble we met at the party. Dina's relatives live nearby, right? Why don't we contact them first? At the small mansion, Dujan was already waiting outside. He smiled and said, It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Dina. I've come to escort you from the Amu family. Dina replied, captivated. Oh, he called me lady. Thank you for the invitation. We had to come, since our relatives came all this way. Sihan pondered. I was just thinking of a way to approach them. This is good. They're of a fairly high class. They should know something useful about the Pope. He had found his direction. This is a great opportunity to investigate Kazan. The driver then announced, We're leaving now. Their carriage departed from the mansion. Dujan cheerfully introduced himself. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Dujan. I became a swordsman at 18 and have served the Amu family for 6 years. He inquired about everyone in the carriage. You are both at the knight level, correct? I'm quite confident in my abilities, but I'm still a bit shy about calling myself a swordsman. Lady Dina is also doing very well as a holy knight, because she trains with such strong people. Dina scratched her head shyly. I'm not that good. I haven't even properly learned how to enhance my strength using fighting spirit. Dujan switched to his wise mode. The purpose of swordsmanship is not to become strong, but to protect one's honor and loved ones. Being weak doesn't mean you can't hold a sword. I wasn't always a good student either. His gentle nature completely captivated Dina. You have plenty of time, Lady Dina. You will grow stronger. Dujan's demeanor elicited completely different reactions from the two men. Why does he make me so angry without saying a word? Not my type. A standard knight. Alita suddenly saw something. The carriage stopped at a large estate. We've arrived. Welcome to the Amo household. Upon entering, they were greeted warmly by Ziet. Welcome. The Knights of Lightendau are honored to host such esteemed guests. He asked Sihan. We didn't finish our conversation last time. So, how is your mother these days? Dina smiled and replied, She's busy but healthy. True, Lythan Uwak is very busy now. Your aunt must be having a hard time. Sihan was getting impatient and complained internally. This small talk is so boring. I came here to find out who the Kazan I saw is, he thought to himself. But I can't just suddenly change the subject. It's not something you can just ask a stranger. I need to get closer. Suddenly, Ziet asked Sihan a question. That's right, Alita. He had a crush on Alita and took this opportunity to confess. I haven't been able to sleep since I met you. Could you give me a chance to get closer to you? This sudden confession shocked everyone around them. Suddenly, Alita was no exception. Everyone gasped in confusion. What? Did we miss something? What's with the bouquet? I don't even know you. And what's with that confident expression? Dujan looked on helplessly. Not again, Ziet. Confessing to any woman you like. Ziet asserted himself once more. I want to seriously court you. Will you be mine? Alita felt awkward. Then she closed her eyes. She mustered all her courage to reply. Thank you, Sir Ziet, but please forgive me. I must refuse. She grabbed Sihan beside her and said, I already have a lover. Suddenly being used as a substitute, Sihan's face wrinkled like a prune. Everyone else was also deeply shocked. She desperately tried to find a way to refuse. I've already entrusted my future to him. Sihan was reluctantly dragged along. That's right. How awkward. Sorry for not telling you sooner. Ziet's sadness was apparent. I understand. Then I apologize, Alita. He looked so disappointed. He dejectedly walked inside. Please excuse me. Sihan felt incredibly guilty. This doesn't feel right. Dujan then spoke up. I'm sorry. I didn't know he would do that so soon. It's late, so please go and rest. We can talk tomorrow. Sihan was very surprised by the scene before him. A magnificent red room was neatly arranged. Sihan and Alita blushed and exclaimed, "What is this?" The maid said, "This is Sir Ziet's instruction. The young master specially prepared this room for you two." Sihan was speechless. He confessed without knowing her lover was right beside her. So he compensated with this? As long as you're happy. How generous. Sihan's face was as red as a ripe tomato. Well then, I'll take my leave. May the moonlight illuminate your dreams. He turned to Alita in confusion and asked, "Now what?" Alita replied calmly, "What do you mean, now what? Let's go to sleep." He was a bit surprised. "You're not flustered at all," she casually recounted. "What's the big deal? I was a billion times more flustered when I saw you naked." Sihan snapped, "Do you have to bring that up? Someone might hear and get the wrong idea?" He thought to himself, "That's right, this isn't the first time. We've shared a room before at Cannes. No need to overreact." Suddenly, Alita came out with a pillow. She lay down on the floor to sleep. "Good night," Sihan thought. "She's embarrassed too," he offered, but stopped himself for her. "Why pretend to be calm? Get up. I'll sleep on the floor." Alita was also embarrassed and didn't want to. "I'm more comfortable here." "Well, I'm not." Neither of them would give in, so they both had to sleep on the bed. In the end, they lay side by side. Sihan was both embarrassed and annoyed. "Last time we shared a room, I could still sleep. Is it because of the decorations this time? I can't sleep." Suddenly, Alita called him. "Sihan," she confided, "the reason we're here is to learn about Kazan by approaching the Amo family, right? I hope the plan doesn't fail because of me." He answered calmly, "It should be fine. He doesn't seem that petty. He even prepared a room like this." She laughed. "That's true." The room then fell into silence. Suddenly, Alita sat up and said, "I can't sleep. I'm going to read a book." Sihan was worried for her. "Your eyes will get weak if you read in the dark." Alita still decided to go to the bookshelf. "It's fine. I can use night vision." She added, "It's still better to read in the light." Light. Without noticing, Sihan had already cast a spell behind her. Light. Alita was very surprised to see it. Magic is really great. "I can't see anything either." She asked for his opinion. "Can I read aloud?" Sihan lay on his side and closed his eyes. "Sure, I'll go to sleep." Suddenly she read aloud. "The tears shed for Vamsaka's karma became the blood of 10,000 people. How can you ask for forgiveness?" It woke Sihan up completely. He wondered, what is she reading? Alita said calmly, "Famous quotes from the otherworld savior. He said a lot of cool things." Sihan got angry. "Do you really think I would say those things? That's all fake." She continued reading. "If one commits a crime, under the guise of loyalty, then I will call it the crime of loyalty." Sihan felt a bit stung by that line. That one. "I think I did say that." Sihan was so furious he wanted to explode. "Damn it, I was having so much fun. Why did they have to publish the things I said in my youth? Is this a new form of torture?" But then he sighed. Well, at least it broke the awkward atmosphere. Alita read intently but was a bit discouraged. "I think there are a lot more books like this. Why does it have to be this way? The first time he came here, there wasn't much information." He suddenly glanced at her. Alita asked, "Did I say something I shouldn't have?" Sihan didn't pay attention and lay down to sleep. "No, nothing." But he couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about the past in that dark, damp dungeon, the place where he was once imprisoned. He reminisced silently. It's just that the story isn't very pleasant. A light shone from inside the prison cell. It suddenly exploded, causing the prisoner to scream in pain. The two experimenters said, "Further experiments are useless. This kid is worthless. Hey, healer, treat his burns. He's just like a monster from another world. Divine martial arts work, but magic doesn't. Besides, he's no different from any other human." The experimenter hesitated to call out to Sir Bakken. Mr. Tang looked at him. Then he angrily grabbed the other's collar and shouted, "Is this just a useless brat? A person from another world must have some special ability." The experimenter quickly stopped him, saying, "Sir Bakken, I'm still healing him." Bakken didn't believe him. "Healing what? Get out. You said he's just an ordinary person. Use him for medicine experiments." He turned his head and ordered, "Lisan, you're in charge of this task. And remember, don't kill him." Li Tin replied, "Yes, master." Lisan became Bakkan's student at the age of 12. Bakkan needed talented children at that time, and someone had sold Lisan to him. But by the age of 12, Lisan had only learned second-tier magic. Not because he lacked ability, but because his master taught him nothing. He was a genius to have reached that level on his own. A normal teacher would have valued him for his potential. Bakkan said with satisfaction, "I've acquired a good specimen." But Bakkan only saw Lisan as a test subject. He just treated him as a good specimen. Instead of helping him reach his potential, he made him try all sorts of things. and Lasan had to endure the pain, poisons, and the negative side effects from the experiments. Larson had to accept it because he had nowhere else to go at that time. To them, this world was a hell. Lasan felt sympathy for San. Li Tin sat opposite him and said, "So you're the boy from another world. My name is Lasan. From now on, I will be in charge of you." Sihan stared at him. "What is he saying? I don't understand anything." Li Tin said helplessly, "You probably don't understand this language, but he was the first person to show me kindness in this place." He stood up and introduced himself again. "Lisei. My name is Lisei. Li Sen." Sihan realized with a start. Is he introducing himself? He pointed to himself and repeated, "Lasan." Sihan also pointed to himself and said word by word, "Sung Sen." Sung Sen learned the language and basic knowledge of this world through Lasan. Having someone by their side in that place was a great comfort to them. So they became best friends. After hearing him talk about himself, Sihan exclaimed, "So that's your past. You're like me, Lasan. You have nowhere to go." Li Tin closed his eyes and said, "The fate of the weak is the same everywhere, San." The two of them clasped hands and said, "Let's survive today too." Sihan replied, "Okay." 3 months after Sung Sen arrived in Thailand, Lasan and Sen's lives took a new turn. This experiment caused Sihan's body to levitate with intense power. He screamed in pain without stopping. Everyone around them became bewildered. What's happening? There's no way mana can be this high, Bakan suspected. Could it be? The rate of mana increase is higher than a normal person's because he's from another world. He laughed. He looked up and said loudly, "We did it! Finally, a positive result." The experimenter looked at Sihan and added, "But it's not easy to control this storm. The test subject's life will be in danger if we don't." Bakan thought of something. "I have a plan. Finally, that trash down there is useful. We can't let it die." At that moment, Li Tin stepped forward and called out to his master. He held the sword tightly and asked impatiently, "I brought the long sword you asked for. Will you be able to save Sen with this?" Bakan smiled evilly. "Just in time, Lasan," he ordered. "Cut off his limbs." Li Tin was slightly shocked, but agreed to follow the order. "Yes." Bakan spoke viciously. "The mana explosion is coming from his limbs. Cut off his limbs to quell this storm. He doesn't need limbs for experiments." Li Tin stepped forward with his thoughts racing. "I can't disobey my master's orders. But I can't cut down my only friend, can I?" Bakan shouted angrily, "What are you doing? It's just a test subject. As long as it has a head and torso, it won't die." Li Tin bit his lip, still refusing to act. The impatient Bakan wanted to do it himself. "You weakling! Give it here! I'll do it myself, you fool!" He froze, his eyes widening. He turned his head to look at Li Tin in disbelief. He had actually used that sword to stab Bakan. He gritted his teeth and uttered, You dare." Bakan fell to the ground. Li Tin looked up. He looked at Sihan, who was trying to control his power. He called out worriedly, "Sen, don't try to control it. Release it all. Release it all." A surge of power like that was released outward. In reality, Sihan was sleeping soundly. Alita lay beside him, looking at him with a sympathetic gaze. I didn't know he had gone through something like that. They must have seen each other as the saviors of their lives, not just friends. How could he betray him like that? I think I understand why Sen was so hurt by the betrayal. Sihan was breathing evenly. This made Alita finally realize he was asleep. She blushed and thought to herself, I'm still a woman. How can I not be bothered by this? Alita spaced out for a moment. Then she felt embarrassed and thought, what am I thinking? If he was bothered, it would be a big deal. She reassured herself and lay back down. I'll just go to sleep. Sihan's eyes suddenly flew open. Then he sat up like a robot. Alita broke out in a cold sweat and called out, Sigh, Sihan. Sihan turned to her and said, Now is not the time to sleep, Alita. She said, spooked. What are you talking about? It's late. We should go to sleep. Sihan muttered, 1 believer, 2 swordsmen, and 4 mages. This mansion is surrounded. Knights were surrounding the outside. Sihan observed them and said, It looks like they're ready to charge in at any moment. Why are they here? Alita said seriously, We should prepare for battle. After saying that, she started taking off her clothes, shocking Sihan. Why are you suddenly taking off your clothes? Alita said nonchalantly, I can't fight in pajamas. You should change too. Sihan's eyes widened in disbelief. She was just shy about sharing a bed a moment ago. I can't understand her. The torches lit up everything. The man in black asked, Do we need this many soldiers, Believer Lumen? The bloodline of Luton has weakened. No one can fully use the otherworld summoning spell. Honestly, I don't think they can do anything significant. Zia asked back. And what if the opponent is a monster? He believed that there was nothing wrong with being well prepared. The man in black looked at him annoyed. Damn it. The Azure Ivory Tower will have to cover all preparation costs. But it's too late now. He added, I think with this, it won't matter what kind of monster we face. Someone from inside came out and asked, What is going on here? Ziet asked angrily. This is the mansion of the great Amo family, a place that worships the Moon Temple. Do you know how disrespectful it is to bring soldiers here at this hour? Zia smiled. Then he roared in anger. You dare speak of the Moon Temple while hiding a descendant of Lutton? Unforgivable. Ziad asked in astonishment. What? Sihan and Zenon's hearts skipped a beat. Dina called out softly. Listen. Sir, Alita bit her lip and thought, I've been discovered. Are they here for me? Zia drew his sword, affirming, that disgusting blonde hair can't be mistaken. He pointed his sword at an unexpected person and said, Don't you dare try to run, you sinful bloodline. Alita turned her head in shock. Sihan was also surprised. Why is he looking in that direction? When he saw who was being accused, he was even more shocked and his eyes widened. Surrender, Daoyan, Dujian. Alita was stunned. It's not me. Their target is Dujan. Dujan is also a descendant of Lutton. Dujan maintained a calm demeanor and asked, What are you talking about? I am also of the Ben tribe, just like the Mad King. But Lutton. Zik also spoke up for his master. That's right. There must be a misunderstanding. They say Lutton has blonde hair. But not everyone with blonde hair is a Lutton. He gestured towards Alita and continued. If that's the case, is Lady Alita also a Lutton? Zia raised his head and said, Still denying it? The man in black spoke up. If you want to prove your innocence, then surrender. The truth will be revealed after interrogation. Dina called out worriedly. Sir Dujan. Dujan gritted his teeth. Cornered, he grabbed Zayat as a hostage. Nobody move, he said in a panic. Dujan threatened. You don't want to see the head of the Amo heir fall to the ground, do you? He said angrily. Damn it. I was planning to trick this foolish noble. I can't be caught here. Zia sneered. So you've finally shown your true colors, you cursed bloodline. Do you think I'll be fooled by a hostage trick? The man in black gently advised against it. No, don't. The Amo family has a very high status. Dujan whispered to Ziad. I'm sorry, young master, but this is so the Amo family won't be suspected of anything else. He then pushed him away. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he said, Thank you for everything. G.A. ordered, attack. Dujan jumped up. He quickly leaped over the wall and escaped. Zaya shouted, After him, don't lose him. Leaving Dina and Xenon speechless, she said in disbelief. Sir Dujan, such a good person, is from the cursed Lutton tribe? At that moment, Alita rushed off. Dina called out in alarm. Master! Sihan quickly chased after her. Damn it! Xenon, look after Dina! He picked Dina up and replied, On it. And with that, Xenon carried her away. Ziet was still staring blankly after them, calling out, Dujan. Over here, a knight had been knocked back. Dujan was fighting them off alone. He was already exhausted, facing overwhelming numbers. Jia spoke up. It's useless. Do you think you can escape? Your identity has been exposed. Dujan gripped his sword tightly and retorted. I told you, I didn't do anything. He took another hit. Then he was thrown hard against a wall. Dujan coughed up blood. Jia said, Dujan, you will be interrogated. Even with Lutton blood, you have the right to defend yourself. The goddess will decide if you are truly innocent. Dujan collapsed. A fair trial. In the end, it will just be death by hanging. He asked desperately, Is there no other way? Dujan held out his hands helplessly. All right, I didn't want to do this, but, Zia asked in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? On Alita's side. Sihan asked as he ran. What's wrong, Alita? Why did you suddenly run after him? Alita replied coldly. Sorry, I didn't have time to think. Dujan's real name. Wak. Down. It sounds familiar. I don't remember clearly, but I think we met as children. Sihan stopped as if he saw something. He stopped and looked up. That is, the man in black also looked up and uttered, You. Zia was frozen in place. Dujan glanced down. Below him was a monster from another world. Dujan bit his lip and cursed silently. Damn it. I didn't intend to summon a monster like this, but I have no other choice. He held out his hand and commanded, Attack. The monster fiercely attacked the knights, causing them to scatter in panic. Help me, Zia shouted from behind. Don't panic. You are the swords of the goddess. The god Jolide protects us. What are you afraid of? The knight stopped. That's right. The city will be destroyed if we don't fight back. I can't let my family be attacked again. With that, they risked their lives and charged. Fight. We will not surrender. Jia also raised his sword and charged. Die, you disgusting monster. Sharp sword slashes rained down on the monster. Jia slashed at its tentacles. Below frantically stabbed at the monster's body. The monster was unfazed by the three knights' attacks. Forward, forward. The man in black spoke with frustration. Damn it. I didn't know he could use summoning magic. I should have followed both the swordsman and the prayer. The old man with him raised his hand to cast a spell. Regret it later, Mage Han. We must complete our mission, even if magic doesn't work. Control, by Evo. Walls appeared, trapping the monster. Jia was given the order. The mage has blocked the monster's escape route. Kill it now. The knights charged again, intending to destroy the monster. Alita said slowly. It's so strong. Master-level knights and incredibly strong holy warriors. Warrior class and knight class. And hundreds of elite soldiers and mages from the Black Tower. All of their attacks could only stop the monster's movements. This is a monster from another world. Alita wondered. Are all of the first Emperor's monsters this strong? Sihan said. Of course not. Alita looked at him for confirmation. Then how can it be so strong? Sihan crossed his arms and explained. If a summoned monster was this weak, we wouldn't have had to cut our losses. A single guardian could handle that thing. Alita glared at him with a dark expression. Zenon ran over at that moment. Sorry, we're late. Sihan saw him and asked excitedly. Zenon, why are you here? And you brought a child? Zenon said, confused. You told me to bring her. Sihan replied helplessly. I did not say that. Dina looked at the person on the monster's back and called out. Sir Dujan, he cried out. Don't attack anymore. I don't want to hurt you. Stop. I can't control this monster anymore. I just want to get out of here. Dujan pleaded desperately. Please, get out of the way. Zenon asked in surprise. A child's cry? Even in this chaos? Sihan looked over and realized. Dujan doesn't want to hurt anyone. He must be controlling the monster's power. Alita asked sadly. Then why do we have to fight? Neither the soldiers nor Dujan have any ill intent. He was accidentally born as the son of the first emperor. Is that his fault? The knights stopped their attack. Dujan was also clutching his head as if he were going mad. He realized it. No, the monster's behavior is starting to go beyond my control. Lao Fein didn't hold back his insults. You've finally shown your true colors. You filthy glutton. Bello quickly stopped him. Wait, La Fein. Unexpectedly, a monster tentacle struck La Fein hard in the back. It instantly knocked him down, unable to counterattack. Bello shouted. La Fein, he angrily charged forward again. Take this. He used his sword to pierce through the tentacle. Then he slashed it wide open. Die. Poisonous liquid poured out from inside the monster. Before he could react, it sprayed out. The poison splashed onto Bello's face. The poison immediately started corroding his skin. He writhed in pain, then collapsed. Seeing this, the knights began to panic. The poison can do that? Even Bello was taken down. Jia was pale with fear. What? The monster suddenly got stronger? No. Was it holding back its true power? Those tentacles relentlessly struck down the knights. Their bodies littered the ground. It made Jia regret his decision. This is my fault. I should have called for more support. I underestimated it. Frustrated, he couldn't help but curse loudly. You filthy descendant of a demon. Dujan was also desperately begging. Stop it. Please. He screamed. Please stop. But the monster's tentacle had already reached him. It wrapped around Jia's body. Another one flew straight at him, wanting to finish him off. Jia screamed in terror. No. At that moment, Sihan rushed forward. With a few slashes of his sword, he cut off all the tentacles. Dujan and Jia were stunned. Sihan stepped forward and assured them. I'll help. Go call for reinforcements. Zenon made a serious suggestion. Then I'll take Dina to a safe place and come back. Be careful. Sihan nodded in response. Hurry up. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. As he was about to continue fighting, Alita pulled him back. Wait, she asked worriedly. Can't we let Dujan escape? Sihan explained. I know how you feel right now. But there are too many people here. If we protect Lutton, it could put you in danger. Alita's expression gradually changed. So, it's fine as long as no one sees, right? Then she declared loudly. I can do that. There's a way to block everyone's vision for a moment. Against this giant monster, everyone tried to stall for time. Jia suddenly spoke from behind Sihan. That combat energy just now. Jia was about to say more, but Sihan quickly cut him off. The mercenary king's disciple, Sun So Theon, is here to help. Jia immediately understood. Balak's disciple. He turned his head and gave an order. I'll handle things here. Take the soldiers for treatment. It's dangerous. Jia, clutching his injured body, quickly replied. No. Fighting is our duty. As servants of the goddess, we cannot flee. Sihan just asked one question back. No matter how important honor is, it can't compare to human life, right? His face suddenly contorted. In the end, the man listened. You're right. It's useless to stay here and die. Jia didn't forget to remind him as he ran. Please, buy us some time. Seeing him flee the scene, Sihan burst out laughing. He looked at the monster before him. It's been 10 years since I last fought a Lutton's monster. The monster attacked head-on. Dujan quickly warned him. It's dangerous, son. The monster is trying to attack you. He felt helpless and shouted. The monster is out of control. Sihan calmly dodged its attack. At the same time, he raised his treasured sword to counter. Using the Tyrant King's martial arts technique, Wave, he handled it with ease. This scene left Dujan stunned. He wondered, what was that technique? Isn't he a knight-class swordsman? Sihan was calculating his strategy. It keeps regenerating after I cut it. Sky Slasher or Dragon Sword would be better. The Tyrant King style isn't suited for fighting monsters. He sighed. It's hard fighting while hiding my identity at times like these. Xenon quickly arrived. He called out, I'm here, son, I'll help. Seeing his comrade appear, he laughed. You're late, Sihan suggested. I need your help. Deal with those tentacles. He agreed without hesitation. Got it, Xenon thought to himself. I can finally use the Tyrant King style in a real battle. Without wasting any time, he charged forward to attack. Sihan was stunned, realizing something was wrong. The monster's tentacles lunged at him. Xenon was getting used to fighting these tentacles. When it attacked, he jumped into the air to dodge. An excited smile spread across Zenon's face. All right, I'm getting the hang of this. Sihan was completely speechless. Is that the Tyrant King style? Isn't it Mountain Breaker? He's weaving and dodging like a bee. His swordsmanship has become strange because of that fighting style. He sighed and comforted himself. It seems the Tyrant King style doesn't suit Xenon. That's his own version of it. Sihan ran to the side. Anyway, as long as he can fight, it's fine. He thought to himself. The monster's legs are bound, and it's focused on Xenon. Dujan is still fine, and the unnecessary people are gone. The corner of his mouth twitched up slightly. He said, all right then. In a short time, Sihan got close to the monster. The monster's back was a perfect blind spot. I can't sit still any longer. I'll take care of that fatty first. Sihan began to use his ability. Freeze. He reached out his hand, and the monster instantly froze. Dragon Sword Energy, 8th form. Seeing his action, Dujan was surprised. Son, since when? He told himself. I've stopped the monster's movement. It's your turn, Alita. From behind, a bright light suddenly appeared. Alita aimed at the monster and attacked. This destructive power surprised Dujan. Magic on the ground. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred. The surrounding soldiers were confused. What? What's happening? I can't see anything. When the dust settled, what they saw startled them. From the rubble, a joyful voice shouted. The monster is defeated, the soldiers quickly announced. We've defeated the monster from another world. Sihan let out a soft sigh. He looked into the distance and said, good luck escaping, Dujan. At this time, Dujan was trying to escape with Alita. She panted. I can't go on. I'm exhausted after using that magic. He was still puzzled by Alita's kind act. Why did you help me? Like they said, I'm a Lutton. You won't be safe if you help me. She sat down tiredly. Just go. Before they catch up. Realizing something, Dujan's expression suddenly changed. Looking at her now reminded him of what she looked like as a child. He suddenly asked, Hey, are you Selfie Luke's daughter? Alita was a bit wary but still nodded in confirmation. This made Dujan happy. You're alive too, he reminded himself. But there's no time to be happy about this now. Suddenly, he moved closer. Laihi, there's something I want to tell you before I go. Before Alita could react, Dujan whispered into her ear. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Alita quickly backed away. What? Dujan chuckled. Well then, I trust you. Suddenly, something flew swiftly towards them. An arrow pierced straight through his heart. Drops of blood splattered across Alita's eyes. Time seemed to stop. Dujan couldn't believe what was happening. His eyes widened in despair. His mouth filled with blood. Seeing him fall, Alita was still in a state of shock. A voice rang out. Looks like we almost lost him. What an idiot. Alita immediately recognized Gia standing to the side. Her expression immediately became tense. D.A. Layman. He approached and asked, Are you all right? You seem a little tired. Seeing that she was unharmed, Gia laughed. Thank goodness you're okay. It seems he tried to use you as a shield while running. But thank goodness, he didn't kill you. With that, he looked angrily at Dujan. How many people had to die because of this dog? He then stomped hard on his head. How dare he try to run away like that? The fiend. He calmly continued talking to Alita. If it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. It seems we owe a debt to a foreign knight. We don't know how we can repay you. Alita looked at Gia with terror. She replied, It's nothing. I almost let this demon escape. My stamina isn't very good. Her eyes darkened slightly with regret, but she still managed a polite reply. I'm glad you were able to handle him. Gia continued to curse. You goddamn son of a bitch. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone was praising them. I can't believe you guys took down a monster from another world. Amazing. As expected from the mercenary king's disciples, I didn't know he had two. Xenon was stunned. Sihan turned to explain. Because you also used the Lord's aura. Gia walked over, deeply moved. Thank you, Commander Xenon. We would have been done for without you. His face then turned serious. I know I should repay you properly, but I'm in a hurry right now. I need to figure out how to dispose of this giant monster. He nodded. It seemed clear. I understand. Don't worry about us. The man said goodbye as he ran off. I'll contact you later. The Moon Temple is very grateful to you. Sihan smiled as he watched Jia's retreating back. Then he realized something and was startled. Why does he have to worry about cleaning up this demon? Sihan felt uneasy. The monster should disappear when the summoner's heart is burned. I'm sure they know that. He sighed. It seems they don't want to risk handling the corpse of this tyrant. No, they don't care. Seeing his reaction, Xenon was surprised. Are you worried about Dujan's body? I heard some other soldiers talking. Apparently, a mage froze it to be transported to the ivory tower. Sihan turned his head. What? For what purpose? Xenon looked a bit confused. I don't know, I only overheard bits and pieces. Sihan thought to himself. This is suspicious. Why would they want that body? Recalling everything, he felt something was even more wrong. Now that I think about it, a mage from the ivory tower appeared during the Earth Dragon incident. A monster from another world and the summoner's corpse. He understood clearly. A werewolf and an Earth Dragon. And Dujan. It seems these events are all connected, whispers echoed. Someone once said once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, but a third time is highly suspicious. So this case involving another world is also a coincidence. I'll check on it when we get back. Sihan walked towards the crowd. The scene shifts to the inside of a mansion. Inside the room, Bep was sleeping peacefully. He kept mumbling. Dujan, the new enemy. Sihan and the others had returned. He called out, Sir Bep, we're back. He called out, Sir Bep, we're back. Seeing them, he stood up. I'm sorry to have you come here. I'll call for someone. Sihan quickly waved his hand. It's fine. This isn't the time for formalities anyway. It's not far. His mental state was unstable. I'm truly sorry. I'll contact you later. Let's go, Dina. Hearing this, Alita remained silent and calm. Remembering something, Sihan looked around. Where did Alita go? She pointed forward and announced. The master said. Everyone listened quietly. That she left something in the room before leaving. Soon after, Alita entered the room. So this is Dujan's room. She recalled the words Dujan had told her. He had carefully reminded her. It's the room in the corner, in the third drawer. Alita began to search. The third drawer. Are there clothes or something? Why did he lie to me? She saw something. She shook her head. No? Then she continued searching. The drawer is strangely tight compared to the wardrobe's height. Maybe. It seemed Alita had discovered a secret. She was shocked to realize there was a secret compartment at the bottom of the wardrobe. Holding the item in her hand, she was surprised. There's a book inside. Alita opened the book to examine it. The next second, her expression changed. This was no ordinary item. It was information gathered on the Ruskin family. A book recording every technique for summoning things from another world. Alita was furious. This damn book is. Suddenly, she remembered Dujan's face. Please. This left her unsure of what to do. Unconsciously, she remembered their closeness from before. Alita sighed and said, I guess it's useless anyway. Inside the room, a subordinate reported. We have obtained it, Your Majesty. A Ruskin with newly discovered blood. To open a summoning gate over 30 meters tall. It's a pity we couldn't capture him alive. But since the corpse was used, it was handled quickly, so the heart was not affected. Lai Tin was surprised to hear this. How unexpected. Transfer it to the ivory tower immediately. He then praised her. Your contribution this time was beyond expectations. You will get what you want. Bunny hell, she nodded. Thank you, sir. Her image disappeared. Lai Tin remained standing still. He knew very well. The Ruskin family's summoning skill wasn't just the ability to manipulate dimensions. The most terrifying thing about their summoning skills is that they can completely control the monsters they summon. This is even more difficult. Deep within their blood lies the inherent ability to manipulate, he thought. And that leads to the ability of perfect mind control. Li Tin sighed and spoke to himself. However, since Guantanamo's spells can't be used on things from another world, it should have been impossible until today. His tone grew colder. But there is a loophole. The solution is right in front of us. Of course, Lai Tin understood. And that is the Ruskin's otherworld summoning skill. Magic that can be used on things from another world. At this, he laughed loudly. It means that magic's power, a power from another world, only exists in the bloodline of the Ruskin family. But by studying their blood, we can create a type of magic that can be used on other things, from another world. All this information excited him. The Ruskin blood. A collection I've been experimenting on ceaselessly. But finally, I have the descendant of that psycho tyrant in my hands. Lai Tin was still lost in his fantasy. With this, I can finally achieve my most fervent desire. Jia stepped forward to announce, I will pray for your deeds and for justice. In the name of the priest of Jian Latrang and the countless people of this land, he said loudly. May the moon goddess protect you. People looked at Sihan and commented, that Sun So Theon, the one who killed the Ruskin monster? I heard he's the king's right-hand man. He looks young, but his sword skills are no joke. The man was surprised. He seems ambitious, but he already has a master to serve, right? The man next to him said, I heard he's in the Makia Katul Knight Order. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone heard. Everyone fell silent. Everyone's expression immediately changed. That oaf. Don't tell me it's because of his body, or that beast's brain. They quickly began to gossip. Why is someone so amazing under him? God, that means. A wicked thought appeared. Maybe he'll join my side if I persuade him. I'm better than that Katul guy. The three men quickly approached Sihan. Commander's son. Can we talk? No, come with me. I have fine wine from all over the Mai region. This period had been incredibly tiring for him. He sat on a chair and lamented. It's nice to build relationships with other nobles, but meeting them every day is exhausting. Xenon asked curiously, is it okay? The rumor that we're S-rank mercenaries is a bit much, isn't it? Sihan nodded thoughtfully. I was also worried that Sun So Theon would become too famous, but it's unavoidable. For my skills to reach the king level, I need a certain degree of fame. A smile appeared on his face. So it'll be fine. It might not look like I'm using it, but I actually am. Zenon looked at him, confused. Who are you talking to? Alita walked in and reminded them. And Chan isn't the only one who's become famous. She was in a slightly bad mood, because I used explosives once. A rumor spread that I'm a magic girl who uses 7th tier magic. Xenon had to nod and add, marriage proposals are coming from everywhere. She continued looking at him, and Xenon has been treated as the disciple of 2 royal mercenaries. What are we going to do if the mercenary king hears those rumors and comes to our door to question us? The scene changes to the Eye of the Night region. A little introduction to this place. While other castles in Grand Lasselt consist of a palace surrounded by villages, the Eye of the Night is a special structure. It's special because it is itself a single tall tower. Looking at the tower, Sihan thought to himself. Back in Korea, these types of buildings were more common in apartment complexes. He was quite surprised. They built it quite high. Compared to a castle, it's much more magnificent. I wonder how much blood, sweat, and tears were shed to build it. An image of Kazan appeared in his mind. I thought she would be different from the other bastards, but, Sihan told himself. That's a naive thought. Why would Kazan be any different? Do you still have hope after being betrayed like that? The tower before him made him even more curious. But she must have had a reason for building such a tall tower, right? The churches in Lonar were also built tall to communicate with the gods. So a tower this high should be a symbol, for Catholicism or something. But whatever the reason, it doesn't change the fact that the tower was built by men, from another world. After observing, Sihan suddenly spoke. Thanks. This will make it much easier for me to locate Gansus, Alita chatted. The rumor is that those blessed by the moon goddess are the closest to her. Therefore, the highest floor is her room, where Gansus is. Hearing that, he laughed excitedly. Sounds easy. I remember assassinating the tyrant king was hard because they always changed rooms. I even had to give up because the security there kept getting tighter. Seeing his strange behavior, Alita was startled. What? Assassination attempts? Who were you before? She immediately scolded him. A royal castle thrown into chaos just because of these endless assassination attempts. Now that I think about it, you're the reason I was locked in my room for a whole month. Sihan scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, now that you mention it, you must have been in the castle back then. It seems I was the one who indirectly caused your suffering. Seeing the time was right, he stood up. The clouds are covering the moon. Stretching his body, he turned to talk. Perfect timing. Shall we go? It's easier to hide in the dark. Alita didn't want to waste time either. Let's go. Be careful, Chan. Sihan began to use his ability. Shadow. His entire body turned pitch black. As soon as it was successful, he immediately moved. Okay. I'm off. Sihan ran like the wind towards the tower. He saw the soldiers guarding it very strictly. In just a few seconds, he slipped past them. His speed was incredibly fast. No one could keep up. To save time, Sihan jumped directly to a higher floor. Approaching the tower, he thought to himself, like a walk in the park. Just as I thought, shadow is the best skill for stealth. Realizing something was wrong, he was startled. Sihan moved closer to observe the window. This window is made from a radiant alloy. It seems their anti-intrusion system isn't bad. He knew very well. Radiant alloy. An alloy that emits a blinding light and loud noise when attacked by weapons, magic, or spells. It's a defense system that can cut through metal. Even so, Sihan didn't give up. However, he used his weapon to attack the window. With just a few strikes, it loosened and fell to the ground. Taking the opportunity, Sihan slipped inside. It's useless without light. Shadow not only absorbs light but also sound. The space here was unusually quiet. It was the perfect opportunity for Sihan to venture deeper inside. Looking ahead, he thought, this feeling is strange. I'm sure this is my first time here, but it looks so familiar. His expression immediately changed. He realized with confusion. It's not just a feeling. This interior design style. I'm sure I've been here before. This made Sihan even more certain. I'm sure of it. I didn't recognize it at first because it looked a bit strange, but the inside is exactly like the tower in the capital of Loessen, the eastern state. He asked himself. So this isn't a new tower, but an expanded area? Wouldn't that be an even greater burden on the people? Sihan hurried forward. Doesn't that mean she's not blinded by ambition? So why? He had so many questions. Why did she betray me? Gaon. Sensing something, Kazan woke up. She looked outside the door. Is someone there? Suddenly, a sword was at her neck. Sihan was right beside her, warning her. Don't move. If you do, don't blame me for what happens. Kazan's face turned fearful. She asked. Who are you? He didn't answer, instead questioning her. That's what I want to ask. Who are you? It seemed he understood. I know you're not the real Gaon Seuss. Hearing this, she screamed. I don't know what you're talking about. What nonsense are you spouting? Sihan was annoyed. Are you an idiot? The blade pressed closer to her. Don't fool around with a sword at your throat. If you're not the real one, you can't fool anyone anyway. He continued to remind her. With the magic of the immortal witch, healing a small wound like this is child's play. Kazan stammered. That is. Seeing she wouldn't explain, Sihan became more certain. Just as I thought. There's no way an imposter could have that power. If you're not going to talk, then I have no more business with you. He decided to act. I've been quite busy lately. This time, Sihan used the soul swap technique. He thought silently. Soul swap. A technique I kept hidden from the Lord of the Other World. Because different powers will react differently to the user's physical health when affected by soul swap. They will think they've been abandoned by God. This made him even more pleased. This is the skill I used on Blinz and Zia, who weren't affected by magic. I've saved other skills for emergencies, but this is also useful against these fake knights. Seeing Kazan faint, Sihan laughed. After weakening her soul with soul swap, I can use mind reading. He was startled when she didn't react. Sihan's expression instantly changed. Why did you pass out already? He quickly shouted. You can't faint. How can you play the role of Gansus with no power at all? Sihan called out. Wake up! A voice suddenly rang out. Finally, Chan realized something. He was confused, then quickly reacted to the Korean language. He turned to look at the woman before him. Sihan called out. Gaon. Gaon's body floated in midair. Remembering what just happened, Sihan was confused. What the hell is going on? If I heard correctly, she just spoke Korean. He felt a bit hopeful. She knows Korean. She really is the real Gaon. Gaon suddenly called out. Chan. She spoke up unexpectedly. The only one who can use soul swap in this land is you. So the person listening must be January. Sihan finally realized. No, this is a fake. The real one. He knew very well. She's flexibly using her powers to send a message through the unconscious imposter. If so, soul swap will be much harder to use. A smile appeared on his face. She intentionally used Korean in the first sentence to prove she was the one who left the message. Even so, Sihan decided to act. Did you guess I would come back? Gaon. Gaon smiled back. Please don't harm this innocent girl. She won't remember anything after this message is sent. Sihan's attitude changed. He understood. She's not answering my question. It seems she can only send a message. She continued to reach her hand towards him. You're looking for me, right? Chan. Come to Stylium. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. To the village of Gam. Gaon's body slowly fell. I'll be waiting for you there. Chan. Sihan was silent, not knowing how to handle this situation. He sighed and called out. Gaon. Time flashes back to the past. Xenon was celebrating. The people cheered. The northern region has fallen. Victory belongs to the 7 great heroes. Sihan stood on a high tower, looking down. He laughed, realizing how excited everyone was. Kazan walked over to talk. All the people of the northern region have suffered under that tyrant for so many years. She smiled and continued. In the imperial capital, the central region is the only place left to deal with. Hearing these words, Sihan was surprised. His voice held a bit of hope. The final battle will take place at night. We must win. If we win, he became excited. Then Gaon will become the guardian god of Grand Lasselt. Seeing Kazan blush, Sihan was surprised. What's with that face? She sighed. Well, many people follow me, but I don't expect to become a guardian god myself. He asked, confused. Why? Isn't that a great honor? She looked a bit awkward. If I become a guardian god, Kazan turned her face away to avoid the question. I can't get married. Sihan was completely speechless. Seeing he didn't reply, she was surprised. What's with that expression? He shook his head. No, it's just that I never thought you would. Kazan showed a sad smile. The truth is, I've always wanted to be a mother. A child born from the love between me and the man I love. She continued to plan. I want to have many children with the person I like. Maybe 12. Sihan was startled. 12. He turned his head and asked. Are you planning to start a soccer team or something? She was confused. Soccer? What's that? He happily chatted about it. It's a super popular sport in my previous world. You kick a ball into the opponent's goal as many times as possible to win. She found it a bit interesting. Like cats? Sihan thought to himself. How much pain would soccer lovers on Earth feel hearing this? He sighed and continued. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. I don't know who your husband will be, but he'll probably have a tough time. She smiled in reply. The person I choose will have to work hard anyway. He became more certain. Of course. Because that's the only way to bring you happiness. I won't accept some nobody. Hearing this, Kazan was silent. She smiled and explained. Don't worry, that won't happen. For the sake of the people, I will become a guardian god. Her voice held a bit of anticipation. Even if it sounds far-fetched, I can still continue to dream, right? The next morning, Sihan decided to set off. He had arrived at Stylium, the village of Gam. The place looked incredibly peaceful. Alita asked in surprise. Such a peaceful village. A queen is here? Sihan replied as he walked. In a way, this place suits Gan's personality. The three of them continued to move forward. Watching the children play, Sihan realized Gan likes children. A ball rolled forward. The little boy quickly ran after it. Where did it go? Seeing someone appear, the boy was surprised. Xenon's scary face frightened the boy. The children quickly ran away. A suspicious person. Run! Alita scolded him. Stop it, Xenon. You're scaring the children away. He wondered to himself. What did I do? The children ran to a house. Miss! They recounted that there was a very suspicious person outside. He was very tall. The girl gently patted the boy's head. Good boy, calm down. It seems we have some guests. She smiled and instructed them. You guys stay outside for a little while. Sihan and Alita silently observed the woman. The wind blew, making her hair sway. A familiar face appeared before them. Sihan was frozen by the sight. He immediately reacted. Gaon. Fortunately, Alita was beside him to remind him. Chan. The children were frightened by him. Kazan calmly instructed. Children, don't be afraid. They are my guests. Now, why don't you go inside? Seeing the children go inside, she felt relieved. Kazan turned her head and asked, You won't cause a scene, will you? It seems she had expected this. The message I sent through that girl was activated. I wasn't sure if it would work. Alita and Xenon were frozen upon hearing this. Kazan smiled at the two of them. But you really did come back, Chan. The vast forest fell into silence. The four of them just stood there, no one speaking first. Kazan took a moment before letting out a faint laugh. I guess it's not a problem having Lux here. She spoke with a wistful look in her eyes. You're truly a man full of surprises. Chan. Her next words immediately put the three of them on alert. Are they your companions? It seems they also know about your identity. Sihan frowned slightly, full of suspicion. You speak as if you knew I would come here. Kazan didn't seem to mind and continued. Lysan and Saffron were sure you would never return, but I didn't believe them. After all, you've always been a man full of surprises. Her calm voice echoed steadily. If it's you, then it's possible. A person who once shattered all logic and impossibilities. Would you give up on something like this? But he was horrified to hear this. How surprising. Now that I think about it, she wasn't panicked when she saw me. I'm not some candy on a stick. Sihan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Who was the woman in that tower? Kazan answered almost without thinking. I doubt you'd be interested in that. Remember Zia? One of the black-haired people like me, just like when I used face swapping, I changed her face with my ability. Then she sighed with some emotion. Zia must have had a hard time. Assuming it's a side effect of magic, I haven't aged in so many years. It's not easy to maintain this appearance. At this moment, Alita's words echoed in his mind. It's to disguise their true identities. It wouldn't make sense to create an older persona. The more he thought, the more it made sense. It seems Alita was right. Sihan suddenly made a comment. You haven't aged a bit. Nothing has changed. You look no different from 10 years ago. Well, at this point, he seemed somewhat agitated. You have changed. In that moment, her gentle smile and shy expression flashed in his mind. Sihan couldn't keep his calm any longer and growled Kazan's name. You liar. She chuckled and questioned him. What? Did you come back to Granada just to tell me that? He couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. You're right. Why don't we get straight to the point? A cold glint flashed across Sihan's eyes. His cold voice rang out, clearly questioning her. Gaon, why did you betray me? Kazan wasn't flustered at all and even retorted. You came back for revenge. Obviously, you want to know why we betrayed you. But, in a flash, the magic power around her erupted violently. Does the reason even matter? Almost instinctively, Sihan immediately drew his sword. A crazed fire ignited in Kazan's eyes. One of us is going to die here anyway. The moment she swung her arm, a blood-red chain appeared. The Blood Moon chain, carrying a fierce killing intent, shot straight at him, but Sihan had already dodged the attack. He tried to suppress his chaotic emotions while silently cursing. This attack, Does she want to kill me? Is this your intention, Gaon? The more he thought, the heavier Sihan's mood became. Just as I thought, you fool. Did you really think Gaon would be different? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. We were comrades with Gazian for 10 years. You too, Gaon. Meanwhile, Kazan swung her arm again. A new wave of attacks came. Moonchain. Sihan quickly made a decision. Divine Flash. The sword energy exploded with his roar, directly shattering the moonchain. Sihan's figure had already appeared behind her. Immediately after, he burst forward at full speed. A look of surprise crossed her eyes. You want to close the distance? The sword flash cut through the air, but what Sihan hit was only a blurred afterimage of Kazan. In a flash, she appeared behind him. Sensing danger, Sihan immediately jumped into the air. Before the situation could settle, Kazan attacked again. Her kick, carrying a sharp whistling sound, flew straight at his face. Sihan narrowly dodged, his heart pounding. So fast, Kazan coldly clenched her fist. I have techniques for hand-to-hand combat, B-Storm. Her mocking voice rang out amidst the relentless attacks. Nothing will change even if you can close the distance, Chan. My specialty is close combat. Under the barrage of attacks, he was quickly overwhelmed. Sihan quickly regained his balance, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. His chaotic breathing made his voice a bit hoarse, but his lips curved up. Your skills have improved, Gaon. No. It seems you've had to train quite hard. Kazan maintained her fighting stance, but a faint smile played on her lips. And so have you. It seems you trained a lot back home. Sihan's voice suddenly became chillingly cold. I'll ask again. Why did you betray me? She laughed scornfully in reply. I could become the guardian god of an entire country by betraying you. What other reason is there? Kazan couldn't help but mock him. What answer were you hoping for? Chan, did you know? She answered. Then it was like a blow to his head. Do you think there would be any other reason for that betrayal? Along with her voice, a series of iron chains suddenly shot out. You don't need a grand reason, or a just one to betray someone. The chains quickly wrapped around Kazan. She looked at him as if he were pathetic and slowly spoke. Surely, you don't have silly thoughts like friendship, do you? Sihan lowered his head slightly, his voice deep and heavy. Of course not. All I want is a reason for the betrayal. A determined look appeared in his eyes. I am your enemy. An indescribable sense of regret slowly spread through Sihan's heart. Gon isn't using polite language anymore. Once she considers someone an enemy, he took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the sword. I was betrayed by all of you. Whatever the reason or circumstances, that is an undeniable truth. Sword energy swept around with Sihan's enraged roar. Gon Seuss. Kazan's eyes were now filled with a soulless stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. A voice full of rage escaped his throat, carrying a chilling killing intent. I will make you pay. Sihan couldn't help but start thinking. Zia learned many different attacks and has abilities similar to a swordsman. Hand-to-hand combat is the specialty of the B-Rain, and its purpose is more for defense than attack. But Gaon chose to use hand-to-hand combat techniques. Instead of learning to use high-tech weapons, she only likes the hand-to-hand techniques of the temple. B-Storm. Weapons don't suit her. Seizing the moment of opening, Kazan immediately threw a punch with terrifying force. Although he managed to block the blow, the rebound force made his arm tremble. Sihan was briefly panicked as he assessed the situation. Although it looks like a normal blow, it contains so many types of energy, it's ridiculous. Endurance is the advantage. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes became determined. Then I have to make sure I don't get hit. Following Sihan's movement, a sword light with a terrifying aura erupted. Purple Dragon. Her expression changed slightly when she saw that attack. Purple Dragon. Is he trying to increase the distance? Facing the terrifying sword intent that could tear space apart, Kazan calmly dodged. As soon as she stabilized, she began to assess. A typical example of distance control. But confidence was clear in Kazan's eyes. I'm quite used to these kinds of situations. As soon as she finished speaking, the moon chain immediately shot out. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. Red chain? A ranged attack? Sihan blocked the attack while clicking his tongue in annoyance, as if losing patience. At that moment, she suddenly launched forward like an arrow. I don't think it will hit. He jumped back, exclaiming, Ch! Sihan gritted his teeth and silently calculated. To increase the distance, maybe using those chains is feasible. How annoying. Looking at the technique, Sihan instinctively named it. Kazan's technique, Chain Hydra. A technique that uses the durability of a skill using sound waves created by Jean Lesage's internal energy. Not only is it convenient for the user, but it can also be used with magic by combining different elements. At this moment, Kazan was attacking and mocking him. You can't defeat me with that, Chan. Xenon witnessed everything and was stunned. This is the first time I've seen the true power of the legendary heroes. Is this the true ability of the 7 legendary heroes? He swallowed dryly in admiration. I can only describe it as top tier. When will I ever reach that level? Meanwhile, Alita couldn't help but praise them. Not bad, but she quickly denied it to herself. But compared to Gaisugar, this seems like nothing. A question gradually formed in her mind. They haven't used their full abilities yet, have they? She said with a provocative tone. Your skills have improved. Your main skill before was only swordsmanship. That alone was terrifying enough. Then Kazan arrogantly clenched her fist. Because my opponent is you, Chan. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot forward. Kazan unleashed a world-shaking kick. The power of that kick was so strong it made Sihan cry out. Then he was sent flying. Alita witnessed this and screamed in horror. How did that kick suddenly become so strong? In contrast, he just laughed confidently. Just as I thought. The power is already different. Sihan observed the outfit and skin with a probing gaze. Is this appearance from Faye? His steady voice echoed. The 7 great heroes. Gaon Sus, the immortal witch. Xenon jumped up in alarm upon hearing this. I get it. I understand why her power suddenly increased. He couldn't help but start rambling. Unlike Faye's destructive skill, the body's or weapon's endurance uses a variety of magic. Brent's healing ability can be used on a designated person and is extremely effective when used barehanded. Xenon was briefly shocked but immediately added more information. Moreover, Gaon Sus uses the abilities of both Zaya and Brent. He then thought silently. She uses Faye's destructive technique as well as Brent's healing skill. He was utterly astonished and immediately turned to look. So, as if understanding her doubt, Xenon slowly confirmed. Yes, watching the fight, he couldn't help but assess. Gaon's ability not only strengthens her body but also destroys the opponent's combat ability. Kazan suddenly kicked across Sihan's face, forcing him to dodge in horror. Sihan, having just regained his composure, roared in anger. Not with your hands. How can you use that power with your knee? Can you heal with your knee? As if she had heard something interesting, she immediately replied. The important thing is that the head doesn't get hit when touching someone. I'm a kind of mutant. I'm sure even Lord John Lezek didn't expect someone like me. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Then, filled with killing intent, he swung his sword and charged at her. The sword slashed through the air, and Sihan cursed in frustration. Damn it, I can't increase the distance. Using Purple Dragon is useless then. He began to estimate the distance in his head. But no matter what method I use to increase the distance, the moon chain will just shorten it again. Sihan was a bit surprised by the power difference. I knew she was stronger than before, but I didn't expect her to be this strong. Just then, her cold voice suddenly rang out. Chan, Kazan asked flatly. How long has it been since you've touched water? He stomped his foot hard, unleashing a shockwave. Propelled by the massive sword energy, Sihan shot forward like an arrow, a violent blur. She watched the fight, a predatory glint igniting in her eyes. A violent blur, Kazan clenched her fists in excitement. It had been a long time, but he stopped, his face filled with doubt. That way, Sihan's momentary pause had pushed Geshinoa into a corner. In that instant, she threw a punch that tore through the air. Sihan quickly backed away. Damn it, she! He couldn't believe it. Was she trying to stop him with her bare hands? While Sihan was distracted, Kazan swung her fist. In a moment of crisis, he didn't hesitate. He channeled power into his legs. A wave of force exploded, stopping her advance. Just one step away, Kazan was thrown back by an invisible force. She landed and assessed him with interest. An aura shield? What a clumsy use of aura. Look how much you've grown. Kazan continued casually. I can't look down on you anymore, can I? So, her voice was full of contempt. Why don't you go all out? She challenged. There's no way this is your full power. I think this much is enough for a reunion after 10 years, right? Sihan froze for a moment. Huh? Kazan let out a sarcastic laugh. Don't tell me you're trying to rally the constellations, then pretend to lose. Those tricks only work on Getsugoi, he retorted gloomily. It didn't fool Getsugoi either. She replied with a knowing look. I see. You're Getsugoi's protective charm. There's no way that guy would back down with his personality. Sihan's mouth twitched. He thought, she's digging for information even in this situation? But he explained, I saved him from the aftershock you created, Hazen asked, a little surprised. Getsugoi was defeated by just that? He hasn't improved at all over the years. He snorted coldly. It seems all he did was eat and enjoy himself. She raised her voice. But unlike Geisinger, I'm no fool. I haven't been enjoying peace. The Almighty God is sharpening his blade to point at us. How could I possibly sit still? Kazan then clenched her fist. Now, with all my strength, her arrogant words shattered the silence. Fight me with all you've got, Sword God. Sihan scratched his head, looking troubled. Well, There are a few personal reasons. His attitude made her pause. A red light flashed in her eyes. Kazan hesitated, then asked suspiciously, "What is it?" She couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Did you lose all your aura and magic while lost between dimensions?" He looked helpless and quickly corrected himself. "It's not like I lost everything." Sihan stopped mid-sentence. He saw Kazan's strangely innocent, blushing face. Sihan explained awkwardly, "It's just not what it used to be. But I've recovered a fair amount." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Why am I telling her this? A moment later, Sihan sighed and muttered, "Although I can't recover completely, still," he slowly raised his sword and declared seriously, "But it's definitely enough to take you down." She immediately went on guard, raising her hands in a defensive stance. Sihan took his stance, quietly assessing her. "She's gotten stronger, but that's no surprise. My stamina is more than enough." As if sensing his gaze, Kazan suddenly laughed. She released her magic, muttering to herself, "Now you've brought it out." He couldn't control his anger and roared, "I'll kill you, Khan." As the dark aura approached, Sihan swung his sword to meet it. Soulswap, Alita and Xenon watched in shock. His true skill, she couldn't believe her eyes. He's actually using the light of Soulswap. Yes, he has this move. Alita thought to herself, an indescribable feeling rising within her. No matter how great the difference in power sources, against Soulswap, great power becomes useless. If the opponent is a cleric, Soulswap can completely reverse the situation. Instead, she asked coldly, without emotion, "Are you trying to limit my ability to use my power?" Kazan suddenly clasped her hands in front of her chest and chanted, "You think I don't know that trick? You can't beat me like this." A silver chain shot through the air, tearing through the dark aura. Crescent chain. She smiled confidently, gripping the crescent chain as if victory was hers. "As long as there's no direct contact, Soulswap is completely useless. I'll use that move to send you on your way." But the next second, panic spread across Kazan's face. The swirling dark aura surged forward, swallowing the crescent chain bit by bit. She froze in disbelief, a question rising in her mind. "It's crawling up the chain?" Soulswap has never reached this level before. In a moment of panic, Kazan immediately let go of the chain. Too dangerous. But the next second, a sense of danger made her spin around in terror. At some point, the dark aura had surrounded Kazan like a spider's web. Faced with this, she was completely bewildered. "I'm surrounded. I'm like a frog in a well. Can Soulswap be used like this?" In that tense moment, Sihan suddenly spoke. "Surprised? It doesn't look like I've been sitting around for 10 years, does it?" He analyzed calmly, his words dissecting the entire battle. "The effect won't work, not without direct interaction. But with this, even time and space will make you vulnerable to Soulswap. I can just slowly eliminate all of your powers." Kazan was speechless. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "This technique, Sihan confirmed it before she could finish. "Yes, I was inspired." Every word wrapped around Kazan's hearing. "By your technique, the malevolent wish." He laughed excitedly, his words sharp with sarcasm. "How does it feel to be countered by your own move? How about you?" She immediately braced herself, defending against the relentless attacks. Yet Kazan's eyes remained sharp, showing no sign of submission. Sihan, however, looked pleased when he realized it. Her movement and dodging speed have slowed. Soulswap really works on Khan. An intense wave of confidence crashed through his mind. "I'm going to win." Just then, she softly muttered a name. "Lord Guion Lede." Kazan suddenly cried out a plea. "Please, imprison my enemy." Then, she launched her attack. Malevolent wish, annihilation. Sihan glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Fool. Have you forgotten me after just a few years?" He refused to give up, neutralizing the attack while speaking with cold sarcasm. "The lone nuke disease doesn't affect me because I'm from Earth." Sihan was mid-sentence when he suddenly froze. His expression changed. In his shock, blood suddenly poured from his mouth. The prayer of calamity, the prayer of the priestess. Though the prayer and the priestess cannot coexist, this is the result of combining Bren's prayer and Zia's destructive magic. An undeniable prayer. Humans focused on the eternal wish, and their minds continued to evolve. But no one considered the prayer, an ability that could spread plagues to anyone. And with that ability, Khan had reached the level of a god. However, there was one person that magic couldn't touch. The Earthling, Seong Chan, unaffected by any plague or prayer. And with Soul Swap, which could nullify many other magics, even without his full power, Chan was confident he could defeat Khan. In a panic, Sihan's thoughts were cut short. He looked at his blood-stained hand. He was stunned for a moment, wondering what just happened. What's going on? Hey, in that instant, an answer flashed in his mind. Varna's disease. The prayer of the priestess is working on me? Sihan couldn't believe it, muttering as if to confirm what he saw. No way. How could I be affected by the Ganho Mo disease? I've never been sick since the Lone Nuck incident. Just then, Kazen's mocking voice shattered the silence. You want to know why? She slowly pulled out a small pouch, as if to prove her point. It seems the Black Ivory Tower found something interesting. Her next words made his eyes widen in horror. They found a way to affect beings from other worlds with Gala's magic. And it seems they succeeded. Kazen seemed unconcerned, continuing callously. By using dark arts as a medium, the memory kept replaying, keeping Sihan from thinking clearly. That power. The power that defeated the Holy Order for the first time. In the silence, her calm voice spoke again. It wasn't them. It's not suspicious, for a few reasons. The Black Ivory Tower considered this a top secret, though there was no reason to hide it so well. If I came back, then perhaps I wouldn't have known about it. His battered state didn't seem to bother Kazan in the slightest. Though I wasn't sure it would work, it seems to be effective, doesn't it? After a moment of thought, Sihan spoke slowly. How many mages participated in that research and failed during the rebellion? And you're telling me the Black Ivory Tower succeeded? He didn't stop, continuing to press her. Moreover, the Black Ivory Tower. It's just like what Bursine is doing. All the third-generation towers, except the White Ivory Tower, are under his control. After saying that, Sihan felt a wave of exhaustion. Of course, it's Noel Sanzoy. He was always interested in multiverse research. His eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricting in fear. A sudden pain made Sihan cry out in agony. His mind went numb from the terrible pain. Damn it, it hurts so much. I can't control my body. She immediately took advantage of that moment to attack. It must be uncomfortable, being sick for the first time. Compared to that, I'm quite skilled with Soul Swap, thanks to our training together. Kazan threw a decisive punch, knocking Sihan to the ground. She delivered the critical blow while roaring. Now, Chan, use the power of the gods. You'll die if you don't use it. In place of an answer was his hoarse, pained cough. Sihan gasped for air, staring at Kazan with fury. You think I'm holding back? Too bad. This is the truth. I have nothing else. Faced with his anger, she just stood there silently. Damn it, I should have fully recovered when I had the time. The silence was quickly broken by Kazan's icy voice. Are you saying you've lost your power? Seeing Sihan's stunned expression, she grabbed him by the collar. Kazan gritted her teeth and roared in fury. You fool! You're revealing personal information to the enemy and challenging them, even though you're now useless? Are you insane? The barrage of rebukes stunned Sihan. He hesitated for a few seconds before softly calling her name. Khan. Sihan tried to suppress the pain, taking a few ragged breaths before speaking. What the hell is wrong with you? You don't seem worried about me. Are you feeling sorry for me, like always? Kazan was flustered for a moment, quickly shaking her head in denial. No. It seems this is the end, isn't it? Humiliation made her nearly lose her composure. Die, Chan. The sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly echoed. Kazan immediately swung the crescent chain, blocking the attack. Her eyes burned with intense excitement. Of course. Kazan couldn't help but exclaim. No way your comrade would let you die. Not giving him a chance to react, she attacked directly. While fighting back, he didn't forget to shout a signal. Alita, Q-Tron. Taking advantage of that brief moment, Alita rushed to his side. Chan, Kazan's excited voice rang out, carrying an indescribable chill. You must have thought you could buy time by weakening me with Soul Swap. But do you know what you forgot? With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a torrent of fierce energy. The prayer of the priestess. The prayer of calamity. The next moment, fresh blood suddenly poured from Xenon's mouth. Even she couldn't escape that terrifying curse. Kazan struck with lightning speed, sending him crashing to the ground. Alita looked over in horror and screamed. Xenon! Her attention was quickly drawn by the shout. I'm quite curious. It seems you're using aura, aren't you? You must have lived a miserable life to use aura to treat your illness. It would have been quite useful if Chan had learned something. An invisible pressure radiated from Kazan's cold eyes. Chan is unconscious. He'll die from a disease he's never had. I don't intend to harm you, so know your place. Despite the dire situation, Alita refused to bow her head. No matter what, I won't submit to you. The determination in her voice made her pause. But I don't intend to give up. A scream tore through the air, followed by a brilliant burst of light. Fire arrow. The crescent chain was quickly summoned. Kazan summoned it without hesitation to block the blow. Crescent chain. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of shock. That child can use this level of magic? Alita used all her remaining strength to shout. It's your turn! Kazan's eyes twitched in surprise. Chan, She turned her head in confusion, repeatedly denying the thought. No way. Kazan stared in shock at the shattered, dark aura-covered sword. How did he get up? Sihan's gaze was now so cold it made people tremble. He didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing a move to send her flying. Soul Swap, Despairing Night. A thick, dark aura, like a black mist, instantly enveloped Kazan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What just happened? How did he get up so fast? The harsh reality left Kazan in a state of shocked disbelief. There's no way he could have survived without an antidote. In that instant, a flicker of realization dawned in her eyes. No way. Kazan stared at the faint power, lost in thought. Chan naturally sensed the flow of power and used it. Her suspicious gaze fixed on Alita in the distance. He created a healing aura to fight the disease. Just after contracting it, Sihan's voice rang out, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Alita. Thanks to you, I'll live. He shouted confidently, full of defiance. Now, it's really over. Khan. A violent stream of dark aura shot towards Kazan. She was momentarily stunned, unable to dodge or defend. Before the darkness swallowed her, Kazan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. As she looked up, her eyes widened in shock. The space before her was shrouded in dark aura, heavy and terrifyingly grim. Sihan gently squeezed his shoulder to relieve the tension. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The pain is gone. Is it because Khan is unconscious? I feel better. Alita's soft moan immediately drew Sihan's attention. He quickly approached her, asking worriedly, Are you okay? Alita, she grimaced, responding weakly in pain. No, not at all. The disease has stopped spreading, but it doesn't seem to be completely gone. It hurts so much. As he supported Alita, Sihan voiced his suspicion. I'm completely fine, she explained with clear resentment. You always get the better end of the deal. The effect of the dark magic must have disappeared. He paused for a moment, then slowly thanked her. Thank you. I would have died without your help. Alita panted and laughed helplessly. We're both in a sorry state, but they had forgotten one thing. They had completely forgotten about Xenon. She spoke slowly, her voice filled with unease. What do I do now? I've used up all my magic. I can't transfer any more magic to you. We need to finish our revenge quickly. Sihan quickly regained his composure, reassuring Alita in a few short sentences. Don't worry. We can do it after you've fully recovered. That'll give me enough time to prepare. But then he froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sihan couldn't hide his surprise and blurted out, What is this, Alita? You still have magic left. A lot of it, actually. Alita looked shocked when she heard that. No way. Without magic, I can't even move normally. He was completely confused, staring at his hand in disbelief. I know, but I can see it in you now. So what is all this magic? It's coming from you. Sihan looked towards Kazan and muttered under his breath. This is a type of energy you don't know? Things are getting more and more confusing. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Kazan whispered weakly, as if asking herself, Am I still alive? He flinched slightly, then looked over curiously. Khan, she panted, then slowly admitted defeat. Congratulations, Chan, you won. Soul Swap is as amazing as I thought. I can't even lift a finger or heal myself. Kazan quietly gave up, slowly closing her eyes in peace. Now, kill me, Sihan spoke softly, each word a probe. I have a few questions. Why did you betray me? In that instant, she opened her eyes wide but didn't react. Seeing this, he couldn't help but urge her. I'm asking why you betrayed me. Kazan let out a small laugh and spoke slowly. I have nothing to say. Just kill me. After a brief silence, Sihan slowly refused. I won't do that. You didn't kill me either. Those words ignited her anger. It's not that I didn't want to kill you, but that I couldn't. If I could have, I would have killed you. He curled his lip in a sneer. I don't care. Whatever the reason, I'm standing here to thank you for it. At this, a look of pity appeared in Sihan's eyes. So, I won't kill you. As he finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared behind Kazan. The chances have to be fair. Her eyes widened in shock as she screamed. You! A portal! In that moment, Kazan could only cry out in panic. You're going to send me through the portal? Sihan simply gave a calm reply. It's time to repay a 10-year debt. Khan. His voice suddenly rose with clear interrogation. I'll ask you one last time. Was there anything between us during all those years? Answer me. An angry roar erupted, carrying a storm of emotions. That day, why did you betray me? I thought you were my sister. She lowered her head slightly, her lips pressed tight as if holding back her emotions. Kazan suddenly clenched her jaw, gritting her teeth in anger. Then she screamed in a fit of rage. I never once thought of you as my brother, Chan. He was stunned for a moment, unable to believe his ears. I'm not just your brother? We're not just siblings? Alita was also momentarily stunned. Just siblings? To stay safely silent while you endured everything? What kind of siblings are those? In her rage, she questioned him relentlessly, as if she'd lost her mind. Why did it have to be Levina? Why? Kazan seemed to pour all her remaining life into that scream. I met you first. As she finished, everything seemed to freeze in a moment of silence. What just happened? After a long moment, she finally spoke slowly. I was so excited, Kazan muttered hoarsely. You got what you deserved. Yes, I deserve to go to hell. Her eyes gradually filled with resentment. But the hell I must go to will be God's hell. Kazan slammed her hand on the ground and declared, I cannot die in a place where Lord John Lysak is not present. Seeing this, she screamed in horror. She still has energy left. Be careful, Chan. Sihan's reflexes seemed to freeze, only a vague thought remained. Danger. Khan. She smiled serenely, as if all her burdens had vanished. Goodbye, Chan. He shouted in panic. Wait, amidst his terrified screams, Kazan decisively ended her own life. Khan. Kazan floated in an endless void. She closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling. So comfortable. But she was still skeptical. Am I dead? Because my heart was crushed when Soul Swap suppressed my power, even if I was killed. It's fine. In the terrifying silence, a voice spoke. I'm curious. January. The voice continued. Lei, do you know about space portals? You can't just push your enemies into them, and no enemy would willingly enter one. But you were trapped here 10 years ago. A strange woman's voice and a familiar male voice. The situation was a little different then. At that time, Getsugoi was the portal's target. But the portal's power wasn't enough to bind anyone. They were just weakened and couldn't resist the spell's magic. Was it Chan and his comrades? If so, I should have maintained the portal. But at that time, Lasan wasn't the one who directly opened it. I still don't know how they did it. This conversation happened 10 years ago. They used the remaining ashes from the insect lord's heart and were freed from my control. And so, the world opened a space portal to be free of me. I'm not from Glide. Without the world's permission, the author of universal law will send me back to my original world. Of course, I didn't know this either. But I happened to find out after reading some documents on the multiverse. Kazan smiled with satisfaction. You've gotten stronger. Until now, Chan was just imitating the use of magic flow. He didn't understand anything about magic itself, but now he has a lot of magic. That's good. The stronger you become, the more you know what you want. The easier it is for you to achieve your desires. The dialogue continued. Why are you talking as if I was trapped in this space years ago? As long as I'm alive, it won't happen a second time. What a relief. You found true friends by your side. Kazan drifted in the endless space. She was suddenly surprised to realize, am I dead? Then why can I still hear this conversation? A light shone from somewhere, as if for Kazan to see. Perhaps. In the room, Sihan and Alita were deep in conversation. Suddenly, Alita was speechless with shock. Looking at Kazan, she shouted, Chan, she's awake. She looked at her own intact hands. She asked, as if to confirm, I'm still alive? What did you do? Sihan replied coldly, I didn't do anything. Not even the Lord of the Universe could save you. You tried. You saved yourself, Khan. The scene rewound to when Kazan fell. Sihan cried out her name in pain. Khan! He rushed to save her, but Kazan requested, let me go. What did you say? Why are you making that face all of a sudden? Damn it, Sihan screamed. Don't die in front of me. You're the immortal witch. Are you kidding me? I still need to hear the truth from you. At the same time, Alita advised, calm down, Chan. Khan already. She suddenly saw something in front of her. Alita was shocked to see dark shadows rushing into Kazan's body. What is that? He used Soul Swap to force the magic back inside and focus it on her crushed heart. Sihan stubbornly tried to save her. I won't let you die until you tell me everything. I'm sorry, Khan. A miracle occurred as Kazan's heart lit up and started beating again. Hearing what happened, Kazan exclaimed, it's a miracle. You can use Soul Swap like that? Sihan replied nonchalantly. It only really worked to bring you back here. So Ryong, you said you were going to meet someone else. An acquaintance. How did things turn out like this? Who were those guys? I did do some things, but not what you think. I'm concerned, let me tell you. You haven't fully recovered yet. I'm awake now. My heart healed itself, but the magic in my body has replaced my heart since then. And since I can still use power to create an artificial heart, I don't qualify as a normal person. Sihan fell silent as he listened to her. He asked again, was that your original plan? You knew I would come for revenge, so you stayed in a remote village with no guards. During the fight, you went easy on me and even gave me important information. Were you planning to die by my hand? Kazan replied calmly, I'm not asking for forgiveness, but you have a reason to take revenge on me. So as a traitor, it's my responsibility to help you with all my ability. But since I am a servant of Lord Geolixe, I cannot die anywhere else. I can only slowly destroy myself. It seems I don't have a talent for acting. You asked me why I betrayed you. I already told you. Previously, Khan, Alita, Ni, I'm sorry. But could you let me and Chan talk alone? Though a bit surprised to be called out, Alita agreed. All right. The door closed, leaving only the two of them in the room. Sihun closed his eyes, lost in thought. Soon after, he nodded in agreement and sat down. All right. So, Lasako decided to die by my hand instead of asking for forgiveness, and Lasako chose to betray me. And what were your last words? Sihun asked, blushing slightly. He remembered Kazan's words, I never once thought of you as my brother, Chan. The more he thought, the more confused and hesitant he became. You just blurted it out? I can't guess. At his question, Kazan just smiled. She suddenly spoke up. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. She became more serious. Chan, do you remember the Battle of Keimeize? Our paths diverged from there. Yes. Outside? Xenon asked. So the immortal witch intended to die by Chan's hand, and that's why she did all that? Alita slowly walked out and confirmed. It's a tragic story. What did you say? He was shocked. Why would she do such crazy things if she wanted to die from the start? My body still aches from the plague she gave us. Thank you. The two began a heated argument. Maybe she deeply regretted it. If you feel guilty, you should ask for forgiveness, not try to kill them. Does that make any sense? Logic doesn't matter. Can emotions be governed by logic? Even after our fight today, we can't understand the root cause because we're just outsiders. Back then, no one encouraged looking directly at the dawn. Compared to the Two-Sun Empire, the rebel army was just a weak flame. Peaceful days followed the war for survival. The rebel army never turned back. Even in difficult situations, they recruited new people, gaining both power and soldiers. And finally, the flag of freedom was raised. The rebel army, led by Chan and Lo San, led the forces in one of the 4 imperial capitals, the West Tiu province. With the power of the 7 heroes, they controlled enough power to rival the empire. The rebel army was strong enough to change the world, and with that, the burden of the 7 heroes grew heavier. Lodai Central Tower, West Tiu Province, Sunset Square. Li Ti asked with a stern face, How is the post-war recovery going? Sifon replied, I've handed that over to Gambit and DQ. They're doing quite well. I see. Good work. We are different from other royal soldiers. We must treat the hostages properly. We only need to execute the leaders and commanders. The common soldiers will be allowed to return home or join our group. Specifically, for the team in West Kaiyem, Vicina complained, Why is the royal family so troublesome? Even if they are royalty, the leaders from other worlds should be executed. Hearing this, Saffron replied, Not all members of the Luskan clan can summon things from other worlds. The royal family was captured in the final battle but had no involvement. They are all elderly, children, and women. Lavina also spoke up. How do we know they aren't summoners? We need to verify the summoners' identities precisely. Kazen continued. We have a protective spell passed down from the Lot San royal family. Of course, some people also have that power. So should we separate them from the other royals? Lucina wondered if that was okay. If they learn how, they could summon a hero from anywhere they want. Zen continued. There's a big physical difference, but it's possible. Hearing this, Li Tin remained stubborn. Don't we have any other choice? They're just women and children. I don't like this at all. But perhaps execution is necessary. Wait. The statement caught everyone's attention. Sihan asked everyone, What are you talking about? Execution. Back in the present, he remembered. I remember now. We talked about it, and we had a heated argument. Kazan repeated the word, argument. If you only remember it as an argument, then you don't understand the full situation. Chan. Back in the past, the argument hadn't stopped. Are you serious? The children here are only 15 years old, and now we have to kill them? Li Tin stood firm. We don't like this either. But no matter how weak or young they are, once they can use summoning powers, they will become our terrible enemies. We cannot leave any loose ends. Meanwhile, Sihan was furious. So we're going to execute them just because they might commit a crime? When they haven't even done anything? What kind of potential is that? Isn't that no different from the royal soldiers? Saffron supported Litton's opinion. We have no other way to control summoners. Unlike others, we can't control summoners with magic. That's a huge difference, Chan. Using magic, we could take down the entire royal family with just a few people. But to face the lot, Dan, we'd need thousands. Right now, we don't have enough people, and even if we did, we couldn't sacrifice them. Thao Dan also tried to persuade him. Everyone's safety is what matters, Chan. One wrong move, and thousands will shed blood. His words made him even more uncomfortable. Would you let an innocent person die for what you call justice? What you're saying is ridiculous. Don't shed innocent blood to save others. I won't accept it. Sihan's stubbornness made Li Tin sigh wearily. Chan, he analyzed. Which members of the Luskan clan are innocent? Even if they're young, the royals still have higher privileges. They've received all those benefits without doing anything. What kind of foolish selfishness is this? What fault do those children have? You can't blame them for their parents' sins. Hey, Chan, what nonsense are you spouting? If not the children, then who will pay for their parents' sins? I agree, it's a pity they have to die young, but you can't say they're innocent. Our principles are very different, even if the hostages accept them. Sihan seemed to remember something from the past. I remember now. Someone's words echoed, stunning Sihan. They must bear the sins of their parents. What is this? But Lannon, but we can't kill children. How would that be any different from a tyrant? Li Tin angrily slammed the table. Enough, Seong-chan. You think we like this? Are you willing to trade the lives of tens of thousands who follow you, just for your ridiculous sense of justice? We carry the lives of millions on our shoulders. We need to do something. We can't just wait and see if the future proves it right or wrong. Kazan timidly chimed in. In Tu Yen's healing arts, we sometimes use poison to treat poison. Even with side effects, it's better than death. Killing them isn't right, but to save all of Lalan, we must execute them. Thao Dan agreed. We are different from the tyrant. Our mission is to save Glarner, and I fully understand the consequences. The ends don't justify the means, but a leader's responsibility is to make mistakes for a greater purpose for the people. Isn't ignoring a crime within your power also a crime? Jacina scratched his head. This is a real headache. He became serious. We're in a war. Chan, this decision needs more consideration. Even my stupid brain can't understand it. Kazen continued to advise Chan. Please understand that it's the most logical decision right now. Everyone knows it's wrong. Your ideals are noble, but ideal goodness doesn't exist in the real world. We won't follow your standards. Lai Tin stated coldly. Chan. Everyone's denial made Sihan look even more isolated. Looking at the people before him, he spoke up. Haven't we all worked together, hoping to make that a reality? Fine. If that's what you all think. Sihan dangerously drew his sword, turning the space behind him a beautiful blue. This rash action scared Kazan and Litton. Chan, what are you doing? Hey. Sihan gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. If you insist on killing innocent people, kill me. His appearance at that moment was extremely dangerous. Then I will stop you. After that fateful moment of drawing his sword, Chan's reaction when he thought everyone was wrong. After that, Chan's image slowly changed, from a reliable, slightly rigid commander to an incorrigible madman. Jafan thought Chan had lost control. We don't need another tyrant, Li Tin agreed. He thinks Toiban is a world he must fix. If he keeps thinking Lu Lane is like Earth, his attitude won't change. Everyone is here. That means we all agree. So, does anyone have a different opinion? Congratulations. Hearing these discussions, Kazan remained silent. She thought, it started with Chan becoming too strong. Is there anyone among us willing to risk their life for the future of Lone Nuke? The mice here are happily discussing, but who will bell the cat out there? I'm the same. And it's not like we can't do anything about Chan. We had that in mind too. Khan, would we risk our lives for him? How about sending him back to Earth? Lai Tin suggested. An idea. That suggestion stunned Kazan for a moment. He suggested, just send him back where he came from. If Chan can go back, then he won't be with Levina anymore. Our relationship is already strained. So wouldn't it be better to send him back where he came from? Her own thoughts were interrupted by the map on the ground. Sihan powerfully used his strength. Heavenly light. Hey, Chan, what's the meaning of this? He still believed his opinion was right. I'm sorry, everyone, but killing innocent children is not right at all. I will not accept this. Thao Gen and Sa Gen burst out laughing. She realized with alarm. My God, how strong has Chan become? Just 2 months ago, we were on the same level. His resistance made Charlie Tin even angrier. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, Khan. At that moment, everyone took a fighting stance. Don't be reckless. Chan. Thank you. Tarzan still tried to persuade him. Stop it. Everyone will laugh. In that critical situation, a hand reached out. The boiling point had been reached. Lavina stepped forward to stop them. Chan is right, she asserted. I've changed my mind. Chan was right. Davina continued. You all know, without Jen, we would never have come this far. We all know the entire London owes him their lives. Tian is just defending his principles. I will follow him. Seeing someone defend him, Sihan was stunned. Lavina, everyone fell silent in that moment. Saffron was the first to break it. I'm not comfortable with that decision either. I have no opinion. Lavina is right. Sinha also gave in a little. He said hesitantly, I'll go with the majority. Seeing everyone's changed reaction, Lai Tin sighed. He conceded, we're leaving a loose end. But I guess there's nothing more we can do. I promise to treat those Lotcan royal children well. Chan. Hearing this, Sihan was as happy as a child given candy. Lasan. Everyone, he said excitedly, thank you for standing with me. I'll prove to everyone that I was right. Seeing Sihan's joy, Veena also smiled with satisfaction. Back in the present, Sihan continued. Even after you all changed your minds for me, all the royal family members committed suicide. After drinking poisoned wine. What? How did those children know there was poison in it? I'm sure they drank it because their parents gave it to them. So cruel. If they wanted to die, they could have died alone. Seidan denied it. No, Chan. Khan, she stammered, they didn't commit suicide. The one who killed them was Lavinia. Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. Today, Ada was admiring herself in a new dress. Contacting her other self. Veena praised herself. So pretty. I wonder if Chan will like it. Let go. What caught her attention? Seeing her rush in, Lavina asked, what's wrong? How could this happen? Lavinia. The royal family didn't willingly drink the poisoned wine. They were paralyzed before they died. That's your technique. Corrosive touch. Though exposed, she was still cheerful. Is that so? I don't remember leaving any traces. So, is there a problem? Did someone find out? No one but me. I haven't told anyone. I have no one. I see. Then what's the big deal? Not a big deal? What are you talking about? You know what, Khan, no, I think someone would have done it anyway. Everything's fine now. Kazan thought to herself. She's not wrong. Everyone was stressed trying to figure out how to separate them and keep them away from other prisoners. But she wasn't. You're lying. Chan. Lavina remained calm. If you think so, then yes. I realized he wouldn't be convinced. But that doesn't mean we have to listen, does it? Atta affirmed. I love Jen more than anyone in the world, so I know him very well. When things go beyond his limits, Chen will definitely make someone pay, even his own comrades. It's not the first time the rebellion has paid for his impulsive decisions, right? If he can't be convinced, I'll try to persuade him. But Chan won't change. Kazan hesitated but still asked, how can you lie to the person you love? Lavina listened intently. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. You're so simple. It's okay. Not every couple has to share all their secrets. As she spoke, Lavina hugged Kazan. To make the relationship last, even if someone has to keep secrets. In the end, I couldn't argue. In fact, I thought it was inevitable. No one thought you were wrong. But until we knew that, I guess I couldn't avoid it. Chan decided to stay in Gloucester but was betrayed by his closest friends in this situation, and was forced back to Earth. How betrayed must he have felt? Be good. In the garden, Sihan and Lavina were talking. The happy couple under the bright sun. Contrasting their happiness was the loneliness and complexity of Kazan, watching from a distance. She remembered those old memories and explained, I understand that no matter what I say, it's just an excuse. So, I fought Chan without a word, and tried to pay for my betrayal with my life. I haven't asked for forgiveness since that day. I just wanted to help you, merely telling you the whole truth, because you were desperate enough to revive me. But that doesn't change the fact that we betrayed you. After hearing the story, Sihan just silently clenched his fist. The silence also made Kazan a bit awkward. Khan, she continued. After that day, I always had nightmares whenever I tried to sleep. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't forget your screams. In the end, I ran away from my position as queen. Kazan beat her chest. But now, I will accept everything. Let's end this revenge. Chan, goodbye. In some peaceful life, children were playing happily on the green grass. Behind them, protecting them, was Kazan in a nun's habit. She no longer looked dangerous and had become as gentle as a mother caring for her child. The scene was peaceful and warm. Far behind, Sihan sat on a tree trunk, looking down. He frowned in annoyance. So peaceful it's annoying. Truly. It's a relief to hear the reason for the betrayal I've agonized over for 10 years. And here I was, worried it was something I did. The problem was never about who did something wrong, but the nature of their betrayal. We couldn't accept actions that went against our standards, even if their logic seemed reasonable. Didn't they become a revolutionary army because they also saw their world needed fixing? They exiled me, treating me like an unstoppable dictator. But they are ruling like dictators in their own country, and yet they blame me for the betrayal. This is also true for Cole. Maybe she thought I would be swayed by hearing the truth, but now I'm sure I'm not at fault. Goodbye. No matter how different the cultures are, there are certain things that are unacceptable for a human being. The deaths of innocents are unacceptable under any circumstances. Sihan spoke to himself, but it was as if he was speaking to his betrayers. At least the memories, friendship, and trust I remember weren't lies. Until I became strong, you were the ones who changed. He stood up, looking into the distance. Lasine, Levina, Ulande, Sforn, just you wait. Because I no longer have any ties. Suddenly, a voice made him turn his head. Another nun was anxiously asking Kazan, "What's wrong?" "Princess Zila, are you unwell?" Now then, though her face was pale, she forced a smile. "I'm just a little tired." Sihan stood silently, watching. He suddenly remembered her earlier words. "Let's end this revenge, Chan." Sihan thought to himself, "I chose spatial exile for the traitors as my method of revenge, so I could throw them into a living hell, just as everything was taken from me. So, if they somehow survive there and return to Lone Lang, though the chance is slim, I'll be willing to forgive them. But now the situation is a bit more complicated. Khan is no longer the immortal witch, nor the ruler of the moon. I'm just bullying the weak right now. As a result of forcibly materializing a non-existent heart with divine power, Khan can no longer use her divine power, because if she uses it, her heart will disappear, causing instant death. Since she gave up her position as queen herself, she has no ability, status, or power. If I didn't know anything, revenge would be easier. But now I know Khan's true feelings. Siblings, he remembered Kazen's words again. Why did it have to be Lavina? I met you first. Sihan was a little worried. He scratched his head in confusion. I don't know what I should do. Maybe, in that difficult moment, a question rang out. What are you planning to do, Chan? Sihan looked down at Alita. Alita, what are you doing here? It's Alita. Alita had climbed the large tree. Sitting next to him, she said, I've regained most of my mana. I want to know when you want to open the space portal. Of course, only if you want to open it. I haven't decided yet. I have no intention of taking revenge when I can't be convinced. Who knows? Alita was stunned. Khan, she asked Sihan, why does Chan want revenge? He asked back. You mean why? No, I misspoke. What kind of revenge does Chan want? Right, it's like you want to see the traitors suffer, see them regret their past and beg for forgiveness. That's a side effect of revenge, the reason to end a cruel revenge. Sihan stopped and looked down below. Thank you. And Jen was still playing with the children to atone for her betrayal. At the inn, Zen stood before Sihan, gathering his courage. I'm ready. Chan. It's time to end this revenge. Just hearing her name made Kazan tremble. Khan. You. He stood his ground. I won't open the space portal. Listen. Seeing this, Kazan was stunned. Have you forgiven me? Chan. But Sihan denied it. It's not that. I'm not virtuous enough to forgive someone so easily. But I swore to take everything the traitors possess. And the fastest way to do that is to send them through a space portal. As for you, Khan, you've already paid the price. You've lost your divine power, authority, and status. The revolutionary hero of the past, the immortal witch, Conscious, is dead. Because now you can't even defeat a common person. You forgive me because I've been reduced to this state? I briefly thought you might have grown soft, but it turns out the opposite is true. Perhaps being thrown into another dimension would be more merciful. Sihan turned to leave. I'm done talking to you. I'm leaving now. Hazen still stood there, smiling at him. Sihan stopped. He spoke chivalrously. I don't know what you used to think of me, or what you think of me now, but I'm sorry I can't return your feelings, Tawan. Right now, I don't have time to think about anything else. Kazan's hope was extinguished in that moment. Keep going. Yet, she still smiled as if she had accepted it. Mother, memories of Kazan and Sihan laughing happily suddenly flooded back. Now, only pain remained as Kazan collapsed, sobbing and repeating two words. Sorry. I'm sorry, Chan. Goodbye, everyone.